Alarm. What is? I had just revamped my whole stream overlay. Took me all day for the last 2 days. There we go. Anyways, I am done with diving. I'm gonna do diving for a while. As I said. I mean, it's tempting to do though when it's like the grave hours, but I'm gonna focus on like just processing because I have so much shit to process. Dude, little do you know, I've always had a lot of drugs. Let's see. I better check what's in this food actually. I have everything. Oh, but I got fishing stuff on me too. Better put those away. There's so much like tuck away. I'll just do it. Alrighty, Maddie. I feel so late. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? Whoa. What the hell is going on?
I don't understand how.
I don't know why it's so laggy. It's hell lag. Need repair? Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Bo, would you like a play? Hey, Justice.
Please get off my vehicle.
Jesus. Hi, Jesus. I got the repair, bro.
Who's this?
What, does he work here?
Well, I'm not sure. He's not in uniform.
Ah,
I
so
don't
that's
work
a
here.
HR.
I'm just checking the boot, bro.
Huh?
Boot's locked, bro.
No, I was just checking the engine, bro. Come on.
Get off my vehicle.
What
I am HR
Get
here,
off the
bro.
car.
Get off my vehicle.
Say please, Justice.
Get the fuck off my vehicle.
Please. Thank you. Thank you, Justice.
You're not welcome.
Whoa!
Bowen, Justice loves me, bro.
Get fucking your dream,
Get
bro.
fucked, can't.
Whoa, whoa. You don't need to be a bitch.
I don't need to be a slut.
Whoa, whoa. No way you just slut shame yourself.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah,
Bye,
blah.
bitch.
Yo, you're really dripping in that pink hair.
Did you need your repair or?
No, we all go, thank you.
I think my hair's on 100%.
Okay.
Thanks anyway, bro. I like your hair. What color is that? Weird, like, what shade?
Excuse me, ma'am, do you have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
Fuck,
Oh,
man,
flick,
what the
bro.
frick?
Flick! Lonely forever. Ah, Bowen. Bowen, bro.
Yeah, bro.
All girls are the same. They
Yeah,
want
bro.
in my brain.
Hey, bro, I think you should probably get in your car. Like, I think Bowen is like, not Bowen.
Fuck, man.
Justice is like looking at us.
Bye, lovely.
Come on. Alright, well. Very lively at Hayes this, dead hour. Hey, Jolinar. Look at that. Like, yeah. Very lively. I woke up so late today. That's because I was up all night trying to fix my own new overlay. I need to start processing shit. I have so much shit to process. What's up, Eleanor? What are you doing? Diamond over there. Guess we could watch something in the mean.
Hi!
Just getting used to the.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hey, Waven.
Can I please get an employee waypair?
I
Employee? Yeah, just need employee.
Can you put a dot in the chat, please?
Yes. How do I put dot in job chat, Demi?
Slash Dwayc, I think.
Oh. You got that?
Yeah, no worries.
Did you think I didn't work here?
You never know. I don't recognize everybody.
You could never be careful.
Exactly. Better safe than sorry. Isn't that what I say? Better safe than sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, lovely.
Feet up, deep inside of the beautiful Austrian Alps, lies a very unique and not well-known tourist destination. The only way you can get to this destination is to ride a gondola, or if you're feeling really motivated, you could, in theory, hike up to it, but very few people do that. Once you reach this tourist destination, you walk over to this string of buildings, and right away you start to see all these warning signs about this area, telling you that while of course it's stunning and beautiful, remember it's also very dangerous. Today, I'm going to tell you a horror story that happened at this unique location. And make sure you stick around till the end, because there are actually two plot twists at the end of this story. The first one you might see coming, the second one you won't. But before we get into that story, If you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please go to the Like Button's big garage sale and proceed to haggle with them really aggressively over the prices of their most expensive items, to the point where they have to basically ignore their other customers just to deal with you. And then finally, when they relent and offer you a fair and decent price for these prized items, just say, nah, I'm actually not interested. I actually don't have any money. And then just leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on
That'd be
all
so
notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On August 9th, 1989, 23-year-old Duncan McPherson pulled his little red car into a parking lot inside of a lush green valley in Austria. After parking his car, Duncan reached across his middle console and he grabbed an apple out of a bag, and then he took a bite and just admired the unbelievable landscape all around him. He was near the Austrian Alps, and so there were literally just mountains jutting up everywhere. Duncan, who was originally from Canada, had been this highly touted, unbelievable
Hi,
first-round
do you sell
draft.
patch kits?
I.
Yeah. Can I borrow your
Okay.
phone real quick?
Yeah, no
please,
worries.
too, as well.
How the fuck did you get here so quickly? Oh, hey, Raven.
Hello.
Justice, how did you get here so quickly?
Fucking stupid shit.
MJ, bro.
Fucking ridiculous.
Fuck, you gotta, you know.
Thank you.
Oi.
I'm joking, I'm joking.
You didn't have to set it up because you fucked them up, bro.
Yeah.
I'm joking!
Water's white, water's white. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh my lord, Uncle Timmy. Oh, Uncle Timmy flew up.
We didn't say this, we're just trolling. Well, we didn't
What's
care.
up, Mr. Suki?
Oh, no.
Yeah, we could order that. But
Yeah, you're going around just
No, no, we didn't care. I'm not playing with
Wait, why did you come up with them?
somebody.
Hey, when are we on off Lockfit?
We're really not beefing with North Walker.
Off Lockfit flaggers.
I really love Ghost.
What the hell?
Ghost is my friend. You know Ghost?
Who's that?
Ghost, Agwo.
What the fuck?
I love the other North Walker boys, but not them ones.
Oh, there's ones like Justice
Hey,
like
I don't know.
Like the Mark, the Justice, they're not good ones. They're bullying.
Well, we love
I wanna fly
Jesus.
back in as
But
well.
we love Jesus. Come on, buddy. Please don't hit my car. I don't want
Nah, I
to.
don't even hang out with them.
What the fuck? What the hell? What just happened?
Nah, I
Are
don't
you
even
really
hang out with
okay,
them.
bro?
They just told me that you guys were like doing shit, and then this end, bro, he's like, I don't remember what you're talking about.
We really just telling them that we own North Walker.
Then they got pissed off.
Nah. Yeah.
But they told me they shot your tires. I was like, okay, well, that's why you got shot. And then they're like, but still, it's like, bro, you can't send that shit up, man.
They shut our tires and shocked them.
I
And
guess,
they come
yeah.
back and then ran
I mean,
into that huge group,
they're-
like
they're
that
pretty-
big crowd.
They're pretty like much like kind of Danny's that just about that.
Legit, did you see them ram up into that massive crowd?
No, I didn't. Oh wait, they did.
Yeah, so we spent
What?
back on them again.
Oh, it
We
makes
killed
sense.
them, and then they ran us into the
What do
crowd.
you want? Some sus
Okay.
behavior.
Oh well.
It is what it is. I
Oh,
wasn't
did you
gonna do
do
that
okay?
shit anyway.
I do.
Not worth.
Yeah, no
When
worries.
you're available.
Oh wait, they went and got the car. I didn't think so.
How's your day, officer?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Just got on duty not too far along.
Oh, that's good. Not too bad.
Appreciate the repair.
Not too bad yet.
Not too bad yet, but we will see. I don't want to jinx myself. Take care. Thank you for the repair. Okay.
You have a good one. Did another repair? Oh, I need to cover this hole before I get stuck again.
Yeah, I didn't wanna, yeah.
Remember the last time that was a trap? You needed a repair.
Yes, I do, please. What? Yeah. Fair enough. Adam's still down here.
Excuse me, miss.
Yeah, just patch this hole up.
No worries. All good. Adam, Cuz, you there?
Need a repair?
Yes, ma'am.
Bro, your car is so bright.
Are you the mechanic, Justin?
But,
Yeah. Yeah, will be. Adam's still there. Your vehicle health is 100%.
Hey, just need to get mods and shit.
what are you
Ooh,
getting done on it?
unfortunately, I'm not a. I don't think you heard me.
Yeah, neither.
What do you want? What do you need, babe?
Just don't bother with it, mate.
I get a wipe too as well, please.
I know, right? I called in a mod mech. They should be coming soon.
Look at bro, modesty.
Oh no, I'm not the
No,
one that
no.
needs the mod.
You need some mod.
I'll mate over there.
Who needs mods?
Me.
Let me just change.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, don't touch my comment.
Shay.
You said you wanted a mod cunt.
Yeah,
Calm your
but
tits.
in uniform.
Move, bitch.
Shay.
Matt Black.
Oh,
Hey, Bob, where do we
Matt Black that shit, bruv.
Oh, she can't. Shay.
Yeah, cheers, mate. That's it.
I don't really like this car. I don't know.
Ma, pick up my kids in that car. Shay.
This
I'll take
car
the
is kind
inverse
of
too.
widowish, like kind of bad. I don't know.
Yo, can you invoice me for the Range Rover?
worries.
Oh, hey, Justice, open.
My car's crossroad.
Hey, they're back now.
Alright.
Did I pay?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you send me
You
that?
guys got him in a bad mood. He's thinking too much about the bad man.
Yeah, I know. Fucking. That's why I paid for his.
What the widow?
Wait, you actually did?
Yeah.
Like, where do we freaking
Oh,
do it
no.
themselves?
I know. They.
Oh, why the
Wasn't
widow?
right.
Why are they on
It's
the
just-
roof? Like, what a widow freak. Why are they on
What are they doing? Wait, what?
I'm kind of widowy scared.
They got nightmare, bro. What are they doing? Yeah, like, you got all of them, right?
Oh, we didn't get Jesus. We,
We
love
didn't get
Jesus.
Jesus, yeah.
We love Jesus.
Jesus, you let him live fast, bro.
I don't want bad
Crazy.
karma.
Yeah, we left Jesus for real.
Yeah, that's why he's like doing that shit. I think because he's trying to like, get back while his Cynthia are dead.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he can remind them of the situation, but they can't return to it. But they are returning to it. Look at that. Far right, bro.
That's the cunt that fucking rammed us, eh?
Yeah, we killed them though. All good.
Right.
They rammed our cars into yours.
Yeah. Are you boys want to go to the cast?
Oh my god.
I lose all my money at the casino.
My 2 mil.
Bro, you gave up with that accent real quick.
Yeah, like
Where's
we
it going
lost
up?
all my money at the casino. Where do we?
You can drop the accent.
What are we flicking over down?
Yeah, literally, like, what a wicked are doing on the wolf. Like, they think they're gonna do something.
Yo.
Fucking silly gooses, bro.
Wait, is that them in the
I'm just talking
Range
to him.
Rover as well?
Yeah.
They know you're on the roof. Looking at you. What are you doing on the roof, man? Okay. Because Jesus lived, right?
You sound hella familiar. Is your name like Joseph
I
or
can hear-
something?
No. Wait, are you talking about Joseph Sepher? Because he works at
Yeah.
LSC. No, I work at LSC too, but my name's Adam Prestes.
Oh, but does he not sound
Yeah.
like Joseph from like the old cab days, Demi?
No, Joseph sounded more fucking Abbo.
Yeah, he's different, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard.
Joseph
him
hasn't
else.
flown for like a little bit. I've been waiting to see
Yeah.
him, bro. He hasn't flown in the past 3 days.
No, that's right then.
You guys work at LSC or whatever? Or no?
Oh, what a widow flick, my friend.
Wait, Dicky, get on. You're not in the toilet, are you? Aren't you paying on the floor there?
Wait, where did the other guy go?
What? Really? Oh, the one that just disappeared? He just went. Disappeared.
Oh, lively at Hayes at the moment. I'm just here having my brunch. Oh, looks like they're again. Need a repair?
Yeah, sure.
That cop just got on the.
No, this is my city.
Wait, what are you doing to that
Oh
pedestrian?
my god. What the hell?
I'm gonna get charged with something.
He is the love of my life.
Let me get on. He's shy. He's shy. Let me on, guys.
Hey, boys, that is.
What the heck just happened? Oh no.
Don't Jimmy.
Iva.
Need a repair?
Yes, please.
Let me just. Oh.
Hey, Matthew.
Don't land, what's those? Hectic on.
One day, bro.
This is a sick whip, lad. How much for it, lad?
On the mill, lad.
I'll buy it off you right now, lad. Swear.
I think you got that much money, man.
I'll give you 20 mil, lad. That's all I got, lad. Come on.
Hey, officer,
You're
hold
full
my,
scared, lad. If
hold
I'm
my
I'll
wood,
pull out
officer.
junior.
How would you would?
Hold my wood.
Nothing, mate.
Just for the fun of it.
I don't want to hold your wood, mate.
My wood looks like that.
I hardly doubt that, mate.
So, what's the size of my farm? Alright? I mean,
Bro.
Thank you.
Oh, this goes hard, lad.
Is this? No way.
an aggressive gang member here. My god. Got a couple of I'm saying.
Are you shy?
Nah, man.
You got a broom? Or mop?
No.
What about me?
I can clean all the blood off the floor for you.
Open up.
I can put some new blood on the floor, eh?
Do you know what
I'll kill this
John
woman right here. He's shy.
Watch the moves, lad. Watch the moves.
Uncle Jimmy, do you know where John went?
I think he said he got a call from some hot lady that he's gonna go meet up with.
Now, why'd you hit me, lad?
Sorry.
Apparently she got big buns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he told me before he dipped.
Sir?
Oh, whoa,
Sir?
whoa.
What the hell? What the hell?
No, you're crying.
I think she needs more officers.
Nah, she's right.
If she ever does that again, bruh, let me shoot her.
100%.
Bye, Roger.
Hey, man.
Roger, she wants your number,
Bye.
Roger.
Absolutely, I'm in love with him. Oh. I sure do.
Hey.
How we doing?
Who the
Everyone.
fuck?
Daddy's here.
Excuse no, he was already here.
How you doing, man?
He's in the driver's
That's
seat.
that guy from that music video. Vanilla Ice. Yeah, that's you.
Oh, everyone, there's a guy in a building outside, lad. He's full gonna jump.
Fucking, you should do it.
Come
Yeah,
look,
okay.
lad.
Gonna
Come
jump.
here.
No.
Yes, he does.
is lively here for Grave Hour.
Could I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Do you know that dude in the monkey suit that did the mods on that Range Rover?
No, because the thing is, when we invoice for mods, we don't put it down.
Oh yeah.
So I don't see who. Not like before. Oh! Oh my! What exploded? Oh!
A pin ran over a bike.
Oh! Oh!
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm not going out there. Oh, please.
Yeah, just another repair. Fucking
Yeah, no.
please.
EMS is always gonna get cold heat.
I wanna.
Doesn't matter, like, go buy it.
Man, what are you
Oh, we can.
Hey, don't worry about that one. You should worry about the one on the roof.
Wait, what happened to Uncle Jimmy, man? What's happened, man? Oh, lad, you all good? What was that, lad?
I have no idea.
Full flang, ya.
Hey, did the EMS not get him up?
I don't know, lad. I think he got distracted.
Hey mate, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
Sorry about the delay. How you feeling, Governor?
Not bad.
Brennan, your pain, can you rate the pain from 1 to 10?
Oh, it's like a 1.
1, let's get you right up then, shall we?
Okay.
Is this the one from on the roof?
Yep.
Beautiful. Scratch that, no halo needed.
Lad, this one's all munted. Looks like Play-Doh. He's full fucked.
Leave this cunt to die, bro.
I think
Honestly.
you can save him, lad.
This guy's a fool,
What
bro.
happened to him? He went to dead.
He jumped off the roof and I was so happy. Don't bring him back.
No, you have to bring him back.
I saw him miss that. It was like
Don't listen to that woman. He's
That arm
shame.
broke the fall for him. That arm's toast, but you know he's okay. Hey mate, can you hear me?
Wait, can I get a repeat, please?
What's the age, lad?
Hey man, so you've taken a bit of a tumble. Looks like you came down right on your arm.
Nah,
I'm
it
gonna have to check
wasn't
the
a
sling on that for you.
tumble. Nah,
You pick him up, I'll hit him with a sledgehammer. He's shame.
Look, what you do
Don't
after I
do
leave,
that.
that's your business.
Nah, come bring the cops over here. Full see them over there. Hectic.
If you're in any pain, can you rate the pain from 1 to 10?
No, it's a 0, lad. Don't feel
About to
no
be 10,
pain.
about to be 10.
0, okay, that's... Yeah, that's probably shock or something,
Yikes.
but that's not my department. Go see
Full
Dr.
triple
Phil
my
on that one.
dose, swear.
Better brain damage, boy.
Put that away. Put it away.
Unless you're nominating to be the
Can I get a repeat,
replacement.
please?
Put it away.
Are you being the replacement?
John!
Exactly then. So bring him in.
Can I get a repeat, please?
Oh yeah. Alright. So lively, so early.
What's the age, lad? Oh, fucking sidestep, Jimmy, lad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, please not in the shop.
Hey, stop beating her up. I love
Thank you.
Do you mind marking the burned car as well?
Man, this car's not
Doing
doing
it,
too hot
Don.
today.
It's like in the way of the shop's entrance.
Yeah, you want to you want to tow it? Well, I can mark it up for you.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Hey, officer.
Hi, how are you?
We have a wild Uncle Jimmy on the loose. The guy with the sledgehammer?
Uh-huh.
You wait until he goes.
What are you gonna do?
Hey John, you want a second arm in the cast?
Nah, lad.
It's just so awkward to put the... So awkward.
Stop hiding behind him, mate.
Matt, tell him to stop.
Oi lad, stop or just, or I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get angry or something. Nah, don't lad. Then the EMS have to keep coming lad, it's full noise for them.
I'm happy to tell them that you just hit me with a sledgehammer.
I've been hit! Officer, she got full knocked out by a sledgehammer.
I just hit my girlfriend.
No, officer.
Arrest him, lad. Arrest him. Assault, lad. Assault.
Evidence. You do have the right to phone call the contention
That's
charge.
not full right.
I called on a motorcycle with another dude. So I pumped her in the head.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that's illegal.
You okay, honey?
I'm alive.
Ma'am, do you want to press charges on him? Yes or no?
She does.
No,
Oh, it's not up to you.
It's fine, it's fine.
Wait, wait, I want to press charges on him.
Lad, can I press
Princess,
charges?
hop in the
He hit my
princess
headphones
mobile.
off.
Princess reveal.
You're lucky he got back up. Oh, I'm
Do
free.
I need to change my answer?
It's too late now, he's gone.
Princess.
This is literally my dream car.
Whoa.
He'll take you for a patch up, princess.
Where did
What
my
happened?
helmet go?
I have no idea. It's on.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, that guy got
Where's
shot down.
John?
Oh my god, Bunky Man.
Where's John and Luna, lad?
He took my hammer and
What do
ran.
they owe?
Guy is the president
Yeah,
of the best
good. Now you can stop killing me.
Officer, I think duty calls go that way.
Hey, women, listen, this guy is the
Oh,
president
sorry.
to the biggest motorcycle
President?
club. He's the president to the biggest
Whoa.
motorcycle club in the city.
Oh no!
What's it called?
I don't know.
What's it called?
Hey, that's not a woman, by the way.
Yeah, Psycho 40. I think it's a brother and Shaker like combined. Like a hybrid.
Aqua, I think you should go home with
Yeah.
these boys. They look like top blokes now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for real. Go home
All
with
they
them,
need is a
lad.
motorcycle.
Why don't you get in? Shut
They need a
up.
motorbike, and that's it.
Fuck this, vato.
Are there Pokeballs? Ooh! There's a Pokeball! Okay. Whatever. Oh. I don't know how much I can put out them. I don't know if they're permanent, but in case, you know. Oh, yeah, one. What? You just get one. Can I get 10? No? Ah, hell no. Grab it. It's cool. More than that. Why can we only grab one? I'll get 100. I don't even weigh anything. Just get 100. I'm not gonna stay there forever. Can you hold it? Oh, that's so cool. will put it in my food.
Don't even own a gun now.
Yeah, you're too poor. Look at that ugly ass haircut.
Huh?
She's still up? How?
They aren't your boys, Jimmy.
Yeah, they are, but...
No, they're not.
You already stun her
Don't
again.
there, lad. Good shooting before, lad.
No, that's second.
I think maybe one more stun will...
Oh,
under
they're the
the boys
kebab
up in there.
variant, lad. That's hectic.
They moved the pawn shop.
I gotta get a pic of that.
Jimmy got one tap left.
Oh, you got full knocked out, dickhead.
Jimmy got
You went to
one,
a get up,
man.
dickhead. Bro, they punched me, bro. Do something.
Fuck, she's full got something.
Hey, cuties.
Don't what's that?
She's hiding.
Hey.
Look at her.
They're not.
Move out of the way, dickheads.
I lived the whole life.
Bro, why are you doing
Oh,
that to MJ?
No,
He's
he'll
getting
see,
all the
he'll see
women,
once I get
lad.
up. Once I get up, he'll see.
Yeah.
Don't worry, MJ. Full got one, swear.
He'll see.
Pull out the RPG, lad.
Get on your knees right now. Get.
Oh,
No, you just did that.
Nah. Where's Jimesy? He'll see.
Boy,
He'll see.
Taser beats gun, lad. Every time.
He'll see.
Oh, fuck, who's that, lad?
Why would you do that?
Wasn't me, swear. Fuck, I'm a full criminal. Arrest me, swear.
Why would you
Bro,
Oh,
the fuck you trying to stab,
swear.
boy?
I didn't try to stab
How do
anyone,
you have that on your
lad.
hair?
He tried to stab you. Do it. Do something.
Bro, the fuck you trying to stab
How'd you
me
get away
before,
with that?
guys?
No one can.
Oops, enforce
Oh,
him.
now
Let's
you're
enforce him.
fire.
Just means I'm a tough guy.
Because you're stabbing people, bro.
I
You're
think
weird.
everyone I see hates me.
You're the weird
My
kind.
one answer.
Watch your mouth.
Do you even know who that is?
Bro, just end him, bro.
Yeah.
He was 100%.
Shut up.
I know him. He was definitely aiming for you.
What?
Lad, I don't like this position.
I don't know.
Ah.
I could get you
He
off
does
because
some
I'm
visualizations
totally
of his
knocked
mum business.
Don't
out.
worry, matey. Now you're like the 10th person to touch
That's
you.
whatever happens in his relationship isn't my
Shut
business.
up, you're not funny.
Just
Like
not
a
on a
parrot, lad, on her
motorbike.
shoulder.
That was never a thing.
Mean witty fool short.
Not really.
No, you
She kind of
didn't.
just kicks back with him. I think she's in her own game. Yeah. Who's this?
What's that? Oh,
Is it not Yanni's?
John, bro, don't,
Doing there.
don't make me tell them what you said about them.
What do I say then, lad?
You said they're full ugly, bro. Don't say that again about them.
Swear that was your head, lad.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh,
Sit down, boy.
no, you're just lying.
Are you guys down?
Yes, because of you.
Then don't talk.
Don't go hitting people with a sledgehammer.
I hit you with my fist, actually.
Ooh, leave us alone.
Let go of Maddie, bro.
No, you're just gonna keep hitting him.
I hit you.
Well, you need to like stop damning people.
I'm gonna burn
Yes. What were you saying?
Tell your friend to stop.
I don't know that guy, but he's a pretty sick cunt.
Yeah, well, we're leaving.
Guys, wake up.
Excuse me.
Yeah, hi.
Can I please get a repair?
Yeah, no worries. Oh, I thought that was a person back then. This guy?
Ah, yes. Yes, please.
Car repair.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Let me clean up.
No, thank you. Thank you.
What the fuck? right now.
Pick by the New York Islanders back in 1984. The Islanders are a professional ice hockey team in the United States. But despite Duncan's incredible promise and athleticism, he just couldn't ever get it together, and so he never actually made the New York Islanders big league roster. And so in 1989, Duncan started to realize that maybe his hockey career was coming to an end. But instead of just hanging up his skates in frustration, Duncan decided he would pursue a different type of career that kept him still within the hockey world. He would become a coach. And so, in 1989, Duncan had agreed to coach this small-time professional hockey team in Scotland. And for Duncan, his thought was, you know, I'll go there, I'll learn how to be a good coach, and then down the road, I'll maybe have the opportunity to coach much more prominent and prestigious teams. But before moving to Scotland and beginning this new career, Duncan decided what he really needed right now was just to take a break, because for basically his whole life, Duncan had been playing hockey around the clock, practically 7 days a week. You don't get to become a first-round draft pick unless hockey is your life. And so Duncan thought, you know what? Before I begin
bro, you can't mod,
this
can
huge
ya?
life
I
transition,
mean, you can't.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
just
love.
kick
You can,
back and relax.
but you
and
can't.
go
Oh no, I think MJ's around, maybe?
MJ?
Let me check.
Wait, MJ, you on radio? MJ, you on radio?
Yeah, she said 1 sec.
Okay, thank you for that.
Where's-
Busy night or what?
Yeah, for a grave hour? Mm-hmm.
Grave hour? Not bad.
I mean, what time is it for you?
5:30.
In the morning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
call it
horn
grave
change.
hour.
Caught the grave one.
Oh, he got that plate.
Clean, eh?
I was, you know, I actually had it on a car that I was like going through 8 letters, and I was
Yeah.
kind of thinking not to get it because of, you know.
People have ERP in that. It's like the same thing. Like I'll just do it on. MJ, the high pitch one. It's like, just a horn, just a horn.
You just wouldn't have a patient hiding around here, would you?
I didn't see any.
It's like a high pitch, like piano key.
They're apparently right here.
It was, no. They not like.
If someone puts them in a trunk, we don't get to see it till they come out of the trunk, so it's probably that.
Really? I thought you
Yeah.
guys have like those trackers that are moving with them.
It does update, but if they're in a trunk, it doesn't update for about 60 seconds.
Ah, did they change it?
Alright, thank you.
Highest. Is that it?
Ugh.
Yeah, get that.
That goes all the way in my eardrum.
Yeah. Clean. How much is it? It's not that pricey, is it? You haven't invoiced chat.
Hey Zaklar, what is
No,
up?
it's on the. I don't know. It hasn't shown up yet. Fucking hell, you need demotion right now. Oh, it's this bloke that's doing that.
Supper.
Where the Esha is.
Fuck, man, he got knocked, so he's at the hospital.
It's at the hospital. Fuck, doesn't he pick up or what?
Nah, all those ugly chicks
The
took him.
EMS was here.
Oh, true.
Hey, that was for me. That was for me.
I got it through, yeah, cheers.
Depressed MJ.
Take care, everyone.
You're in your uniform, bah.
See you, Raven.
Hi.
Bye, Jimmy.
See ya.
Wow, that's a sick whip.
Okay.
The repair, please.
And of course, in the whip, there's fucking Pitbull. We shay.
Pitbull? Who the fuck are you calling Pitbull, cunt?
That's you, bro.
No,
How are you not Pitbull?
I'm Andrew Tate.
He has hair.
Does he? Doesn't look like he does. Don't know what you're on about, bud.
And he has a Bugatti, bro. What is
What'd
this?
you do?
Nagasaki Outlaw, bro.
I think it's sick, but it's not Andrew Tate's car.
No, this is not
car's
mine.
legit outside. Andrew, go get it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's the color of your Bugatti.
Yeah, it's gold. So if this isn't gold coming in, then he's a fraud. But this car is better than a Bugatti. Fuck. Oh.
Yeah, this is my car.
Paint it gold.
Has to be gold, bro.
The mod Vic?
No.
I'm a mod. Give me the
I
uniform.
can try to get one down though.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine,
if you
fine.
can, that'd be good.
Oh,
It's fine. It's fine. I understand the Andrew Tate. You don't need to prove it, bro.
Kidding me, bro? You're
It's
acting like
fine,
you're
bro.
calling me like a brokey or something, bro. I'll fucking make it gold if I fucking want, cunt.
I'm just making. I don't want you to waste your time just to make it gold.
Waste my time, but you already waste my time calling me fucking pitbull, cunt.
Well,
Stream
you
for
look
the
more
first
people than
time?
Andrew Tate.
Nice.
Well, now
I
you
was
just fucked me
fixing
over,
up my
haven't you?
I reckon
stream
you and
over,
Andrew
like,
Tate need to have a punch
all
on.
day
No, I just spent
yesterday.
6,000. Now I'm gonna spend 6,000 fucking dollars on
Like,
getting a
I
new fucking
started
color
it
change. 'cause
No,
it's
you
too
don't.
fast.
And then
You
I
don't.
How do you feel about
finished
yourself,
it
cunt?
You don't need to get a
like,
color change, bro.
So, like, it was
Yeah,
a
I
whole
do.
day.
I know you're Andrew
Just now you
Tate.
just fucking tested me, cunt.
So
Gotta
you
fuck
pushed him
around
to his
and fire
limit.
out.
Pushed him.
I'm sorry,
Now he's gonna
Andrew.
waste money.
Now I'm gonna waste money because of your stupid ass.
Andrew, you don't
Everyone
have to do it.
Call MJ.
Oh, it's you. MJ would want a mod.
Oh
Yeah, MJ's like busy apparently.
No, she went to a house to get gangbanged. I heard.
Oh,
What the
Don't
fuck?
say
so
that,
she's
bloke.
busy.
Yeah, busy. Andrew Tate, you going to that party?
Hell nah. Too rich.
Yeah, that's a boy. We need some music in this store, for real.
Yeah, she has to get some like iCloud tunes. Yeah, like.
Okay.
Yeah, man, yeah, it's not
Waiting
bro.
for you.
No, do it on
Just
the
say some
Vina
cunt
Vina.
tested me.
Do it on the Vina Vina.
I don't have a phone. Do you have one I can borrow?
Isn't that MJ right there? It is.
Take mine, take mine.
Yeah, and
Oh, she dropped it. So good.
we're gonna make my Bugatti fake Bugatti. No,
Paint-
that's
paint
that's
the
not a
Bugatti.
Bugatti. Silly. It's mine. Like I try find like a copper or like a rose gold or something.
Mate, you did not have to do this.
Like a rose color?
I'd say it being utility. Probably where you
What's up?
I don't know. What about color changes?
Oh, sorry.
Where was it last?
Oh.
I think you're close, honestly.
Is there a bison color? A bison. That one?
Bicycle?
No, bison.
Bison. Oh, like the
The
freaking
bison
Japanese
and then
colour.
maybe a pearl of pink if you're going for like a rosy type.
Oh yeah, I saw that on the van. Yeah. Pink.
The bicycle. Look for the bicycle.
You okay?
Yes, please.
That's like kind of cool. Try like gold and then like. What's that gold color? Is this gold?
It does look like dog shit. What is that?
Like, bro, it's not gold. That's poo.
Oh,
Poo, man.
Just make
make it pink.
Honestly, pink is better anyway.
Yeah, go pink. Just go pink.
Yeah, what does pink look like?
I've got a pink car. It's full fucking. It's a good color, honestly. Oh, that's in.
Go hot pink.
Yeah, get that shit. What's the one before? Oh, no,
No, it's not bright enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and put like red as the secondary and see how that
That's gonna look shit, I reckon.
Yeah, bro. I don't know.
You need anything else?
Nah, bro. Wait!
Nah, bro. You're tripping, bro.
Go full
Maybe a
pink.
white, really?
Yeah, maybe actually, yeah, maybe a white.
Oh, yeah, try a white.
Even the black didn't look bad.
The black didn't look too bad, but... Yeah, bro, I'm a little Barbie girl, fucking...
Not singing? Yeah, just make it full pink.
Yeah.
Let's go pink wheels too.
Can't you do like an underglow on it?
Yeah, pink underglow, pink wheels.
I'm not fucking Barbie gun. What's this shit?
Change the rims. Those rims are shit.
Wow,
Yeah,
the
go
new
pink
movie
interior.
came
Pink
out, bro.
interior.
Represent.
Oh yeah, make sure to change up the stock rims, please. Fucking these rims are gay as, I noticed that.
Wait.
Wow, you're actually Barbie now.
Oh, no, not the lights. That's a bit extreme. Just
Go
what's
stock
it-
wheels.
Yeah, go stock wheels. I don't think it has an underglow as well. I'm gonna give it an underglow. That is not the stock wheel.
Yes, it is.
What?
Yes, it is.
That is the stock wheel.
Yep.
What the fuck is that?
MJ Silver Spring. Yep.
How long have I been in Spring for?
The whole
Anyways,
time.
Basically the entire night.
That's so sad. Anyways, anything else?
Yeah, it's a stock wheels because it has the logo in.
Yeah, notice that, thanks.
That's full acting, honestly.
Man, I would drive this around.
I'm
Done?
watching with MJ, but I'm not a fucking girl. Like, no offense.
I'm watching Barbie in a few hours. I'm so excited.
It looks
Oh,
Mickey.
Go to sleep then.
I was asleep. I slept and I woke up and now I can't go back to sleep.
Oh yeah, that's right. She wakes up
Fuck.
like 5
Looks good, Andrew. Don't worry.
It's
Bro, what do you mean looks good, Andrew? Don't worry. Like, shut your mouth. This looks
Are you
good.
watching it with MJ?
One of my best friends.
Oh, really?
Touching
Oh.
grass today.
Your boyfriend, he's shy.
I do not have a boyfriend.
Oh. Just,
Oh, I know it. Oh, you got Blacktail.
Yeah, we're going back to town.
Why Blacktail?
Check.
Because the Mandroid timings are crap.
What time,
so I'm just going
Barbie?
back to town.
Fair enough.
Oh, it
Does
is.
Blacktail have the recliners?
Say that again, Jimmy.
I don't want to
Charge
charge
this
him,
bloke for the paint.
No. Oh, Jimmy.
Charge the old bloke.
Oh shit, does Blacktown have recliners?
Yeah,
Charge him.
I don't know actually.
Because if they don't, then I'll cancel that.
Mandro Cinema is better because of the update and everything, but and then I just want to go to the restaurant there as well. Just pay that off, please.
Did you charge me?
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
Let's go, Andrew.
What the fuck? Oh, okay, I'll pay it
Easy.
tomorrow.
Easy.
I'll pay it tomorrow.
You guys are sad. Why would you make me come?
Wait, Steven, what, are we here for repair? What'd you come in for?
No, no, it's okay.
Yeah, it's an employee repair.
You had to prove a point. I done
What's
this.
your
This was
transfer?
it's, bro, it's okay, it's okay.
But it is this cunt's fault, but I'm gonna pay.
It is my fault.
Do you have his number, MJ?
You say I can't afford.
Yeah, I do.
What's his number?
You want me dirty, MJ? You said I can't afford this.
There we go.
Steven, look in the
Like
boot,
right now,
bro,
I
look in the
can't.
boot.
What's in the boot?
But you know.
What is
maybe
that?
today I can.
That'll be some dumb shit.
The last one, Jimmy.
We should have sold it to Tenzi.
Yeah, give it to me. I want it.
395
10 cap
90.
pump.
315
Oh, yeah.
9051.
Lost and say
I'm
that.
transferring.
Wow,
Fuck you,
who
how
is
much
this
it?
beautiful man?
You can't beautiful.
Oh, I don't even care. I'll just.
That'd be reason, eh?
Just saved it. Essay number one.
No?
Essay number one. I'm the only
Oh.
one. Essay.
How dare you? I thought we had something going on. You know what?
An essay behind you. He's a
cunt's
clown.
He's a freak.
Don't find a screenshot, you're moving.
I am talking to you, bro.
Bullshit, I'm
We're
the
busy.
clown, mate.
Yeah.
You're a clown, man. Look
Go
at
to
ya.
the circus, cunt.
That's so dumb.
Wrong, dickhead, dirty
No,
wrong.
no, okay, cunt. When I say gay, it doesn't mean it like that.
I'll
like,
trap you in the
Alright,
fucking thing, you know.
MJ.
Whatever, fuck
Hey,
you.
cuties.
Hey, I just want to say,
good, bro.
have
Steven,
a
let's go,
good
bro. Have a good
night.
dive.
We're
I
gonna go
didn't
out
do
of the
this.
city.
Bye,
I
okay.
did. But look,
Bye,
It was
cuties.
nice
Jonesy, take
finally
Steve.
meeting you
too.
properly.
You too. You
you're
too.
more colourful.
Bye.
Bye, cuties.
Mwah.
Bye, my love. Oh. Oh, why would he just PDM me? Oh. He got crushed in my eyes. What the hell just happened? My eyes are bugging. Bye, cuties. Bye. Bye. What are you doing,
Lad,
Matthew?
I'm full hitting it, lad. It goes hard.
Matthew, bro, you're full shit, cunt.
Matthew.
It goes hard, eh? I'm on the cocaine
MJ,
as
let's
well.
do something,
I'm on
MJ.
everything, lad.
Take us to the house.
MJ, don't take us
Whatever,
anywhere,
yeah.
lad. We don't deserve it.
Yeah, Trini, go hang out with your cool friends. Point out of you. Let's go, Maddie.
I'm going to the gas station. I see coming.
See ya. I'm gonna fly out. See ya, Raven.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Alrighty. Quiet now.
On a huge European vacation, and one of the first stops of this vacation was going to be the Austrian Alps right in front of him. However, he wasn't just going to look at these incredible mountains, he was going to snowboard down them. Or more specifically, he was going to learn how to snowboard on these incredible mountains. And so Duncan finished eating his apple and then chucked the core into the bag, and then he hopped out of his car, shut the door, locked it, and then began walking across the parking lot towards the white gondola station. A gondola is like a ski lift, but much bigger. It's kind of like a small bus with lots of windows, and it's connected to a cable, and that cable, which is elevated off the ground, pulls you up and down mountains. Now, typically, people ride gondolas just for the incredible view of the mountain from up high. But some gondolas are actually in place to take people to specific locations in the mountain. And typically these locations are areas that are not accessible otherwise. You need a gondola to get there. And in Duncan's case, the gondola that he was about to hitch a ride on was of the latter variety. It carried passengers from the station near this parking lot high up into the Austrian Alps, up to about 10,000 feet of elevation, where there was another gondola station called the Eisgrot Mountain Station. And right next to the Eisgrot Mountain Gondola Station was a very unique ski resort called the Stubai Glacier. And overwhelmingly, this ski resort was the reason why people were taking this gondola. This ski resort was unique not only because it was very hard to get to, you basically had to take a gondola or hike up to it, but also because the actual slope that skiers and snowboarders would use at this resort was not just a snowy mountainside like virtually all other ski resorts around the world are. No, instead, the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort was a glacier. And so people were literally skiing and snowboarding on a glacier, hence the name. And a glacier, in simple terms, is just a huge swath of thick, permanently frozen ice. And so, in the warmer months, when other ski resorts around the world were not able to continue operations because there was no snow or it was too warm to make snow, the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort did not have that problem, because in those warmer months, they could just drive their huge snowcat tractors with their big rakes behind them all over the slope, the glacier, and their rakes would basically chop up the top layer of the ice turning it into powder for people to ski on, which allowed them to basically stay open every day of the year. And so Duncan, back down in the parking lot, he walked over to the gondola station, he bought his gondola ticket, and then he hitched a ride on the first gondola that swung through the station. And after a slow but beautiful ride up into the mountains, where all that lush greenery down below in the valley was replaced by jagged snow and ice up in the Alps, Duncan finally saw the Stubai Glacier Ski Resort and the glacier itself right behind it that stretched up to the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, the gondola Duncan was on arrived at the Ysgrot Mountain Gondola Station, and Duncan, along with the others inside of the gondola, hopped off, and then Duncan immediately walked over to the resort and headed into the equipment rental store. And after getting his snowboard and his boots and all the other equipment he would need, he headed right back outside to wait for his instructor to arrive. Duncan had previously purchased a lesson with an instructor at the resort. It was set for 11 a.m. And so Duncan, he's out there at the foot of this glacier, and right at 11, an instructor walks over and introduces himself, and Duncan and the instructor immediately start getting into the basics of snowboarding, you know, how to put your boots into your bindings, how to use the edges of your board. And then for a little while, the instructor and Duncan didn't go up the glacier. Instead, they just kind of worked on some basics on the flat ground right there. And then after the instructor felt like Duncan was ready to go, they both walked over to the tow rope, which is a way to get to the top of the slope. There's a cable that kind of rotates from the top to the bottom of the mountain, and there are all these bars attached to the cable, and skiers and snowboarders grab the bar while standing on their snowboard or their skis, and they literally get pulled up the mountain. And so Duncan and the instructor grabbed onto the tow rope, they made their way to the top of the glacier, and from there they pushed over to the start of the run. And once they were there, the instructor strapped into his snowboard, and then Duncan strapped into his, and then they were off, very slowly making their way, kind of like a falling leaf pattern. Duncan was not just going straight down the mountain, he's a beginner, and so it's very slow, very controlled, and as they went down, you know, the instructor's giving Duncan tips, how to stay more on his edge, how to slow down, how to speed up, and very quickly, the instructor saw that Duncan was so good at balancing, his legs were so strong, likely because he was a professional hockey player. And so the instructor was telling Duncan the whole time they're going down how unbelievably good he was doing for his first lesson. And so finally, after about an hour of very slowly making their way all the way down this glacier, they reached the bottom where they had first been doing some flat ground stuff. And when they got there, it had started to rain. And it was raining bad enough that lots of people on the mountain were abandoning the mountain and running inside of the resort to get out from under the rain. And so the instructor, he looked at his watch and he realized they were almost at 1 p.m., which was the end of their lesson. And he said to Duncan, you know, I don't think we have time to go back up, plus it's raining. Duncan said he didn't care about the rain, but he also understood that, you know, it wasn't ideal conditions. And so they decided that even though there was a few minutes left, they would just cancel the lesson right there, and they would actually just go inside and grab lunch together. And so they made their way out of the rain into the resort, and when they went inside the resort, the instructor noticed that Duncan's sweater, which was underneath his yellow rain jacket, was totally soaked. And so he offered to Duncan, you know, hey, do you want to take your sweater off and I'll hang it up inside my office, and, you know, by the end of the day, it should be dry. And Duncan thought, great, that's fine. So he took off his wet sweater, he gave it to the instructor, and while the instructor was going to his office, Duncan went into the gift shop and he just bought a new sweater for the day. And after that, Duncan had his new sweater on with his rain jacket over it, and then he met the instructor in the cafeteria where they both sat down and had a nice meal. They got to know each other a little bit better. After they were done eating, both of them looked out the window and saw the rain had subsided, but in its place was lots of fog that was rolling in, and so very few people were going back onto the mountain. But the instructor told Duncan that, you know, hey, you did so good today that you should really go back out there on your own this afternoon and practice. Do some runs, go nice and slow, same as I was teaching you, and then tomorrow, when we have our follow-up lesson, we can maybe, you know, get into some more advanced things. Duncan thought that was a great idea. He said he would definitely go out there and practice on his own. And then the two men cleaned up, and the instructor made his way to meet his next client, and Duncan headed right outside, grabbed his snowboard, and began walking towards the tow rope.
Don't
call me like this.
Last week,
Hi, ma'am. Can we get her a paper,
Lung were wandering through Montreal
Thank
when we
you.
turned onto the side street and immediately...
There you go.
She a little bit broken, eh? Bit of crashy for you.
So what happened?
Oh, they
we're
traced
chasing
this.
this muppet.
Yeah, they have a hard time trying to catch me. Hi.
Wait, where did he come from?
From
He
the
doesn't know.
car's anus, bro.
Okay.
Anyway.
Thank you. We're just giving this plane too.
Thank you.
Beautiful, thanks.
Immediately, we both stopped because right there in the middle of the road, laying unclaimed, was a fresh blue whale carcass. Now, Lung and I knew it was only a matter of time before somebody else came along, spotted this incredible treasure, and took it for themselves. And so without any hesitation, me and old Seagull Lung whipped out our portable meat smokers, and we got to work. And 99 hours later, our pockets were filled to the brim with glorious smoked street whale. However, when we tried to feed our smoked street whale to our friends and family at our annual summer barbecue, they took one bite and said, "This is kind of gross. What is this, smoked street whale?" And so, naturally, we were crushed by this, but luckily, we had a backup. HelloFresh. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit. From chef-crafted seasonal recipes to their new Fresh and Fit summer menu, HelloFresh brings flavor right to your doorstep. And don't worry if you're a terrible cook, because HelloFresh's foolproof recipes are super easy to follow and all their ingredients come pre-portioned. And speaking of their amazing ingredients, they travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days for quality you can literally taste. So if you're worried about your Montreal smoked street whale not being a hit at your next summer barbecue, well, save yourself the embarrassment and try HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin50 at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. Again, use code MrBallin50 at checkout for 50% off plus free shipping. Okay, back to the story.
Fair.
The next morning,
Yes, please.
Duncan's snowboard instructor arrived a little bit early to work. And so after getting off the gondola, he made his way over to the resort and he grabbed a cup of coffee in the same cafeteria where he and Duncan had eaten the day before. And then after finishing that coffee, the instructor grabbed his snowboard and the rest of his gear and then headed outside to meet Duncan in the meeting spot they had both agreed on. But when it was time for the lesson to start, Duncan didn't show up. And so the instructor, for a second, thought, was there somewhere else we were going to meet? Did I get the time wrong? But he checked the time and he remembered the conversation he had with Duncan. They were going to meet at the foot of the tow rope and he was right there and Duncan wasn't. And so he thought, okay, maybe Duncan's running late. But he waited and waited and waited and Duncan never showed up. The instructor was bummed because he and Duncan really had kind of become friends the day before, and he was looking forward to teaching Duncan some more today, but the instructor knew it was pretty common for tourists to cancel their follow-up snowboard or ski lessons. It's like they show up for that first day, they get really into it, they plan on going the next day, but then other distractions in their vacation pull them elsewhere, and they no-show for the lesson. And so the instructor didn't take it personally. He just assumed that, Duncan had found something else to do that was more fun. But the instructor knew he would see Duncan again because Duncan's sweater was still sitting in the instructor's office. 1 week later, Duncan's parents, who were back home in Saskatoon, Canada, got a very unexpected phone call from the Dundee Tigers hockey team, which was the professional hockey team in Scotland that Duncan was going to go coach after this big European vacation. The team rep for this hockey team asked the parents if they knew where their son was because he had not shown up for his first day of work. And Duncan's parents, they immediately were like, that doesn't make any sense. He was so excited about this job. This is a really big deal for him. He would never miss the first day. And so the parents told the team rep that they would try to get in touch with Duncan, and as soon as they did, they'd be in touch with the team, and the team rep said they would do the exact same thing for the parents. However, after this call, the parents quickly realized that trying to get in touch with their son was going to be nearly impossible. They knew Duncan had gone on this big European vacation, but they didn't have his itinerary. They didn't know what countries he was going to, in what order. They really only knew that he was really excited and he was just going to be on vacation. That was kind of it. And remember, this is 1989. They can't just call Duncan. There weren't cell phones. They didn't have...
I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe she said that she's gonna pay for it.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
What's your name? Do
Raven.
you have any cousins, Raven? Your voice sounds familiar.
I have a lot of family members, actually.
Yeah. Any of them work at Val?
Well, we do have different occupations to every business that we associate with as the core of us.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, your voice sounds really familiar, and I was like, this person sounds hella familiar.
Yeah, well, it's 3 sisters and a couple
Yeah.
cousins on the side.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
There you go.
Cheers.
Alright.
I'm just gonna head up close shop.
Of the easy modern ways that we all communicate instantly. And so the parents are like, who do we even call? Where do we go?
Oh,
What do we
shit, I
do?
almost dropped my
and so
phone.
ultimately, even though this
Yikes.
felt kind of dramatic at the time, the parents decided to file a missing person report with Interpol, which is an organization that connects police across international lines. However, the parents quickly learned that this missing person report was not going to become a high priority item for any police anywhere in Europe, because their son was 23, he's healthy, he's strong, he's smart, he's of sound mind, and really all that had happened was Duncan had missed a single day of work on the back end of a huge vacation. So there's lots of reasons why that could have happened. Maybe he extended his vacation. Yeah, it's not professional, but it's totally possible. Or maybe he doesn't want to take the job after all. Or maybe he's just running late. I mean, there's a lot of very logical explanations for why Duncan didn't show up. And so, in short, the parents were told that if you want to find your son right now and not just wait for him to reappear, well, you better go looking yourself. And without hesitation, that's exactly what Duncan's parents did. They packed up a couple of suitcases and they headed to Europe to go find their son. Because to them, it felt like something was wrong here and there was no time to waste. But again, the parents have no idea where their son would have gone in Europe. And so they don't really have a good starting point. They don't know who to talk to. But they just began chasing down every single seemingly insignificant lead they came across. And as they traveled all over Europe, they hung up thousands and thousands of flyers that showed their son's face, said he was missing, and here's a number to call if you know where he is. But despite these efforts, the parents really got nowhere. That is, until about a month into their search, when still they have not found Duncan, they have no idea where he is, they've chased down all these leads, they've all dead-ended. And at this time, the parents convinced several news outlets around Europe to air a segment on their news about Duncan. And one of those missing person segments aired in Austria. And the news anchor in Austria, when they were doing the segment, they described the car that Duncan was almost definitely driving when he went missing. It was that little red car. The parents had discovered in chasing down their leads that their son had borrowed the little red car from a childhood friend who used to play hockey with him, and the friend had told the parents that he had lent it to Duncan, and Duncan had told him he would have it for a week and then return it. But Duncan had never returned the car. And so the anchor in Austria does this segment about how Duncan is missing, and if you have information, come forward. They describe the little red car, and sure enough, not long after this segment aired in Austria, somebody found Duncan's car. It was still sitting in that parking lot right near the Stubai Glacier gondola. Immediately, when Duncan's parents heard about this, they flew to Austria and they met with police who brought them out to look at their son's car. They hadn't moved it. It was still just sitting where he had left it. And then also police showed the parents what they had found inside of the car, which included Duncan's passport, a letter to his girlfriend, where he talked about how excited he was to go to Scotland, and also a bag of rotten fruit. The police also told the parents that now, with the discovery of this vehicle, they were going to really lean into this missing person case to try to find their son, and that the next day they were going to launch this huge search of the area near where his car was to hopefully find Duncan. And so the parents, who were now cautiously optimistic that they might get some answers, they left the police and they went to a local hotel to rest up before the next day when they would be up early and join this huge search party. But when they got to that local hotel, they did what they always did everywhere they went in Europe. They began handing out all these missing person flyers with Duncan's face on them to everybody they saw in the lobby. They began hanging them up all over the hotel. And sure enough, just by completely random chance, they handed one of these flyers to Duncan's snowboard instructor. They handed it to him, he looked at it, and he did a double take, and he was like, I know him. And he explained how he taught Duncan how to snowboard, and then Duncan didn't show up the next day, and he just figured, okay, he blew it off to go do something else, but he'd come back for his sweater, but he never came back for his sweater, and he never heard from Duncan again. And so the parents, they have been searching all of Europe for a month, and they haven't talked to anybody who knew Duncan. They've gotten nowhere, and now they've just randomly stumbled on probably the last person to see Duncan before he went missing. And so they kept asking the instructor, give us more information. What was his attitude like? Was he stressed out? Was he scared? Was he worried about something? Where did he go? Give us anything. But the instructor really didn't have that much more information to offer. And so he tried to answer all their questions, but really just finally said, look, I'm sorry. All I know is after we ate lunch together on the 9th, Duncan said he was going to go out and do some practice runs, but I never actually saw him go up. I didn't see him come down. I just assumed he went up there and was kind of on his own for the day. And then, of course, the next day, I didn't see him, and he never came back. And so I'm sorry. That's all I know. And so the parents finally said, thank you so much for the information. Please get in touch with us if you remember anything. And the instructor said he would. And then after that, the parents made their way to their room, and they went to bed. The next morning, the parents got up early and they headed to that parking lot where Duncan's car was. And there were all these people, police officers and volunteers that were there to be a part of this big search party. And so after the parents explained to the leaders of the search party what the instructor had told them, that very likely their son had been up at the Stubai Glacier ski resort when he went missing, the entire search party quickly hopped on gondolas and made their way up there. And all day, this search party combed this glacier up and down. They walked all around to the backside of this mountain. They rappelled down cliffs and they hiked all over this entire segment of the mountain, but nobody found anything that gave away where Duncan had gone. And the next day, it was the same story. Huge search party looking everywhere, expanding the search, not just Stubai Glacier, but basically all over this entire swath of mountain range. But still, they found nothing. And so, at the end of this second day, the authorities went up to Duncan's parents and they told them that, unfortunately, we can't continue this search. We're calling it off. But Duncan's parents, they didn't call off the search. They continued searching for another 14 years. And over that time frame, they went back to Stubai Glacier over and over and over again. They searched it up and down. They knew all the staff members. They knew all the nooks and crannies of the entire place, but they never found any sign of their son. Fast forward to July of 2003, so 14 years after Duncan had gone missing. And a Stubai Glacier ski resort employee was riding the tow rope towards the top of the mountain when they noticed there was a bright yellow piece of trash right in the middle of the slope. And so the employee rode the tow rope just a little bit higher, and then he let go and skied down to this yellow thing. He reached down and he began pulling on this piece of yellow, and suddenly he stopped. And absolutely horrified, he realized this was not trash. While no one knows for sure what happened to Duncan, here is the leading theory that Duncan's family and authorities, for the most part, agree on.
Yes,
Back
please.
on
Thank
August 9th, 1989, after having lunch with his snowboard instructor, Duncan was feeling motivated to go back out and take some practice runs. And so he headed outside, he looked up at the glacier, there's all this fog rolling in, but it's not raining, and so nobody's on the slope, and so it's perfect for a beginner. He's gonna have this place to himself. And so he grabs his board, he makes his way over to the tow rope, he straps in, he grabs onto a bar, and he makes his way to the top. Once he gets off, he makes his way over to the start of the run, he puts his other foot into his binding, he makes sure he's all set, and then he stood up and began slowly kind of waffling his way down the completely vacant and very foggy slope. And as he was going along, he got more and more confident and began going a little bit faster and a little bit faster until finally he was basically just bombing it down the mountain, relying on his natural balance and strength to kind of keep him up. And then all of a sudden, he caught an edge and
Did it
flipped
clean?
forward and smashed
Nah,
into
all
the
good,
ground.
thank you.
And when he did, he
Yeah,
broke his leg. The unique danger to
You too.
humans when it comes to glaciers is something called a crevasse. Basically, cracks form in the ice, and sometimes these cracks can be massive, like mind-bogglingly massive, hundreds and hundreds of feet, that if you fall into this thing, you're done. No one's getting you out of there. You are falling either to your death, or you're falling so far down that no one can get to you. Or, like in the case of Stubai Glacier Ski Resort, they had the issue of little crevasses forming kind of all over the place. Especially if it rained, the rain would begin to crack the ice, or if maybe it was warmer than usual, the ice would crack here and there. And so the resort was really good about constantly patrolling their slope to make sure no crevasses had formed anywhere on the slope. And so when you got to Stubai Glacier Ski Resort, you were warned that there is such a thing as a crevasse. This is a real glacier, so make sure you're looking around and don't fall into one. Well, because it had rained,
That's
a crevasse
scary.
had formed, a small one,
That
like
is
a pothole,
scary.
in the slope. But because it was so foggy because of the rain, as Duncan was bombing down, he didn't see it, and that's what he caught his edge on, causing him to fall and break his leg. And so
Oh my
Duncan, he's
God.
now stranded in the middle of the slope. He's not close enough to the bottom to where he could pull himself into the resort. He's not close enough to the top where he could get himself up there and talk to the tow lift operator. And so he's just kind of stranded. There's nobody on the mountain. It's so foggy, nobody can see him from the resort. And so he's just stuck in agonizing pain, wondering what he's supposed to do. At the same time this was happening, another ski resort employee was climbing into one of those big snowcat tractors at the top of the glacier. These tractors were what the resort used to chop the top layer of ice and turn it into snow. And because it had rained that day, a lot of the snow had melted, and so this employee needed to basically go over the entire slope from top to bottom and grind up the ice and make some new snow. And so the employee hopped in the cab of this tractor, shut the door, turned on the engine, turned on the back rake, which in your head, picture a long stretch of metal dragging behind this tractor that had rotating blades that cut into the snow as it moved along. And so this employee, after turning on the rake and making sure everything worked, they drove the snowcat and the rake onto the start of the downward slope, and they began crisscrossing back and forth across the entire slope, turning it all into fresh snow. And as this employee drove, they were very careful not to go too quick because they knew they couldn't see very far with all of the fog. And so they're going like 1 or 2 miles an hour, being very cautious. And then suddenly, at the last second, they see something in the snow. It kind of appeared out of the fog. And so the employees swerved as fast as they could to avoid hitting it. And they did narrowly miss it. Their big tank-like treads that are on these tractors just missed running this thing over. However, the back rake with the rotating blades did not miss this object. It went right over it. The employee immediately parked the snowcat and then leapt outside and ran over to see what this thing was. And when they got there, they could not believe what they saw. It was Duncan, and all those rotating blades that had crossed over him had basically mutilated him. One of his arms had been cut off, one of his legs was nearly cut off, but it's believed Duncan was actually not dead. The injuries were horrible, but they would not necessarily have killed him outright. He would bleed to death without help, but in theory, he could have been saved. But the employee, even though this was a total accident, totally panicked and decided that because it was so foggy, no one must have seen this. No one was around, and so no one would know that they were the ones who ran this guy over. And so, instead of helping Duncan, they just tied him up and dragged him behind the snowcat off of the glacier over to this area where this employee knew there was a very deep crevasse.
So do they know who
And
the
they
employee
chucked
was?
Duncan, who might have been alive at this point, into the crevasse along with his arm and his severed leg, and then the employee used the snowcat tractor to rake over the crevasse. They filled it all in and packed it down, and then they drove down the rest of the way and just hoped no one would ever know. But over the course of the next 14 years, the glacier would melt more and more each year until finally Duncan's yellow jacket popped through the ice. And that's what the resort employees saw as they were going up the tow lift and thought it was trash. It was actually Duncan's jacket. They skied over, they tried to pull it out of the snow, only to then see, literally in the ice, Duncan McPherson looking right back up at them. And Duncan still looked like he was 23 years old because he had been frozen this entire time. According to the Stew by Glacier ski resort, Duncan must have just fallen into this crevasse and died. That's what they say happened, and some authorities say that is what happened. But when they pulled Duncan out of the ice and they found his body had been chopped apart and his snowboard had even been chopped apart, that told a very different story. As for the snowcat driver who drove over Duncan, they were never actually officially identified or charged with any crime because there was a statute of limitations that had run out by 2003. And so no one has ever been held accountable for Duncan's death.
That's sad. Bullshit.
So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we literally have hundreds more stories just like this one, but many of them are only available on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin.
Nine-year-old? What? Need repair?
Yes, please.
What's up, puppy?
I lost my dang window. Oh, not much. I've just been organizing all my stuff.
Yeah, I need to do that too, but I need to process a lot of shit too.
Oh, like a lot of leather.
Everything. Leather, keychains, necklaces, shells, everything.
Yeah, I just did my shows a couple days ago. Made
I
like
got
240K off of it. Oh my god. 1500. Those are the white ones?
I got
or all
1500
together?
scallops, and then I got over 2,000 of the white ones, and almost 1,000 of
Damn.
the rainbow ones. So.
Damn.
All right, now
The
I'm
rainbow
doing
ones,
my
that's like
500
one-
keychain rabbit.
It's like 1.4 million for those rainbow ones.
Mm.
Dang, yeah, you need. What do you need? Like.
Actually, with 1,000 of the rainbow ones, it's 1.8.
You're gonna need like, I think 200 leather, is it?
I got over that. Yeah, I got all of that.
Ooh.
But yeah.
That is a lot.
So how do you like my overlay?
Let me look.
You were just there.
Wait, when? That was a while ago.
Oh.
No, lucky for me, I parked Flywheel's tow truck right outside.
Uh.
Joking, I'm joking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how did you drive 2 cars? No comment on my new overlay? What?
No, give me a second. Give me a second.
Whoa, you were just there.
That was like an hour ago.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, it's nice. What are you gonna do at with the bottom part there?
Oh, that's for the chat. It pops up and it fills most of it.
Oh, on the bottom. Oh, okay.
I mean, if you chat in it, you'll see. What type of high is that? Are you high?
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, do a regular high.
Wait, that is a regular. Oh, oh, because it'll do the hello.
Hi. That's my voice. I did everything new. You wanna see what happens when there's a follow?
Sure.
It's so cute.
Nice. Yeah, yeah. That's cool. The shooting star.
Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. And I also did changes for sub, resubs, gifted, community. And
Nice, nice.
when people donate 100 bits, it's random clips. A 1,000 bits is something else, basically.
I have like almost 100. I have 100,000 points.
Yo, can you fix this?
Yeah, we could do a repair. I'll go ahead and give you the repair fees. Yeah. If you'd stop walking away so I could give you your invoice, sir.
Oh yeah, how much is that?
It's 500, I believe.
Can I transfer you?
Huh?
Can I bank transfer?
It'll be through your mobile device.
Oh yeah, perfect.
Service FDG invoices.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah, did you grab that?
Yeah, did you get it?
Yep. Moment. Oh man.
How much is it for 20% armor?
It's 12,000.
You want to throw that on for him? I'll pay for it.
Why on the Glendale?
Say so.
Oh, I mean,
You should get a better
just until-
car. Don't waste your money on the Glendale.
Hey, it's my only car.
I know, but that's why you'd be able to use the boot as a temporary and work your way up. And then probably get like a Rumbo Trail your next car, or the Evo 9 if you want more of a sporty looking.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
But by the way, Bobby, I am not a mud mix, so I can't do that anyways.
Jeez.
And it's all good?
Well, good.
Alright, thank you.
How hard is it to get mod mech here?
I mean, I requested to start from the bottom, so it would be a monthly thing.
Oh, okay. There's people that are higher ranked than me that only been here for like a month, less than a month.
Hmm.
They're already master mechs, and I'm sitting here at a senior mech.
Did you get the Pokeballs from ammunition?
Oh yeah.
I got 100.
Oh nice. I think they're reusable. So you just have to have one and you can keep reusing it.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's for my collection, in case they take it out.
Yeah, or changes somehow, yeah. No, there's another one coming up, I think it's Wednesday or Thursday.
So how does it work? Like, how do you see a Pokemon actual? Like, actual?
Yeah. They did it, there was like a pop-up event. I want to say not yesterday or the day
Like,
before.
how does it work, though? Like,
They're running around Pokemon, and you try to hit them with the Pokeball. And I think the last person that hits them gets them or something. Does that make sense? I'm not sure.
okay.
Because I think it does damage to them, the Pokeball.
Mm.
There was like a Mewtwo, there's Charizard, Charmander. My brother said at the power plant there is a Pikachu. What was it, the Meow thing? Whatever that one's called. That was there. The one with, I think there was an Eevee. And then like one of the ones that Eevee morphs into that has like the bunch of tails. I forget what that one's called.
Ninetales?
Maybe that, yeah. There's a few in there, they're running around. Charizard was like jumping and flying through the air. Dude, there had to have been like 50, if not more, people chasing that Charizard. Like the main pier, it was like, just imagine the whole pier full of cars.
Mm.
It's a lot of fun. They actually did like 3 pop-up events that night.
Nice.
Yeah, it's on Wednesday. Wednesday at 3 a.m.
Saganaki is so fucking good.
Bro, how good
Suck off
Saganaki?
some Saganaki. Hello.
Hello.
You okay?
How you doing? Yes, please.
Please.
Thank you.
Disconnect that battery. Pull out that spark plug.
Yeah, can you make sure the 710 cap's really tight, please?
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah,
it keeps
if you
just
could
slipping off.
kindly tighten that 17 cap.
Has it been quiet or has it been wild out there?
Wild.
Yeah.
You on
a bit of
wild.
both. It's been explosive.
Like free
we'll say
range
that.
wild.
I mean, our car's pretty fucked up.
Hey, your name tag is Rainbow.
Isn't it cute? She's
Yeah.
having a
It is
nap.
so cute.
Yeah, but she's very cute, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, you stay safe. If you see any crime, call 000.
You have a good one.
Bye.
Trying to look at the name tag.
Yeah. They took off already. Well, I saw the rainbow. Crime. If only they weren't 4 up, I'd go slash their tires.
Oh my
I have to go get my motorcycle though. I mean, really, they haven't done anything to me though, so I can't. I have a couple though that they're getting the tire. Every time I see them, getting the tire.
So, any plans, or you just stay here?
I'm thinking of what to do. Might go push if there's enough cops. If they're 4 up and no, they might be the only 4. Alright, see ya.
Bye. Okay. I wanna try this game. Just a moment.
Run, bitch! Run!
Hey, Kevin. What is up? Are we? Yeah. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. But hey, I did a whole new revamp on my stream layout. It's been 4 years in the making. Finally a new one. Yeah? Well, look. So, I need to get used to doing the, you know, starting soon overlay, the be right back overlay. And I even got new transitions. As well as new badges. I got new badges as well. As you can see, you have your own. What's sticky note? For what? Oh, yeah. Someone. Repair?
Yeah, I'll just rip it, please.
And look, new chat widget. It's cute. I love it.
Appreciate it.
And new emojis. Repair.
Yes, please, darling.
Oh shit. That was my phone.
Could we grab a clean as well? Oh, our patient saw the light.
Just flash that pad one more time.
I gotcha.
But hey, do you like my new emojis? Like, I got new emojis as well.
Do you guys sell spray cans?
Spray cans.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
What?
Interesting. Would you all snitch on me if I bought one?
I didn't say anything. I'm actually just gonna go outside and get some fresh air, so I'll be back.
Can I buy one, please? Oh, I forgot about the invoicing thing. Sheesh! That's half my wages.
I'm blind.
Where did I get it? It's... Here we go.
Thank you, man.
No worries.
You didn't see anything. Don't worry. It's gonna be used for legal reasons, I promise.
But yeah, I have a lot of emojis now. So much that that I filled all the slots and still had more. Other than that, as you can see, you have your 3-month sub badge. I see. Kevin, are you still there? Yep. So when I'm starting, when I do the start, like starting soon, this is how it looks. See the transition, my guy. It's so cute. Here you can still do the chats. You can still do the alerts. Like if someone were to like follow, it's the same as. Then when you like chat, it still shows on the bottom. No. Also if you were to do like shout out for like, for example, Pure Referee, he's like the easiest person I can think of. It'll still show here as well.
Oh no, he's in a full dead end block there. Out of the vehicle, sir.
Yes, mate.
Holy moly!
Oh no, he's not resisting.
I think he's resisting, boys.
I'm resisting, I'm resisting.
Get him!
I'm resisting.
Yes,
We got him, we got him.
We all heard him. He said he's resisting. Quick.
Tactic 5 plus 1's gonna
Start
be
punching or something.
latest branching weapon.
Get him!
Oh.
He's actually resisting.
Oh,
he's got the whole police force on his back.
Get back here, sir.
Get him, quick.
Why is it
Why
not
you-
working on him?
Scumbag!
Why are you spraying him with silly
Try
string?
spray me. Try spray
His
me.
mask is working.
Yeah, it works. It works. Take off your mask.
It's because he's got a mask on.
Take off
It's
your
not
mask.
covering his eyes.
Oh my god. Oh my
The
god.
canines on him.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kevin used to hear. I think my chat had to restart or something. Wait, what happened? Oh, I don't know. What did you miss? All I did yesterday, I didn't even stream. I was literally revamping my whole stream. And also, if someone were... Oh, it was? Oh, I don't know. But also, if... Yeah, I don't know. also, if someone were to like donate 100 bits, it shows a random clip. It will be all random clips.
Oh shit!
Remember that? Yeah, I did get yeeted. So I have like random clips also showing for every 100 bits donated, and also yeah, choose a random clip. 1,000 bits shows at least 4 random music type of animated videos. And I also got for resubs as well.
Thanks for the sub.
Yeah, I got like a lot. Oh, and so yeah, if I go back to I also have the break. So, be right back. Same thing. You do all the stuff there. And then the ending. It's all simple, it's clean. I like it. There. I think the only thing I really need to work on is channel points. Yeah, I do. Oh shit. I also have a new animation for seatbelt. If someone were to say seatbelt, it should pop up. Oh, I don't have any more coins. I can't use it. Dude, do seatbelt.
Hello, we're back again.
Hello, Madam Hayes.
Welcome back.
Just ignore him. He's a bit incoherent.
I'm fine.
He's had a bit to drink.
Oh, pardon, you're back in the car.
Picked him up before I picked you up.
In the car.
What?
Mm-hmm. Trying to come on, mate.
He's a station sergeant. I'm a senior sergeant.
Yeah, but he's got bigger guns than you do.
Are you higher?
AFK, mate.
I'm home.
How's it work?
I don't make the rules.
I don't make the rules. I
Thanks,
just work
ma'am.
here.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye. so yeah, it's kind of new. And then, of course, I got the camera on the same area as well. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, same area as where I usually put it. Let's see. I do want to try something. There's a game that I've been wanting to play, but I don't want to play it on PC because I want to do FDG and do my quota, you know? And then play this grindy ass pixelated Japanese RPG. That is a memory of childhood, basically. But yeah, it's that all. You try to set it up though. Oh, oh, hello.
Oh shit.
Repair?
Yeah. Gunny wiped me out.
Oof. Oh, you're just a naturally bad driver.
Nah, not like you. I'm a different breed.
Right.
Oh shit. You're not mod Mac yet, are you?
Nope.
But
Hmm.
I need a mod Mac. And help driving all the way up with fly wheels.
Bobby's around. He should be able to.
I guess I'll go and see if they're around up there. Fuck.
You not have his number.
Oh, I don't have his number now. Actually, I got Clem. Hold up there.
Oh yeah, Clem's around, then yeah, him too.
Are you that beautiful? Yeah, yeah. He's not answering.
Oh no.
That bitch. I could check and see if Emma's around. Hey, Ayo, you around to do a paint job real quick? Or, all right, I'll be up there at Flywells here in a minute. Oh, if you're busy, don't worry about it. I'll just get somebody else to do it.
Do I need to repair?
Hello, just a quick repair would be great. Thank you.
No worries.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Appreciate that.
really play it upward? What? What the? That's weird. I've never seen a game like this play it like this. Right.
Thank you.
Have a good one. That's so weird. Wait.
Hello there.
Hi, Grizzly. Dude, I gotta change. Right. Let me just test this out. This is so weird that I have to play the game upward though. Like, what? What? Let me check the App Store. Do you play it upward? Oh, you do play it upward. What? What is up? This is kind of freaky. So if I could play it upward. Oh, I'm just, you know, playing a very nostalgic game. Actually, I've not played, Dragon Quest 6? Is it? No. 7. I think it was 8. I think I got 8. Yeah. Because 7 is my favorite one, but it's not on mobile. I play it on mobile. Which is a shame because it would be cool. Good. I'm trying to set it. I'm trying to set this up. But I didn't realize that you play the game upright instead of sideways. That is so weird. Play it sideways. Really? Oh man. My favorite one is Dragon Quest. Dragon Warrior, actually, it's what it's called. Dragon Warrior 7. Tales of Forgotten Past. Apparently you could play that on mobile. Like, they transferred a lot of the PS1 games to mobile. I used to play a lot of PS1 games when I was a child. And then the Final Fantasy games as well is all on mobile, and I'm like, what? It's on mobile. Ooh, interesting. So I don't have to, you know, download on PS and then not be in FDG, you know? Now I can multitask. Yeah, I've been wanting to play like the old, like the, you know, the Final Fantasies like before. But I didn't realize it'll be upright when you play it. That's so weird. I find that so weird. Okay. Dude, that's so weird. I guess I'm gonna have to scrap the border that I planned on doing. Wait. Because I was gonna go like this, but it's so tiny. But yeah, never mind that. Oh, it's so tiny. Right. And it's in a black, it has this black thing. That's so weird. Can I not do it sideways? No? Nice. I wish you could do it sideways. Landscape. Yeah, why are you not asleep yet? Where to play this? That's the question. Because it's so tiny. Huh. This is an awkward way to, you know, it's so awkward. Literally don't know. Okay. Hello. Or. Huh?
Hi.
Need a repair or?
No, I need a bit of a comfort, you know?
Okay, well, if you don't need a repair, I don't see much I could do.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Can I actually get a repair, please? I was fucking with you.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you have any Yankton cars?
Not for sale.
You wanna
I already said not for sale.
How many do you have?
I mean, my
How many do you have?
parent- Yeah, about 70 something.
70 Yankton cars. What the fuck do you make your money from here?
I've been in the city for 4 years and made it my mission to collect, so...
Well, fucking worked out for you.
I guess. I mean, people are willing to sell them a
Look,
little bit
I know
more.
you got 70, right? Look, I'm just gonna help you out in 2 ways. You help me with one car, and I'll help you out in that. Oh, okay.
Hey, where's the? You know where the diving spot is?
No. Like I said to others, I've taken a break from diving after doing the 100 case opening. So, yeah, I have not kept up with where the hotspot is since then. Hello? Okay. Bye.
Well, thanks for the claim. Yeah.
Did you need a
So,
claim?
oh no, I mean the repair. I don't need the claim. It's alright.
Okay.
Thank you. If you ever decide to sell one, find me at North Rockford.
Yeah, I'm not selling any.
So, what else do you collect?
A lot of things. I hoard everything.
Do you want a four-letter Yankton Porsche?
What's...
It's...
Oh, the Porsche. The one with the rich?
Yeah.
I mean, people are trying to overprice it right now. I'm gonna wait down the road.
How much would you price it now?
I don't know. People like to just say offer and then start ghost offering. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's my cousin's car, so like I could talk to him if you're serious.
I mean, it depends. What does he want for it?
No, I don't know. What do you think? You got 70 of them. You should know what they're worth.
I mean, that's what I ask people is, what do you realistically want to sell it for? And then they give me a price and I'll take it.
Okay, say if I was about to buy it, what do you think I should pay for it?
It really depends on who's collecting the plates.
Is it worth 25 mil?
Ooh, for a Porsche, no.
For a four-letter that says rich?
I don't really care about the number of letter. I just care about the Yankton plate.
Oh, you just care that it says Yankton, yeah? Just like
Yeah.
it's a Yankton. Right. Fair enough. You can have it for 20.
No thanks. I'll wait down the road when people are tired of it.
Alright. Alright, we'll catch you around then. See ya.
Yeah, no worries. Huh. Actually, that seems like the same guy. Yeah, it seems like the same guy that actually bothered me when I was diving that one time. Dude, this mobile game is so weird. Why is it in portrait mode? Is there a way to make it... Right. Way to make dragon landscape phone. Oh, hey Gary. Nothing much, just trying out the whole new, you know, layout. But dude, I don't know why this game on my mobile is portrait. Apparently it's all locked into portrait mode, so I can't do much about it. But yeah. It is, right? So if I go to like when I start the stream, I'll just show you. So this is the start. You could still do the chatting on the bottom. It'll show. You could still do like shout outs. It'll show the stuff as well. And when you donate 100 bits, it'll show like a random clip as well. Let me just show you what happens when you follow. So when someone follows the stream, let's see if I get that latest person follow. So crazy, I believe it was. Oh, I have a customer. Oh, it's you. Need to repair again?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, this one for the car. I'm just repairing some of my cars.
Okay. But I love the transition of the pedals. Like,
People
I
wants
really
to drive them
love
around, but won't fix them. So
the
yeah.
pedal transition. But so yeah. So I got the starting soon. So you can still do everything. So if someone follows, there's these animations. And I have all emotes on different like sub, resub. And you get like different badges now, all the way to 4 years. Alright, bye.
See ya.
And then so there's the in-game one. And there's if I'm going on break, it's the same thing as the starting soon, everything can show. And then of course the end. So pretty much clean, I would say. Let's see if I could just take off the watch and then make this bigger. Yeah, make it bigger. Yes. I can't see. Yeah. Alright, let's create a new adventure log. What's this? I don't know what I'm doing. Do I put the name? Is this the name or is this the... I don't know. I'll just do Ravenox, I guess. Or just put Ravenox in case it is a name. I don't know. It doesn't fit everything anyways, so... Sounds so low. Sit and try to relax. I suppose so. Oh, I know what to do. Wait. I know what to do now. Let me just, what I could do is I could out... Or not? What? I can't. Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, let's go. Then I make it bigger. Let's cut that. There we go. It's just so weird. Huh. Now I can make it bigger. Yes, I guess that's big enough. Should I do it on this side? For now, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. I think that side's good. Señor King Pantras es bebé, a beautiful little baby. What? Is it blurry? I think it's blurry. Let's see. I guess I'm just gonna read it out. Oh my, bless the goddess. That's loud. There we go. Congratulations, King Pancras. You have a beautiful baby boy, Your Majesty. Excellent. Should I do voices? Darling. Darling. You did wonderfully, my dear. Just listen to him crying away, strong as an ox. A child with this much character deserves to be named right away. Now let's see. I know, why don't we call him Madison? Oh, what the fuck is that name? Madison? What a lovely name. It makes him sound so heroic and wise. No, that's... What type of name is that? I had another idea of my own, though. Oh, thank God the Queen is saving the day. I was thinking it might nice to call him Ravenox. Oh, so it was the name that I was choosing in the beginning. Dude. It was the name I was choosing in the beginning. That's so funny. Ravenox? I'm not sure. Dude, the king hates the name. Hates it. But if that's the name you want, then that's a name he'll have. At least he loves his wife enough to, you know, cater. I mean, if it was someone he didn't care about, he'll probably slip. So is the game blurry? I don't know how to fix it. Hey, Mads Max, what is up? Dear son of ours, bestowed upon us by the grace of the benevolent goddess. From this day forth you shall be known as Ravenox. Dude, honestly, if in the beginning I had put Game 1, imagine the name would be Game 1 right now. Because I didn't know it was the name of the hero. They should have specified in the beginning. But then, you know, this is why back in the day these clunky, you know, yeah, clunky RPGs, although still great nostalgia. What are you up to, Mads Max? Oh, Pancras, you really are. Oh no, the queen is dying. Goodness, what is it? Are you alright, my dear? She died. No. Really? Yeah. I am not going to be diving for a while, Mads Max, after doing that whole 50 case thing or 100 case thing, you know? Nope. I think I remember playing this, kind of. Not sure. Oh, okay.
The door's annoying, man. I need to get repair.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
You just get a bit. Yep, thanks. CO5. There you go. You have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
So I did not get any boosty, unfortunately. I got a shit ton of drugs, couple of guns, some thermal, some knives, a shit ton of suspense comics, and bank kits. So yeah, no luck there with the boosty. I was hoping to get at least one boosty. Oh, Ravenox, you're awake! A dream, you say, of being in some kind of castle when you were a baby. Haha, don't talk such nonsense, sleepyhead. So wait, this is Pancras. He's not a king anymore? Or like they're in a ship. Why don't you have a little stroll about the outside and blow the cobwebs away, eh? I suck at reading. Oh, this is cool. I just use my finger to dry. Oh, that's so cool. Can I destroy these? Oh, I can destroy them. Is there anything good? Oh no, why did I go up? Dude, I remember always doing this in this game. Breaking barrels. Literally always breaking barrels. Oh yeah, there's a few cabinets there too. Ish case with nothing more than 300 I could have sold it for. Right. Yeah. But it was fun, honestly. I wasn't really in it for the money. There's some cabinets here actually I could I forgot I could open. I got a what luck, a seed of resilience. What is this? A medicinal herb. It is more profitable. Yeah, it is, honestly. But I really just wanted to do the opening factor. And honestly, I've gotten people come up to me that are wanting to buy my shit, and I'm like, no, I'm not selling any of it. I'm hoarding it all. You know? Ooh, boat. Are these stairs? No. Oh yeah, you did? Nice, nice. I'm gonna I think I need to get a boosty 1 to do my wide body. This. Oh, okay. That's so cool. Wait a minute. Okay. Now what's this? There's no one in the party to talk to at the moment. How about this one? Attributes, tactics, magics, items. Dude, it's a good thing I named it Ravenox. What if I named it Ravenoxa? That would be so freaking weird. More barrels to break. Ooh, I found a medicinal herb. Dude, this is so nostalgic, this game. It really is. What is it, laddie? If it's the captain you're after, he's in the cabin here. Okay. Breaking all the barrels. That's what I'm doing. Captain's cabin is in there. You mustn't just go wandering in and out as you please. You do hear? If you want to go to the galley or the sailor's quarters, take the stairs just there, then go down the steps at the rear of the ship. Okay. Who's this guy? What are you doing here? Not heading for the deluxe suit, I hope. I doubt Mr. Bruscoletti would be pleased if you went rummaging through his belongings while he was away. Ah. Okay, well. Where did I go? Oh. I went out a side door. Oh, there's so many doors. Ooh, what's in his cupboards? Graphics are so nostalgic. What's in here? Nothing? Here. More medicinal herb. Oh, the balcony. Okay. There's nothing in this room. There's nothing else in this room either. Yeah, let's go out. Here's the captain and the guy that looks like Luigi. I need to check the shits first, like if there's anything in here. Nope, nothing special or anything. Nothing but this one. Monster Book of Jokes. Okay. What do you call a warthog who's always out to get you? A thwarthog. Unfortunately, Ravenox doesn't read and doesn't get the joke. No way! Illiterate? Is this what? What the heck? Oh no. this guy? Roark. Hey, you didn't scream or nothing. Bit of a hard nut, yeah? Yeah? I hear that you and your father are traveling around together, just the two of you. That's nice. I'm Captain Blith. I'm a master of the ship, so I am. Your father was a big help to me many a time in the past, you know. The ship actually belongs to a chap called Rodrigo Bruscoletti. It doesn't often carry regular passengers. This is a special voyage laid on just for your father. Make sure you do what he says, won't you, boy? You'll grow up to be a great man if you do. Okay. Okay. What else am I missing? Is there anything else? We'll be docking at Little Haven before long. Not that there's much there to be excited about, mind you. Shit. Oh, hello. Need a repair?
Just a repair and a claim, please.
No worries. Guess that's all there was to the ship. Going back to the father. I'll be in here. You go off and enjoy yourself. Okay, so what am I doing? Can I fall off? Can I fall off? There you go. Is there another door that I could go to? EMS, man. Thanks for the sub. I don't know where to go. Look at your little leaf. Oh, there's the stairs right here. Oh, that's where the cook is. Ooh, soup. Hello there, laddie. Feeling a bit peckish, are we? The food here is not bad, even if I do say so myself. I wonder who's the better cook, me or your pa? My pa. So your father's traveling the world looking for something, eh? Well, I don't know what it is he's after, but I hope he manages to find it soon. When I think of Pancras raising a small boy like you without your mother around, he's more of a man than I am, that's for sure. This guy gonna just stand here, or... Oh! Look at all that treasure! Oh! Can I open everything? Oh!
Thank you.
It's locked. Have a good day. think they're all locked. But I can break the barrels. Oh, I found a TNT ticket? What is that? I don't know how to make this any clearer, not gonna lie. It's so blurry. Let's see. No. Well,
Hey,
Hi,
Ray,
ma'am.
repair, please.
Can we grab a repair, please?
where is?
Run, bitch! Run!
Hey, Reagan.
Northbound through PD outpost. This is where Les hit with the R32.
Just Great Ocean.
Yep.
You're just driving to work?
Actually,
Nice.
PD outpost is on Poplar Street. If I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was the other. What's the other one up there then? Thank you.
Bye. Let me see if I can fix this by going full screen. I don't know if it even fixed anything. No, it didn't fix anything. Okay, well. I don't know what a TNT ticket is. Got a medicinal herb. So what am I supposed to do here? Repair.
Yeah, let's repair, please.
Don't know what I was doing there, but yeah. Door here?
Appreciate it.
But Reiki, you missed out on all the action in Haze. Like, they were so busy. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, that's it. Okay, so I was just supposed to discover everybody. So.
Repair, please, lovely.
go.
There you go, mate. You need a patch up? You all good?
I'm good.
All right. Have a good rest of the day.
Me too. Oh.
Yep. No one saw that. That didn't happen.
You wonder why we need so many repairs.
We've made port boys. Cast anchor, lower the sails. Looks like we've arrived. We couldn't go down below and give your father a shout, could you, boy? Yeah, I'm doing that right now. So we've docked at last. It must be 2 years now since we were last home at the village. We were so small when we left Ravenox that I doubt you remember it very well at all. Right then, ready for the off? Make sure you haven't left anything behind, won't you, son? Yeah, I don't think I left anything. Alright, time to get off this. We'll be disembarking in a minute, Ravens. Who's that there waiting to get on the ship, Captain? Ah, Mr. Biscoletti, I hope you haven't been waiting too long. It's this girl. You're in my way, old man. Must be the daughter. Ah, travelers, I see. I must apologize for my daughter's behavior. And here's the maestro of the vessel. Good to see you again, Mr. Biscoletti. Judging by the look on your face, I'd say you've had an enjoyable trip. A smile shows a man is eating well. Now allow me to introduce my daughters. Or should I say daughter? One of them has rudely gone on ahead. Mara, come here to Papa. The way he said it. What? Oh, my poor Bambina. Is the step too high for you? Allow me to give you a hand, my dear. Thank you, sir. A traveler with manners. Good, good. Now, Nero, we've traveled further than a long piece of linguine. You must be exhausted. Be a good man and take Nero to my suite so she can get some rest, Right away, sir. I apologize for holding you up, sir. Please, terra firms await you. Okay, now what? Hey, father, let's go. Are you sure you've got everything, Ravenox? You've checked inside the drawers as well? Yes. It looks like our voyage is at an end. Are you ready to disembark? Yes. Well, Captain, thanks again for everything. Have a safe onward journey. Alright, looks like we're at the town of, what do you call it? Little Haven, was it? Forgot. Hey, it's Pancras, isn't it? I thought so. You made it back safely, did you? Ha ha ha. I may starve and I may go thirsty, but nothing can finish off old Pancras. Now then, Ravenox, I have some business to do with this gentleman, so why don't you run along and play? And don't go off playing too far away. Yeah. Monsters outside the town, I bet. But There's more interesting matters at hand, and that is to break all those barrels. Dude, I want to break all the barrels. Boom. Satisfying. Oh! I got 10 gold coins! Let's go. That is the start of my wealth. 10 gold coins. Nothing in there. Dude, I'm just breaking property left and right. Is this a house? Yeah, it's a house. Hey, Granny. Granny, talk to me. It must be 2 years now since that chap Pancras set off from here on his travels. He said he was going off in search of something important. Took his little boy with him too. I wonder what became of them. I'm the little boy! No, you're the little boy? And Pancras arrived back on that ship? You shouldn't go about spreading silly rumors, you know, boy. Whoa. Dude, this granny does not believe... Okay. Okay. You know, if you don't believe everything you say, you might offend the king sometime in the future, and you know what happens there. I think she doesn't have anything in her home. Oh, oh, it's the same car. Oh, more barrels. Where do I go? Oh, I can go. Oh, what? Is that only... Okay. Is that only that one place? Like a dock? A separate dock? Wait, where are we going? Father, where are we going? Took your time, didn't you? Are you about ready to leave now? Ooh, okay. Good thing I didn't leave without him. Oh, monsters! Okay, fight! Attack? The jail cat looks scary. Critical hit. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Can I do magic? No. Nice. Ah, oh my god, I'm so weak. 5 points only. My father is strong. Did I? Yes, I leveled up. I'm now level 2. And we got 26 gold. Are you alright, Reverend? He casted heal. I remember this. Too dangerous for you to wander off on your own. Must be more careful in the future. Now then, shall we get going? Oh, there's a town nearby. Goodness me, if it isn't old Pancras. Wherever have you been these 2 years? Never mind that, it's good to see you, and that's all that matters. I mustn't just stand here chatting away, though. I need to tell people good news that you're back. Ooh, people are happy. Attention everyone, Pancras has returned! I wish this wasn't so blurry. Oh shit, what did I do? I was like... Dude. Alright. There you are, Pancras. So you're still alive. My oh my, that can't be the little lad of yours, surely. Hasn't he grown? Anyway, why don't you pop in for a drink at my pub one night? Hmm? I'm sure the regulars would love to hear your few tales on your adventures. You're back, Pancras. Good to see you, mate. I know you didn't always see eye to eye, but I've been missing seeing you around. Now what the frick? What's that dialogue? Come by when things have calmed down a bit. We'll settle old scores, eh? Apparently he knows everybody. So it's true, you really are back, Pancras. Welcome home. The village was full of gossip about you while you were away, I can tell you. There's even a nun. Ah, Mr. Pancras, sir. How wonderful it is to see you looking so well. Praise the goddess for delivering you home to us safe and sound. Glory be the goddess. I bet your pardon, I seem to have rather carried away. But you're home, you're home. I'm so happy, happy, happy. Oh, dude. This nun is a nutcase. Senor, you have returned. Eso, good to see you. I've been waiting for you with bated breath. What is this? What is this dialogue? Come inside, senor. Are they trying to, like, back in the day, copy how a Spanish sounds in their dialogue? He's Japanese. Welcome home, Mr. Pancras. And who might this girl be? That's my daughter. Oh yes, I know you. You're old Whitey's wife from the village nearby, aren't you? See, Mrs. White came here from Soundrock. Some person your whiter husband. Growing up talking is boring. Shall we go upstairs and play? I'm Bianca. Do you remember me? No. I don't blame you. You were only tiny back then after all. I'm 8, which means I'm 2 years older than you are. I know. Why don't I read your story? Hang on a minute. She looks like a little girl though. Okay, here we are. No. Oh, this is too hard. How am I supposed to read something this difficult? Apparently they all can't read. Bianca, it's time we return to the inn, dear. Come in, Mum. Oh, it was her daughter, not the guy's daughter. Alright, since you brought me upstairs, I'm going to raid the cabinets. Oh, got a leather hat. Repair?
So another repair and a claim, please.
You could hear the voices in his head. I could use that. Items. Whip. Whip this. Go. Not gonna do that. There you go. Good on.
Thank you.
So he just broke his pot. Downstairs. Oh, more barrels to break. I'm literally breaking the property of everybody. I might have something. Seed of strength. Sorry, but broke everything. Hold on, I'm going out for a little while. You stay and make sure you behave. You are starting to look just like your madre, Ravenox.
No.
How are ya? I heard you collect Yanktons?
Your friend must have told you, eh?
Yeah, I think he told me someone at Hayes collects
Yeah,
Yanktons
but
or some
I'm
shit.
not gonna spend so much for the Porsche.
What would you offer for it?
I mean, something decent, but not like the one that he was saying.
Give me an offer, we'll talk about it.
I mean, how much would you let it go for? That's the question.
Look, to be honest with you, I got offered 25 mil for it, but
Yeah,
at the time,
like I said,
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
wait
understand.
down the road. 'Cause
Yeah,
this
at
is
the
only,
time, I didn't want to sell it, so I didn't grab the guy's details. So I lost on the sale on that one. What do you want to offer for it? Tell me.
well, not the same price he was trying to offer.
Yeah, of course. Just give me an offer.
And like I said, how much do you want to let go of it?
I don't know. I haven't really got a price in mind. Just give me an offer. See, we'll go from there.
Because there are a few Porsches with Yanktons on them, like, and I don't care about the 4-letter word. That's the thing. Maybe
Yeah, but the
someone
4-letter
will-
makes it because it's only one of these cars are one of one in the city.
I don't really care about that. But
Just give me an offer.
You'll probably get a more better offer with someone that cares about that more.
Well, what's your offer for it?
It's for the Merv. I mean, the car itself and the Yankton ticket is supposed to only be realistically 500k, but people have been upping the prices way too much. That's why I'm willing to wait down the road on it.
So what's your offer?
Definitely under 10.
Under 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that way.
Yeah, so, like I said, I'm gonna wait down the road because there's a lot of Yankton Porsches out there.
Yeah. Alright, all good.
Yeah, nah. 20 mil for a Porsche? How many Porsches got Yanktons on them already? There's quite a few because it was kind of a popular car, then everyone's trying to sell their Porsche. So dumb. So definitely not gonna spend that much money on that. If I want to spend 20 mil, that would be on a wide body something with a Yankton. Or a one-of car, like a 1 of 5, 1 of 3. Yeah, basically. People have literally just fluctuated the price because of the tickets that came out and trying to sell those tickets. It became such a big issue, you know? And the thing about me is, once I buy a Yankton car, I don't resell. I will never resell Yankton. I'm telling you that now. It is crazy. Honestly, what they should have done was when someone wins a Yankton, you know, ticket, they get to choose which car to put it on, like right then and there. They can't just, you know. Instead, they made made these people that got freebie Yankton tickets to resell for so much money. Like, it's crazy, you know. So anyone that calls me crazy for not wanting to offer over 20 mil for a Porsche with a Yankton and 4 letters, like, I think I'm crazy to even think of buying it for that price. I already went over the price of a regular Evo 9 Yankton. Like, literally. So dumb. Just because the Yankton ticket fluctuated. But yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and go around town and see what's up. Oh, he just went here. Let's go around town and discover. I can't go out of the town, of course, by myself because I will die. Ooh, we could go down the wells. Dude, I remember doing this before. Oh, what's that shiny thing? Stone from Wilbur. I don't know what that is, but okay. Alright, let's go to everyone's house. Oh yeah, they have. They were supposed to only be 500k. Like, literally. Can I break these pots? No, I can't break the pots. Hello, guy. Alright, kid, you know just hanging on to weapons isn't enough. No, you have to equip them properly before you can use them, you see? If you come across anything useful in a cave or wherever, make sure you don't... Freeze. Oh, I can go into this guy's house. I wonder what it could be that Pack for. Why would he be making such a long and dangerous? I don't know. Maybe something to revive his wife. Maybe. Ooh, medicinal herb. Alright, see if I can welcome to the weapon. I only got 36 G's. What can I buy? Bamboo spear. No, I can't even buy anything. Nope. I'm too poor. Too poor for your shop. Is there other houses down there that I... There's so many houses. Okay. The thing with collecting cars is that the top rare cars are unattainable, so they're normally admins. Yeah, true. Alright, so I'm just gonna talk to all these villagers. I don't really want to say everything they say, because, you know, it's all about Pancras and what he's looking for, basically. I'll just explain what they say, instead of reading the whole thing outright. I don't know if you guys even like what I'm doing, but whatever. No? Yo, farmer, stop moving! So the, apparently the cold is ruining his crops. Famous Wilbur bluestones. I did find one under the well. Is this a shop? Is this an inn? Can I break this pot? I wanna break this pot. Oh, it's a bartender. Breaking your wheat barrels, my guy. You tall. He's like, you're too young to drink, my laddie. Special. Oh, she sent someone to get herbs, but they haven't come back. She's wondering if someone can maybe, you know, check up on him. Apparently they live in a town called Roundbeck. Alright. I got everything around here. Is there anything else? No, just the one over there. He's like, you're a good boy, aren't you? Don't get in the way of your father. I'm like, what? Oh, this is where you could save your game logs, I think. Yeah, basically you go into a church and this is where you can save your game. Or you could resurrect. Which is pretty cool. You can't just insta-save, you need to look for a church. Yes. This is where you can like reincarnate your dead mates, cause then you're dragging. It's so funny cause when your mate is like, when one of your party is like dead, you're literally dragging their coffin around. I remember that. It's so funny. You're dragging their coffin around. It's a kitty. Can I go in here? What is this? Oh, this is the guy that went looking, his father went looking for herbs. Break this. Can I not go through here? This book. They live in a cave? Okay. Yeah, what'd it do? I don't know what I'm doing. Am I just gonna go out and Okay. I guess, dude, I can't really, it says, oh, it's a little map thing here. Oh, cop car.
Good, Ace.
Hello.
Highway 21. I need to repair. Can you do mods as well?
No, I can't.
Oh.
How's your day so far?
Boring as fuck.
It's not a good thing. No crime. No shots fired.
I'd much
Yeah.
rather be shot at.
Your car has a weird texture when it's dirty.
Yeah, it's just dirty, you know.
The front at least looks like it's a snake.
I see, yes, the bumper. Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go good on. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I might go to the other town maybe. Let's see. Hey, Kunai 24, what is that? I'm good. Wait, can I get out? Dude. It's extremely dangerous outside of the village. You be a good boy now and go back home where you'll be nice and safe. Where's home though? I don't know where my home is. But how are we doing, Kunai? Is this my house? No, that's not my house. I might as well go back to where that senior guy is. Maybe I'll do some of that. That's good. Just playing, you know, JRPG. And doing mechanic work at FDG, so... Just trying to get my quota, you know. Where's my house? I don't know. Let's go back to this guy. There's a lot of things to do. There's diving, there's hunting, you can do car parts. Car parts is kind of profitable at the moment because people need fiberglass cloth and there's like barely any. But people are diving right now for sure. Like almost everybody would be diving by now. They're looking for the hotspot and stuff. Me, I'm just trying to get KPI for my, you know, my repairs. Oh, thanks for the follow, Roman Jono 98. Oh yeah? You checked all the spots? Oh no. Enough. There were quite a few cops though. There were 4 cops in one car earlier. And then there were 2 cops that just came in. And another 2 cops that were in a different car. So there should be enough police people around. Surprised there isn't. I'll check with this guy. Me, I've been wanting to play my childhood game, which is Dragon Quest. I found out.
Just repair, please.
Yeah, no worries. I found out that I could play it on mobile, so I got it on mobile. But it's so weird that I have to play it on portrait
I didn't
mode.
even get that. Can't lie.
You didn't get it?
I got it now.
Stop. I mean, you get a lot of money raking from diving, not gonna lie. Maybe. Who knows? I had just recently did the probably I have recently did
Thank
the you have a good day. 105 case opening. I did 55 briefcases and 50 hard cases 2 days ago. Actually, I did the grand opening. And I guess they were, you know, But the thing is, I did it for 2 months. 2 months it took me to gather all those cases because I wasn't doing it consistently. I was still, you know, doing all of my jobs because I need to get KPI for everything. No, didn't get a boosty, but got a shit ton of drugs, couple of guns, knives, a lot of bank kits, and suspense comics. You got 10 harder one day? Nice. Yeah, it was alright. What am I doing? Do I need to go to bed? Dude, do you think Hayes is the best repair shop? So each mechanic has its, you know, ups and downs. Some mechanics are more action than others. I've been through all the mechanics. My first mechanic was LSC, that was like 4 years ago, for 4 months. And then I went to Benny's, I owned Benny's for a year. Went to Flywheels, been with them over a year. And now I'm with Hayes. And who knows, you know, maybe the next thing would be LSU's, but honestly, it's a 50-50 to get in there. I mean, what matters is the shop is open, right? As long as the shop, like any mechanic shop, is open, you know? Co-workers? I mean, you can't really say anything about co-workers because everyone's different, you know? They all have their different things. And a mechanic is a lot more lenient in terms of work. Right. Here?
Just another repair, yeah.
But when it comes to KPI, every mechanic has different KPI. I would say the most chill one would be Flywheels. I remember the days when KPI was there to keep your job. When I took over Benny's, I was the one that created the KPI bonuses and vamped it up to where there were levels. And then other businesses started doing the same, basically. And then after owning Benny's for a year, I left and went to Flywheels because I wanted to chill, you know? Now I'm at Hayes because I wanted, like, after a year in Flywheels, like, they're great, don't get me wrong. I didn't leave for bad reasons. I left because I wanted a new environment, new connections, you know? You see a lot of things, like, that happen in a different shop. So if you want to know which is the best or your preference of where to work, it's always best to work in different mechanics. Like maybe you could do like a couple, like 3 months for one, another 3 months for another. It's up to you though, you know? And it also depends on the work, like how much work you're willing to go and do as well. That's my statistics. Oh, I just need one more repair to meet my KPI. So, yeah. What am I supposed to do? Can I go to bed? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. This is the thing about JRPGs back then, is you don't know what you're doing. You're just going all over the place to search. For the repair?
Yeah, please.
said cave. Can I go through?
Thank you.
It said cave, but where am I going to get the cave? I can't go through here. Can't go through there. This is more of a cave than anything, my guy. Let's see. There has to be a cave somewhere, maybe, that I can go through. Is it in this well? Is there a cave somewhere that I can go to? Has to be somewhere. Need to turn around and just see if it's any. Oh, maybe I can go through here. Oh, I can. Who's this guy? This here's the cave entrance, you know, boy, don't expect me to come in after you if you get yourself lost. Right help, my good sir. Yes, I'm going into this cave. Ooh. There are monsters? Oh, there's treasure. Oh! Thanks for the sub! There's treasure! What's in this treasure chest? Oh, just a medicinal herb. Okay. Monsters! So there is monsters in this cave. Oh shit.
Another repair, please. Thanks.
Alright. This guy's showing off the cars today. Right. Attack. I hope I don't die. They should be low-level monsters. Oh yeah, they're low-level. Oh my god, please. Let's go. They're called boring bugs. They must be really boring bugs. I think cockroaches in here.
Thank you.
So there is monsters here. I do need to level up a lot if I want to venture out anyways. This is the thing about Japanese RPGs back in the day, is it's so grindy. But it was good back then because, you know. Dude, I can't read apparently. That's so troublesome. Oh, another treasure chest. No, monsters. Ooh. Oh, that hurt. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh, 7 points. Oh my god. I think I got some herbs anyways. I could probably heal myself. Wait. Items. Oh yeah, I do. How many do I got? Did everything heal? Oh yeah, everything healed. Awesome. Okay. At least I got some herbs to, you know. is this? A leather shield. Yes, let's equip that leather shield. Equipped.
Appreciate it.
Good one. Need a repair?
Yeah, just on the car. Invoice me.
Yes,
No worries.
ma'am. Hey, ma'am. How are ya doing?
I'm good. Just chilling, you know, doing my KPI and playing on this
Oh, okay.
mobile game phone that I got.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't mind this new system
Yeah.
where like you have to
How have
like
you
to give
been
the third
anyway?
notepad away.
What was
What you
that?
been up to? How have you been anyway? I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, I have been at home. I did a whole revamp on my you know, my stream broadcasting overlays, and that took me
Oh,
forever,
yep.
by the way.
Yeah.
Other than that, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I did the whole 100 case opening. Didn't get that
I think
much.
I saw. Yeah, I think I saw that. I think.
Yeah, I was broadcasting my phone, like TikToking, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw. I can't remember. Grandpa's got a bad memory.
It's all the ketamine you've been having, Grandpa.
Maybe it's all the wine I've been drinking.
Ah.
Bloody pisshead.
Alright, have a good night, man.
Yeah, need to lay off the wine for a few days, maybe.
Alright, come on.
Love you, Auntie.
More monsters. Oh my god, what are these? They look like germs. Okay, well these ones are weak. Honestly, when I'm not streaming this this pixelated game, I might be leveling up when I'm on my when I go to Vice work and I'm on my at my job and I'm on my break. I'll just level up as, you know, I'll just keep leveling up. Just so that it'll be easier, you know. Dude, that hurt. This guy doesn't want to die. 10 points? Ouch. Dude, I almost died. It's a good thing I got medicinal herbs. I want to discover what else is here before I go downstairs. Can I like flee? Oh, I can, but might as well deal with this. I need to get a good sword. I need to make money to get a good sword. Oh my god, am I dying? I leveled up. Let's go. Wait. I think I need to do my stats. I forgot. Wait, do I not? Yes, I don't. Alright, I'm healed up. Ooh. Another monster. I'm getting stronger now. One hit. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Good thing I came back. I got some gold. 50 gold coins. Nice. Wait, can I check it more? $500 dyed leather strips. I guess the guy got tired of making necklaces. Ah, shit. I think it's the thing I hate the most was just the random appearing of monsters. But it's the same thing as Pokemon. Oh my god, 10 damage! Holy shit. Do I not have a... apparently... Oh, I can use item. What the fuck? Why is he criticizing? Alright, let's go ahead and do some watching. I'll go ahead and lower the volume of this. And... this one.
Pay attention to the girl looking straight into the camera. To most people, Annette Craver looks like a regular teenage girl, but something isn't quite right. Her mother, Mary Rose, noticed that her daughter wasn't the same since she returned from a recent trip to California. What she doesn't know is that, while over there, her innocent daughter tied the knot with a serial killer.
What?
In 1983, 43-year-old Felix Vale, a cult leader, manipulator, and serial killer, married 17-year-old Annette Craver, putting her entire being under his control.
There was nothing in her eyes.
That is... okay. Need a repair.
Are you doing mods also, or just repairs?
I'm not a mod mech.
I just repair them.
Okay. That's crazy. 17-year-old and then marries a serial killer, a cult leader, and a what? Die. Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you.
Alright, I think I've gotten my KPI. Let me see. KPI. What is my KPI? 54. Yes, let's go. I want to leave now. Time for me to go and do another KPI that I need to do. Yeah. Time to do something else. Probably go... I think used car dealing is gonna be a little dead right now because it's way too early. So probably do PDM because there's a lot more people in city as well. Anyways.
There's no personality there. It was like a zombie.
But the teenager still had enough sense in her to try to overcome her tyrannical husband.
She said, I'm leaving, Felix. I want a divorce. I'm going back to school.
But this was too little too late, because Annette disappeared shortly after, leaving no clues behind. Frustrated by the local police's lack of action, Mary Rose, Annette's mother, launched her own investigation, but no one expected how far she was ready to go to find her daughter and stop her son-in-law's killing.
Is this a PDM marker? Looks like you made yourself comfortable.
Well, yeah. I've been waiting for a while.
Oh, okay. What you need?
I was looking to get a, was it a Benson? Right, it's a big storage truck.
Yeah, it's 115,000.
Okay, what about, what's the other one? It was like a trawler, I can't remember. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. He better remove this chair once he's done. Oh my god, I almost did. No. Shit, I'm gonna die.
It was called the Pounder. Like,
The Pounder?
it's like another big semi-truck looking thing. Storage vehicle.
Yeah, that's a 345,000.
Okay, never mind. Let me get a Benson.
Died. Alrighty. What is happening to outside? Yep, let me go grab your car.
Thank you.
On myself.
There we go. There you go. Want me to store it?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, no worries. Hello.
Can I get a Benson, please?
Benson as well? Yeah, no worries. Where's 115?
Yep.
Let me go grab your keys, alright? I would say Benson is one of the best storage vehicles in the city because it holds so much and costs not that much.
Got
You
myself a
just fall into the
Benson.
bag. Go. Want me to store it?
Yes, please.
No worries.
Oh. How much is the other one? 300k. Yeah, never mind. Give me the Benson. How much
I just
storage
wanted
does
because
the other one have?
Huh?
Yeah, how much storage does a pounder have?
I believe it was 7? Just 2,000 kgs more. You're better off buying 3 Bensons and getting that 15,000 kgs with the worth of that.
Isn't a Benson 2,000 or is it 5?
It's 5,000.
Oh, I thought it was 2 for some reason. I don't know why.
The 2,000 one would be the mule, which is just as expensive as well.
Yeah, I was only thinking because I'm not sure if it the Benson will fit through the driveway.
Mate, you gotta show me your driveway.
No, I mean it's like narrow. Like I don't even think the pounder would be able to fit through it. Like it's like a gate thing. I'm mainly getting it just to store car parts though.
Yeah, fair.
I'll probably just leave it up in down in Sandy.
Points.
There's a lot of money in car parts right now. Is everybody paying top dollar for fiberglass cloth?
Yep.
Been selling them for 50K.
50? Fuck me, man.
Yeah. People are real desperate. And they have money and they don't want to spend, 10 hours plus, doing car parts.
Only got 2 medicinal. Before I help you guys, I'm gonna get that treasure chest first. What is that? I got a set of clothes. That gives a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get back to car parts after I finish eating.
Might as well do the same thing.
Might be something else in here.
I thought I was gonna be here waiting for a while, so I started making food.
That's fair.
Anyways, I need to go to Alta to grab my Benson myself, so.
Okay.
Is there a local car out there? Nobody saw nothing.
Pulling spree.
And she threw out a machete. And I'm like, what in the world have I gotten myself into?
You don't worry about the risk. I don't worry about the risk. I just wanted to know the truth.
September 8th,
1981.
It was the end of the summer in Houston,
I was not born
Texas.
yet.
15-year-old Annette and her mother Mary were having a yard sale to sell off the last remaining items belonging to Annette's late father, who died in a car crash 2 years prior. Unbeknownst to Mary, her daughter was still struggling with the loss of her father.
This is your friend Annette, and here's your long-awaited paint. Hope you like it.
She spent a lot of time alone. She was always writing poetry and drawing, picked up the guitar.
This kind of solitude and isolation concerned Mary.
Annette, I'm sure, missed her dad more than I realized. I even asked her one time if she thought she needed to see someone to talk, and she said, "No, Mom, I'm fine."
But the truth was that, behind her mother's back, Annette made a new friend, a charming, yet much older man she met in the city. At 40 years old, Felix Vale was even older than
40.
Mary herself, so when he showed up at the yard sale, talking it up to her daughter, she didn't think of him as a potential threat.
I think I may have seen him on his motorcycle. He was just another customer.
Mary was very preoccupied at the time. Since the death of Annette's father, she simply couldn't find any work in Houston. She needed to move away to be able to provide for her daughter, but lacked the money to do so, until an opportunity arose in the neighboring state in Oklahoma. The only issue was that Annette, who had already skipped 2 grades, was about to graduate from high school, and Mary knew that moving away could compromise her progress, so she decided to leave her in the care of a friend for a few months.
Been using my
She
track, huh?
temporarily left for work, a decision she'd later come to regret when she learned that the mysterious stranger she met at the yard sale was getting closer and closer to her underage daughter.
She
250.
did mention in letters that Felix stopped by, but I didn't know that there was intimacy. And then I learned that Felix made many.
Just because it has
visits.
decent speed, it's good off road, and it has 100 armor on it. It's not to worry about getting repairs.
Oh no. What? Only got one. Oh god, finally. I need to get a better weapon. That's what I need. This guy.
Hello there.
Hey, Andes. Yikes, I'm such a fool. I got bored not being able to move and ended up falling asleep. He fell asleep and a rock fell on him. What is up, Andes? Good. You know, just chilling. Getting my KPIs done, watching true crime on the side, and playing my childhood games, you know? My childhood games. This is the Dragon Quest, I think it was 5. Oh, I got a Willbrook Bluestone. I only got one more medicinal herb. What is this? What is that slime? Why is there a slime there? I don't have any more herbs, so hopefully I don't die. Please. Oh, that was so much. Why is there a slime here? Don't be mean to me. I'm not a bad slime, you know, I promise. I know I'll let you in on something useful. When you're cruising around, you'll find there are a lot less monsters out in the open than there are in forests and up the mountains. Okay. He's a nice slime, I guess. I better get back, because I cannot die. Oh, shit. Can I flee? No, can I flee? Oh, I can. I do not have enough. I don't have any more herbs. I'm gonna die. Oh, I went wrong way. Oh, shit.
Been said to me in a letter, I feel like you abandoned me.
With Mary away, Felix easily manipulated Annette and convinced her to go on a road trip with him after her graduation. Meanwhile, Mary saved money for months and was eager to announce to her daughter that she bought a house for them under both of their names. Finally, they would be able to live together again. When she learned that Annette already left, Mary was devastated.
Oh my gosh, why didn't I do this differently? All the decisions I made that I would do differently.
Shut up, Breakin'!
For an entire
I'm trying not to die
to get
here.
in touch with her daughter. She eventually got a few letters, but never from
I
the
better
same place.
escape.
Until the day she received a dreaded call
Escape.
from Annette asking for
No
her
more
approval
monsters.
to marry
No.
Felix in California.
I said, why don't you wait till you turn 18?
Shit, no, I cannot.
This
I
is a
cannot
big mistake.
flee.
She said, I love him, Mom, and we'll go to Mexico and get married.
Fearing that saying no would push her daughter away, Mary had to make a choice. Another difficult decision that still haunts her to this day.
I don't want to estrange her from me, and I trusted her, and I didn't know he was a bad guy, so I fell for it.
Through her letters, Annette explained to her mother that Felix changed after the wedding. He suddenly became very controlling and even forced her to undergo an illegal abortion after she became pregnant with his child. In shock, her mother tried to convince her to come back, and eventually, Annette found the courage within herself to break free from Felix's grasp and return to Mary Rose.
But she was not herself. She was so confused when we were painting the downstairs, and she looked into the camera with this intense look on her face, like, what do you want from me? I think she was just overwhelmed with the way he had tried to control her and mess with her mind.
Even if she wasn't the same anymore, Mary was happy to finally be reunited with her daughter. But their respite was short-lived. Felix started calling the house over and over, demanding to talk to Annette. Mary didn't flinch and tried her best to protect her, but one day, mere weeks after their reunion, Felix came to their home, walked in without asking, and directly went to see Annette.
He spent some time with her alone, and then they approached me and said, we want you out of the house.
Mary tried as best she could to resolve this with Annette, but Felix's grasp on her was overwhelming. Forced to leave her daughter behind a second time, Mary Rose renounced her half of the house, packed her bags, and moved to California. Soon after, Annette turned 18 and cashed in the inheritance left by her late father. She then allegedly proceeded to move all of her money into Felix's accounts and deeded her house to his name. Upon learning of this, Mary immediately called Felix.
And what he told me was that he had put her on a bus and that she was going to Mexico. I hung up and called the police and filed a missing persons report.
Without any evidence or anything to look into, the police went to Felix. But unfortunately for Mary, he put them under the same kind of spell that charmed her daughter 3 years prior.
They believed Felix. He convinced them that she had left on her own. After I wrote to the DA, they didn't respond, so...
Since the authorities refused to look into her disappearance, Mary hung on to the only thing she had left, hope.
Yes, I wanted to believe she was alive. I waited and waited. I sat by the phone, and I kept waiting for a call. Christmas, her birthday, my birthday, Mother's Day. I would stay close to a phone on those days in those early years, thinking this is it. This is the day she's going to say, hi, Mom.
But doubt sowed into her mind as the years went by.
I said, all right, if she's trying to get away from her mother, why isn't anybody else hearing from her? She had family.
After 7 years and hundreds of unanswered letters to the police, the FBI, and even to Felix himself, Mary had enough. She accumulated small pieces of information on Felix's family over the years, but this was the early days of the internet and the data was scarce to say the least. However, there was no way she would be waiting for the police to take action any longer, so she decided to start her own investigation. She began with the only strong lead she had found, Sue Jordan, Felix's sister, and drove halfway around the country to meet with her.
She told me that Felix had a wife who had drowned.
Shocked by this revelation, Mary tracked the family of Felix's first wife, Mary Horton Vale. She quickly located Will Horton, Mary's little brother, who was only 15 when she
Yes, you're finally on. Okay, can I please get the Mitsubishi Evo?
Know me with
I think. I
Evo
think I
9?
have enough money.
The Evo 9?
Yeah, yeah. Wait, how much is it?
297,850.
Okay, yeah, can I just see it?
It'll
Like
be in
in
the
person?
import section.
Oh.
We can't bring it out unless it's paid
Okay,
for.
yeah.
Sounds like one of the kids that robbed me yesterday. They all sound the same though to me.
Yeah, you can't really assume.
His name's Jack though. Jack or Jake, I can't remember. His buddy name dropped him. It's like, Jack, we gotta go.
Can I touch these bags? Nope. Touch the cupboard. A hand-woven cape. Ooh. Probably wear that. Can equip this? What? Why? Okay, okay. Oh, I already got your cape. I already stole it. I already stole your cape. Or is there something else in there that I can get? No, nothing. Oh, it's back.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
How much is the Mitsubishi Evo Lancer IXMR?
Yeah,
I remember
it's
that.
297,000.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'll get that one.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh man, I like your fit.
Thanks. I like yours, but your mask kind of chin
Yeah, I
kinda
know.
sticks out a little bit. Just gotta go get some plastic surgery.
Let's go. Finally got my first actual good car.
Alrighty,
Nice,
I'm
scratch.
gonna have to grab your keys, alright?
Cheers.
He got his first good car. Nice. Let's see. Oh no. It's scuffing so bad. What the heck? It's scuffing so bad. Think we're good now?
Oh, actual? Bro, I'll save up 550k for this.
Yeah.
Darn.
Alright.
There you go, all yours. Did you want me to store it?
Said 550.
No, I can drive it out.
No, I'm selling it.
No worries.
Thank you.
Oh, word. Hey, enjoy it. Take care. No, it definitely wasn't the one. He, the guy who was driving a pink Pagani.
Did you need help?
No, no, mate.
Was he worker?
Felix Vale married
Yeah,
my
that was
daughter,
weird.
and she's missing. And I said, oh my God, my sister was so very special, so thoughtful, kind.
Mary Rose couldn't help but feel for Will Horton, who only had good things to say about his sister, but he couldn't say the same for his brother-in-law. On the contrary, his entire family resented him.
What was it like when you met with Will Horton?
Yeah, nowadays
Did
I don't
he
go
think
anywhere
that
without the
his
big
brother-in-law
gun.
had killed his sister?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And so did his parents. And they felt helpless.
Will didn't spare any details regarding what he knew of the case. His sister met Felix while studying at McNeese State College in 1960. 6 months later, they married, and the following year, the couple had a son, Bill Vale.
My sister radiated over that baby. This was part of the dream. You go to school, you go to college, and you have a family.
But after the birth of Bill, things changed in the Vale household. In a similar manner to Felix's treatment of Annette after their wedding, he began to exert more and more control over Mary's life. He even went as far as to tell her that he resented having a child and that there would be consequences if she ever became pregnant again. When she did the following year, Felix exploded in a fit of rage. Before he could hurt her, Mary ran back to her parents with her son.
She had thoughts of leaving Felix. That's why she was there, talking to my mom. My mom suggested that she go back and try to work things out, and then they would have another conversation. But she died before there was another conversation.
According to the authorities at the time, Felix and Mary left their son in the care of Mary's mother before heading out to fish on a friend's boat. There, Felix saw a tree stump emerging from the water and quickly maneuvered around it. After the sudden turn, Mary allegedly fell overboard. Felix then stated that he jumped in the water to look for his wife, before coming back to the shore to alert the police. From the get-go, they were suspicious of him because, to get back to the shore, he had to pass by multiple other boats, a few docks, and even a fully staffed ice house, so they arrested Felix on the spot. 2 days later, Mary's body was recovered from the river. To everyone present, the evidence clearly pointed to murder. Her mouth was gagged with a scarf. The back of her head showed a large, open wound, as if she had been hit with a bludgeoning weapon, and the sleeves of her college sweater were covered in blood. But to the surprise of everybody present and the detectives involved, the coroner had a different opinion, one that completely cleared Felix's name and immediately ended the investigation.
He was absolutely a suspect in her death.
But he was released 3 days later. Why?
The coroner, at the time, ruled that the death was an accidental drowning. As a prosecutor, how do I prosecute a murder case when the coroner says it's not a murder? So
Right.
they really had to let him.
They fucked up.
It destroyed my mother. It left a hole in me I have still today.
The revelation that, just like herself, Mary's mother had been left hanging by the authorities enraged Mary Rose. Now, not only was she seeking justice for Annette, but also for Mary Horton.
I never let go of hope that maybe somebody would believe what I knew to be true.
But there was no way around it. She needed concrete evidence if she ever wished to be heard by the authorities. When she shared these concerns with Mary's brother, he confided something in her. Since 1975, he has received many calls from people looking for a young woman named Sharon Hansley, Felix's next girlfriend, who also disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
What the hell?
Her mother called for years, wondering if anyone had seen Sharon. When she told me that, my ears perked up. I thought, oh my gosh, now I've got something to work with.
Once again, Mary Rose needed to hit the road to continue her investigation. This time, she headed to Bismarck, North Dakota, to meet with Brian Hensley, Sharon's brother.
My fondest memories of my sister Sharon are just sunshine and beads, and a lot of people describe her as a free spirit.
That was the kind of person personality that permeated the late 60s in America. And since the death of his wife, Felix too adopted the hippie lifestyle. He became a wandering preacher, the head of his own personal cult. It was around this time that he met 21-year-old Sharon Hensley out on her first trip to California.
He had a way with women and just a silver tongue. I think he said exactly what she wanted to hear.
They were living from vineyard to vineyard, living on grapes and kind of freewheeling around.
After joining the cult of the Holy Order of Mans for a short period of time, the couple's journey took a sour turn. Felix's drug use was becoming more frequent, along with his violent and controlling behavior toward Sharon.
At that point, I believe she was with him out of fear. She didn't know how to get out of the situation.
After visiting her family one last time before heading out to South America with Felix, Sharon called her mother to say goodbye. Felix was probably right next to her, listening to every word she said, but her mother knew, from her voice only, that her daughter was in danger.
When my mom got off the phone, she told my dad, Sharon's in deep trouble. She's crying out for help.
But nothing came out of it. The next communication they received was a letter from Felix, claiming Sharon left him to travel to Australia on a boat with some strangers they met in Florida. Obviously, the Hensleys weren't duped, but with zero evidence to go forth, they filled a missing person report, and the police didn't look into it for over a year.
The letter that we received from Felix was just bizarre. I remember plainly, clearly, just like, oh my God, this is such BS.
This wasn't until an old arrest report concerning Felix and Sharon resurfaced. Unbeknownst to the family of Mary Horton, Felix took their son Bill with him when he first left for California. From then on, Bill was forced to follow his strung-out father everywhere he went. For years, his son endured his daily abuse and mistreatment until the age of 8, when he ran away to seek any help he could find.
Right, so maybe that's what I'm missing.
So Bill went no shoes, no socks to the police station and said, my daddy's making me smoke marijuana and he'd take LSD and I want to go home.
This led to the arrest of both Felix and Sharon for child endangerment. Mary Rose thought that paying a visit to the now adult Bill could provide her with more clues regarding his father's whereabouts, so she packed her things once again and left for Kansas to meet with Bill and his family.
Bill Vale was very open. He was very kind to me, compassionate. He was a good man. And I realized he was petrified of his dad.
Bill was initially reluctant to share too much information regarding his father. He wanted to help Mary Rose, but needed Felix to stay away from his wife and children. But Bill was ready to take that risk if it meant he could finally get justice for his mother. What he ended up revealing to Mary on that day confirmed all of her fears. When he was 8, just before he went to the police for help, he overheard a conversation between Sharon and Felix.
He told her that he had murdered my mother. And I heard the girlfriend saying, "Oh, I know you must just feel."
That was a limited rotation
vehicle.
vehicle.
You just feel responsible. He said, "No, you don't understand. I really did kill her."
Following Felix and Sharon's arrest, Bill had to testify against his own father. 3 months later, the pair was released and continued to travel together. His son was then adopted by his grandparents, but the fear he had toward his father lingered.
Hello.
There you go. Yeah. What's a Hilux worth?
It is 287,500. 287,500.
Yeah, righto. Chuck us one of those, please.
No worries. 700. Let me go grab your keys.
Too easy, thank you.
He'll just follow me to the back. Did you want the Hello Kitty one or did you want a different?
Can I just get a normal one, please? No, fuck it. Fuck it. I'll take the Hello Kitty. Yeah,
Okay.
fuck yeah. Alright, easy. Thank you.
You know, you could put cat ears on this as well.
Oh, can ya?
Yeah, you just
I'm,
need to have him.
I'm buying it for someone else. Someone
Huh?
fucking... There's a new dude in the city,
You
so I'm
could,
buying
you
him
could
this.
vamp it up to a Hello Kitty.
Yeah, fucking oath I will. Alright, thank you.
You have a good one.
Like ran in, went into the office, sat down in the chair, and then left. Oh, here he comes back.
Hello.
Yo.
Can I help you?
How much is your McLaren F1?
They go for 1 mil 265.
Yeah, I'll buy one.
No worries. 65.
There you go, mate.
Yeah, let me go grab your keys. Like me to store it as well, or would you like to drive out with it?
No, I'll drive over it.
No worries. There you go. Oh, you want?
Thank you.
Wonder if the normal. No. Have to do
I
that.
didn't want to take your sale, but I was going to tell him that CMG has a couple of them. Pretty sure. They had at least one.
Which one?
Oh, the F1. Just because they're so expensive.
Yeah. This really does not want to. Her body doesn't want to stop it. Nope. Never mind. There's just gonna be dead
Yeah, why did that guy,
sleeping workers.
yeah, why did that guy have to do that?
I don't know. Because they're locals. Just makes it look ugly.
Yeah.
He couldn't help but think that Felix would eventually come back. When he did 5 years later, he claimed it was only to see his son. But one detail bothered Bill. Sharon wasn't with him.
When I was about 13, he said she would never bother anyone ever again. And I knew what that meant. There was nothing I could do with his information. I just remember being so angry again that he had told me this, and there was not a soul I could tell about it.
Bill, from this day onward, lived with a constant fear that if he ever revealed Felix's
I guess
secret,
Max under
he or
GT.
his family could be his
Well, I
next
wonder what he
victim.
wants a
But Mary Rose's
F1
quest
for.
justice echoed his own. He too wanted closure, not just for his mother, but also for Sharon and Annette. While most of Mary Rose's investigation took place in the 90s and early 2000s, Bill Vale eventually died from cancer in
F1s
2009,
are
but
really
made sure
fast,
to
but
get his local
darn are
preacher
they
to
slippery.
record his retelling of Felix's confession. The audio clips you've heard were actually from that interview, mere months
And
before Bill's
they're
passing.
made out of paper.
He wanted the truth to come out here for the victims. He knew
Went
what he
head
was
on,
doing. He never wavered
just
on that.
repaired it at 100 armor, 100%, flying down around 68,
And he said, at least
head
now I'll
in
get to see
to
me.
a
After
local
decades of
and blows up.
investigating, Mary Rose finally felt like she had an actual case against Felix Vale. She still had no physical evidence, but she believed that the testimonies of the Hortons, the Hensleys, her own, and Felix's son Bill could sufficiently prove to the FBI that the cases needed to be reopened.
They had a special agent there that was working on serial killers and cold cases. He told me, I believe you're absolutely right. We are dealing with a serial killer.
But when the time came to meet them, they were coldly informed that the agent in question had been let go following budget cuts imposed by the government. Their entire cold case department was affected, and following this event, nobody ever followed up on Mary Rose. She was back at square one, with nobody willing to listen to her.
I felt shame that I had gotten all the families excited about this. So it was a big letdown for me.
Even though things fizzled out, she continued to search for someone to take a look at our situation. She
Funny
just
girl.
had that burning desire to want to get this guy so bad. She was consumed with it.
After almost 3 decades without Annette, I continued just doing my life, and I realized then I need help. I need some healing here.
In June 2011, almost 30 years after the disappearance of her daughter, Mary Rose was in her home listening to the radio when she heard about an investigative reporter who solved the notorious Mississippi burning murders. These 8 murder cases, all perpetrated by members of the Ku Klux Klan, remained cold for almost 50 years before he cracked them.
I was just sitting in my living room listening, and I realized, oh my gosh, this man is not afraid of cold cases. I need to contact him.
Without a minute to spare, Mary jumped on the phone and started making calls. Quickly enough, she managed to get in touch with the reporter in question, a Mississippi resident named Jerry Mitchell.
I said, Jerry, if you knew there was a serial killer living in Mississippi as a free man, would you be interested in the case?
Well, yeah. And so she proceeds to tell me about Felix Vale.
She tried to explain the complex case to him as best she could, but one clue overlapped all the others. She recently learned that Felix moved back to Mississippi. When she expressed her intention to the reporter, his reaction took her by surprise.
She said, I'm coming down to confront Felix. I said, well, I want to go with you.
The pair drove up to the place in question, a remote and isolated trailer park beside the blackened remains of an old, burnt-down house.
By now, I'm starting to get kind of suspicious about, where is he? Is he watching? I'm thinking along those lines.
But Mary didn't care. She was ready for anything. At 64 years old, she had enough of Felix Vale. She would get to the truth, whatever it took.
She gets over there, and the back window was missing. So she crawled inside.
You didn't worry about the risks.
Wow, these boys
I
are
don't
teasing
worry
a
about the
cat.
risk. I just wanted to know the truth.
Inside the house, camera in hand, Mary Rose stumbled upon a collection of religious texts and a large haul of weapons.
And she threw out a machete. And then she threw out another machete, then another machete, then another machete. And I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah, it's a new stream overlay.
After Mary Rose crawled back out of the house, the pair noticed someone running in their direction.
Here, I'll show you the rest. So when my stream is starting soon, this is the starting soon.
Alright, I'm all done eating. I'll catch you later.
And then of course when I go to in-game.
Oh, wait a second,
And
where's
then the
Yank tonight?
resub as well. Thanks for the sub.
Yankin, yankin.
I'm gonna go break.
Puppy.
And then end this one, it's the same thing. So yeah, I revamped the whole thing. Bye.
See ya.
But one of his sisters, Kay Faulkner, who also lived on the property in an adjacent house. She was initially annoyed by their intrusion, but when they started to explain the reason behind their visit, the look on her face changed.
When I spoke to Kay Faulkner, Felixdale's sister, she's like, oh yeah, I think he killed these women.
Surprised that his first day of investigating the case was so fruitful, Jerry Mitchell didn't waste any more time. He listened to Bill Vale's tape, interviewed the Hortons, the Hensleys, and Mary Rose, then directly started to write. 4 years later, Gone, a book retelling his and Mary Rose's investigation, came out to great acclaim, collecting multiple awards. Following the buzz surrounding the book, the FBI contacted all the parties involved and reopened the cases.
I celebrated. I danced. I remember calling one of my brothers and said, Fred, I've got some good news. They said, Mary, that's not good news, that's fabulous news.
They determined that Mary Horton Vale's case was the only one they could prosecute since...
Hello.
Howdy.
Can I help you?
Do you guys sell like stock Evos here?
Yeah, we're a brand new car dealership, meaning we sell everything available in the city, except for, of course, special rotation.
Yeah, okay. How much are your Evos? Like the Evo 9s?
It's $297,850.
Yeah, okay. I might just go have a look at the showroom, see if there's something else I like. Otherwise, I'll grab that.
Alrighty. You just working? Nice. Did you need help? 2 hours of sleep. My guy, what are you doing? But yeah, I also have a new chat widget. Cherry blossoms.
Hello.
Hello.
I was just wondering where like the menu for the car is.
Oh, the catalog, it will be in the front of that counter.
Okay, thank you.
It was the only one with a confirmed death, but since her drowning was ruled accidental, the police never got their hands on any evidence related to the case. Almost 50 years after the event, all the evidence and involved staff were lost to time. With nothing else to latch onto, the FBI started looking for a DA eager enough to pick up the hopeless case.
I was minding my own business, walking down the hall to get some coffee, and the DA grabbed me and said, hey, how would you like to work on a 50-year-old murder case?
How much is an Akuma?
Akuma?
Yeah.
86,250.
Oh shit. I'll be back. I gotta go make some money, I guess.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, though.
You have a good day.
You too.
Oh.
How much for the wide body MX-5?
977,500.
Yeah, okay. Are you guys going to be open for long today?
Depends.
Yeah, okay. I want to get a little bit more money together for that MX-5.
I'll be here for a bit.
Alright, I'll go for a quick dive then.
Alrighty. And I'm also playing a childhood game of mine, Dragon Quest.
The first thing Holland did was send a squad to bust
I forgot
out
how
Felix's
grindy
door
it was,
and search
though.
his property more thoroughly. Amongst the mess of swords and holy order of man's literature, they got their hands on a series of personal journals stretching from the 80s to 2010.
We found Felix Vale's journals, almost 2,500 pages worth. And so in reading through the journals, Felix clearly tried to control every woman in his life. and a lot of times through physical violence.
Felix even had a whole section describing how he liked to drink raw blood, but nothing
Oh.
concerning the murders. With nothing conclusive at hand, Holland started to look for someone, anyone who was involved in the rescue effort at Calcasieu. Against all odds, one man survived the test of time, 90-year-old Ike Abshire.
Ike Abshire was a roommate with Felixvale when Felixvale lived in Lake Charles. Ike's father, ironically enough, owned a large boat. The sheriff's office hired Ike's fathers as part of the search party to look for Mary's body. Ike happened to be on his father's boat when Mary's body was recovered.
Holland and his DA then headed off to Lake Charles to meet with Ike at his home. They're greeted by a geriatric man in a wheelchair. Inside the home are piles upon piles of cardboard boxes with dates on them.
He says, I got something for you. He gives us an envelope, and written on the envelope is a single word, Keep, K-E-E-P. Open up the envelope, and then I'll pull these two photographs out.
It was the lost pictures of the discovery of Mary Horton's body. Back in his office, Holland and his team were examining the pictures when fate struck down.
The forensic pathologist just happens to be walking past the table. He looks down at the pictures. He said, who murdered her? And I said, okay, well, we got us a murder case now.
Now armed with not only a confirmed piece of evidence, but also a direct witness, Holland charged Felix Vale with the murder of his first wife, Mary Horton Vale. His arrest quickly followed, and he was sent to Louisiana for trial.
Felix, what happened to Mary?
Hey, you're supposed to call me.
What about Sharon?
Oh, it's treated. What the heck?
Annette? Felix, did you murder those women?
The trial opened on the testimony of Jerry Mitchell and Mary Rose, followed by Will Horton and Brian Hensley, and closed with Ike Abshire. His retelling of the night he helped recover Mary Horton's body finally put an end to any form of doubt still lingering in the mind of the jurors.
She had a scarf wrapped around her mouth and her neck. And her neck was all swollen around it, like it was sunk in. And it looked like a big old knot, but it wasn't a woman's knot.
So without him, without his testimony introduced in the photos, I can't prove it's a murder. Ike Abshire was the key to the entire case.
3 months after his testimony, Ike Abshire died of old age, but the truth he was bearing shined through the procedures. In 2016, after only 10 minutes of deliberation, Felix Vale was finally convicted of Mary Horton's murder and sentenced to life.
After how long?
Mary was sitting next
Tumus!
to me, and Brian was sitting next to Mary. And we
Oh.
were holding hands.
We've become a family. The best part of this whole ordeal was getting to meet Mary Rose and getting to meet Will.
And when they said guilty, it really no words to describe it. It just felt so good. Finally, mission accomplished.
Sadly, the disappearance of Annette was left unaccounted for, but more verdicts wouldn't have added much to Vale's sentence. In the eyes of Mary Rose, truth prevailed nonetheless.
The most important thing for me was that he was be convicted of murder, whether it was just for Mary Horton or all three women, and that he would serve the rest of his life in prison. This was it. He was never gonna get out of jail.
And for Sharon, her brother Ryan finally got some form of closure.
As far as for Sharon, I was able to have a memorial service for my sister, and it felt so good. I felt like I fulfilled a promise to my mom.
But the same cannot be necessarily said for Mary Rose, even 4 decades after the facts.
I don't really know exactly what closure means. I haven't found Annette's body. There's always going to be a piece of me that my heart is always going to be broken.
As a way to cope with her loss, Mary Rose started to write letters to her daughter after the trial. In them, she talks to Annette almost as if she was still there to help her forgive herself for the decisions she made all those years ago, and hopefully, one day, overcome her grief.
Dear Annette, I want you
Yeah.
to know that I'm all right.
Yeah, I was just
Life
seeing how
has
much
been
the
challenging.
Honda Civic EKs go for.
That one, 51,750.
Could I grab a black one?
No worries. But it does come out it comes out in its basic color, so we'll try.
Okay, all good. Thank you. Have you heard where the diving hotspots are today? Any word?
I've
Anything?
not been keeping track. I am taking a break from diving. Moment as I grab the keys. Everyone's just asking me where the diving spot is. Nope. Not really following.
I get it sent to my garage, or I got my other car here as well.
Yeah, it comes out in its basic car. Yeah, we could send it to your garage. Oh. Anything else?
Which garage would that go to?
It goes to a random garage. You could bring it out any for free one time.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No
Have a
worries.
good day.
And painful since you went away. The night was restless and full of ruminating about all the mistakes that I made around you and Felix, but I can't go back. I finally, and with gratitude, can weep thinking of it all. So sad that maybe my choices would have made a difference and saved your precious life. I feel like I've been suppressing tears for so many years as I've kept myself busy trying to find justice. But now the tears are flowing and they feel heavy and deep and old and very salty, as though I've been holding them inside for all this time, and now they can come out. And I can weep and feel sad, and it's okay. It's okay.
What was that one where other call.
Trey Genko was a deranged and isolated incel that had devastating plans against the State University of Ohio. And this story highlights the dark path that he followed and how he was firmly stopped in his tracks. After slipping into the world of the incel movement, he became infatuated with the killer virgin Elliot Rodger. And from this moment onward, he took on a red pill style ideology.
Why
As the red flags and warning signs developed around him, people began to take notice. Most notably his mother, who watched on
they
in horror
admire
from the
these
distance.
past
But
killers
would she conveniently
and then
turn
mix
a
a whole
blind eye
new
for
one.
her son? Or would she seal his fate to save the lives of countless innocent others? Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, folks. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Now today, we're looking at a case that had the potential to be so much worse than it was. Trey Genko saw great admiration in Elliot Rodger, who some of you will know as King of the Incels or the Killer Virgin. And so it is no surprise that he had equally vicious plans. By the way, and just to remind you that I post true crime and strange cases here weekly, so if that does sound like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to the channel. And now, with all said and done, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat, and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Trey Genko. Good morning, America. We're once again visiting the rather familiar state of Ohio, located on the eastern side of the United States. More specifically, today we're traveling to a rural city that goes by the name of Hillsborough. Tucked away in the southern half of the state, Hillsborough can be found between Cincinnati and Columbus. And with a tiny population of just under 7,000 residents, it is a bit of a stretch to call it a city. Now, there isn't much to say about this place. It's home to just 3 schools and a library, and appears to be about as rural as you can get in a state like Ohio. The city's only real valid claim to fame is its production of steel alloy bells, which are produced and shipped all around the world. C.S. Bell went into the foundry business in 1858, manufacturing what it thought Americans needed most around the house at the time. Fast forward to modern times, and the city now hosts the Festival of Bells every year. Though, one slightly more bizarre reason to visit Hillsborough is to see its unique roadside attraction, the world's largest horseshoe crab. Honestly, sometimes you Americans confuse me. Anyway, it's here in this little city that we meet the main subject for today's case. And of course, that is 21-year-old Trey Genko. His own mother described him as a well-mannered young boy while growing up, stating that there was nothing out of the ordinary about him. He was quiet, intelligent, and performed relatively well at school too. However, as we often see with these cases, his demeanor began to change when going through his teenage years. And for Trey, those changes would turn him from a sweet young boy to an angry and violent young man. As a teenager, Trey spent most of his free time surfing the World Wide Web. He would often keep himself away from his friends, and even his mother most of the time too. Despite this, she continued to support and love him at the time. Trey and his mother lived on a humble income. With no father figure, he and his mother lived on a trailer on the outskirts of the city. But that didn't stop him from achieving a pretty decent education. His Twitter bio and several other posts suggested that he attended Ohio University, aiming to achieve a degree in computer science. However, outside of education and for most of his life, he kept to himself on his computer. In the online world, Trey's social media indicated they had a deep interest in computers, AI, and how they can be used for manipulation. He often shared research articles online, and, no surprise, was deeply fascinated with Elon Musk. With the amount of time spent online, Trey found himself integrated into several online communities. And mainstream social media accounts aside, he also became a frequent user in multiple private online forums. However, this is where our story becomes dark relatively quickly. You see, throughout his teenage years, Trey slowly drifted into the world of the incels, an online subculture of resentful men that are unable to find romantic or sexual partners despite desiring them. Now, here in the coffee house, we've already covered a few stories involving incels, including the likes of Alec Manassian, Jake Davison, and most notably, Elliot Rodger. Elliot Rodger held such a grudge against women and the men that apparently took them away from him that he murdered his roommates in cold blood before driving to a Santa Barbara sorority house to murder multiple other students. If you'd like to see my full video on him, including details of his written manifesto, I'll leave that down in the description below. Just ignore the change in production quality and haircut. For those unfamiliar with the term, the word incel stands for involuntary celibate, a group of people, mainly men, who hold great anger towards people of the opposite sex because they can't get laid. Interesting side note, but the incel term was coined in the 90s, and the first web forum to bring this community together was actually created by a woman. It is kind of ironic when you think about it, a group of men that congregate together to talk about how much they hate women, when the owner of the website was actually a woman herself. Incels' hatred generally comes from a place of self-entitlement, and most believe that they deserve love without any terms and conditions. And of course, most women hate this type of mentality. Like many online groups and fandoms, the ways in which incels connect with each other tends to vary quite substantially. This usually is in the form of forums or subreddits before Reddit started to shut them all down. Like many echo chambers online, incels perpetuated the hate around and between each other, ruminating on the difficulties of attracting women and their general disdain towards, quote, foids, which, by the way, is a shorthand form of the longer term femoids, which in itself is a derogatory term for women. I do have to say, by the way, incel terminology really is something. Now, of course, you have the classical Chad and Stacy terminologies, which are generally used for conventionally attractive and popular men and women. This goes alongside their blue, red, and black-pilled ideologies. Take the blue pill for acceptance of the situation, the red pill for anger, and the black pill for total nihilism. Of course, it is a little more complicated than that, but frankly, I have no desire to induce a collective cognitive shutdown amongst my viewers. Either way, Trey Gunko was a vocal and active part of the incel community and movement, often interacting with those he found online, giving him a sense of community and reinforcing his toxic and hateful mindset. From the summer of 2019 right through to mid-March of 2020, he kept a number of social media profiles and left hundreds of comments during that time frame. And rather concerningly, he joked about violence against women and felt entitled to owning them. In one of those posts he said, "I put some orange juice in a water gun and I was planning to spray some foids and couples like Elliot Rodger did. When I finally did do it, it was his birthday and I didn't even know that. I felt like I was spiritually connected to the saint on that day. I drove up to them saying hi and they didn't even look up. They just went, uh-huh. So they got sprayed in the fucking face." I suggest it to all incels. Extremely empowering action. If it wasn't obvious enough from this post alone, Trey absolutely admired Elliot Rodger. After reading his full 137-page manifesto, he became infatuated with the king of the incels. And even worse, he even shared Elliot's twisted ideologies. Trey had now reached 19 years old, and in his mind, he planned to follow in Elliot's footsteps, choosing violence against those who had allegedly berated and isolated him. To train up for his so-called event, he enrolled into the military in August of 2019. However, due to his poor performance in both fitness and discipline, Trey was discharged after just 5 months of basic army training. Now, being discharged was both disappointing and embarrassing for him. He saw himself as a missionary, and failing the military meant he had also partially failed his mission. While all of this was going on, Trey's mother believed that he had enrolled into the military to try and get his life back on track. However, she could not be any further from the truth. Either way, she was still happy to have him back home after he was essentially given the boot. But Trey was never the same again after his discharge. He seemed to be an entirely different person, and Trey's mother had no idea how to react around him. Once a quiet and well-managed child, he had now become angry, aggressive, easily agitated, and violent. And to add to all of this, he was quite unpredictable too. For example, he entirely disappeared off the radar for 10 solid days when he travelled to Greece for no rhyme or reason. This was all very strange because Trey had never expressed any desire to go to Greece. Neither had he ever left the United States before. And this sudden change in behaviour was so unexpected. The sudden change in his behaviour is easily explained through his journals. Before enrolling in the military, Trey created a personal journal named A Hideous Symphony, which, as you can guess, was his own self-absorbed manifesto. In this document, he mused about his struggles to be appreciated by women, finishing with, "I hope these words resonate in sweet familiarity with my fellow incels, either cognizant of the situation or not. I am already set to go into the US Army. This training will be for the attainment of one reality, the death of what I have been deprived of most. But also cherish and fantasize at the opportunity of having but been neglected by women. I will slaughter out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge. I will take away the power of life that they have withheld from me by showing there is more than just happiness and fulfillment. There is an all-encompassing death,
already?
the great equalizer that will bear all of us into its calm velvet of silence and serenity." This overdramatic drivel was followed by another note less than 2 weeks later, which, to be honest, was even more worrying still. In this note, he listed Ohio State University as his prime target, which, as we know, was the largest and most local school to him. The note read, May 23rd, 2020, 290 days, M16 optimal, covert or mil-spec. Will get arms training in basic combat training in Georgia. KC needs to be huge. 3,000? Aim big then. Now, there are a few things to note in his crudely scribbled note, one being the date he'd set for his attack. Disgustingly, Trey planned to commemorate Elliot Rodger by attacking Ohio State University on the 6th anniversary of his final stand. Another disturbing homage to Trey's so-called saint. Another thing to note here is that the term KC stands for kill count. It is obvious that the man wanted to do as much damage as possible, but with an estimated number of 3,000, you are probably safe to say that he was being overwhelmingly ambitious. No individual has ever been able to achieve such a terrible figure, and considering this skinny little rodent couldn't even pass combat training, I think he was being rather naive here. Approaching 2020, Trey's position had changed quite drastically. He had failed the army, his behavior had changed, he had authored a violent manifesto, and his mother was growing increasingly worried with dark concern. It is obvious that Trey was a ticking time bomb. He had slipped too far down into the incel rabbit hole, and now felt validated through his unhinged and misplaced hatred. And now, should people die or not, that all depended on someone noticing the red flags soon enough. In January 2020, he created a document titled Isolated, wherein he wrote, "If you're reading this, I've done something terrible. Somehow, you've come across the writings of the deluded and homicidal. Not an easy task, and for that, I congratulate you for your curiosity and willingness to delve into such a dark topic." After writing this, Trey began to orchestrate his terrible plans, eventually settling on Ohio State University. And having found his target, he then went on to explore and survey the area where he planned to attack in just a few months' time. It was at this time that he made numerous suspicious and very damning internet searches online. This included searches such as planning a shooting crime and when does preparing a crime become an attempt? That final search, by the way, it does make you wonder, was all of this just a game to Trey? Or was he dead set on following Elliot's evil path? One thing is for sure here, but Trey had become set on violence long before his dark manifesto, because all the way back in January 2019, he made several worrying purchases to aid his future plans. This included tactical gloves, a bulletproof vest, and a Bowie knife. He purchased 2 factory Glock 17 mags, a 9mm Glock 17, and a holster a few months later. He also purchased black cargo pants, a hoodie with the words revenge on it, and also a skull face mask. By now, Trey's mother was becoming increasingly concerned by his behavior, and the more extreme he became, the more she felt she had to intervene. From Christmas 2019 onwards, she began to actively challenge the ideologies that he shared in front of her. And unfortunately, this caused many heated arguments between the two. The first major red flag began when she found one of his handguns inside of her car, and after she confronted him about it, he said it was no big deal. Now, this may be the case in some situations, but then again, why would an angry teenager be casually armed in a small town in Ohio? She had also become aware of at least some of his online journals and writings, which, as you can imagine, would only snowball her concern. And finally, all their fighting and the glaring red flags would come to a peak on March the 12th, 2020. It was on this day that yet another argument broke out between the two. However, this one would be very different. After finding another handgun in his room and confronting him about it, Trey became enraged against his mother. The concerned parent was becoming terrified of her own son, which was suddenly made even worse when he threatened to kill her. By now, she already believed he had the capacity to do so, and it would only take one impulsive moment for a life to be lost forever. Coupled with all of the worrying signs, she realized that her son had become a genuinely dangerous person, and if she were to turn a blind eye to him, then she may one day remain forever regretful. And so, on that note, enough was unfortunately enough. Later that day, and following Trey locking himself in his room with his gun, she called 911. Officers responded to the scene immediately, treating it as any other domestic violence case. However, they were soon to realize that the situation was much worse than expected. Still locked in his bedroom, his mother had left the house to meet officers outside, and after being handed a megaphone, she and the team worked together to persuade him to peacefully leave his room. Now, Trey initially denied ever having a firearm, but after pressure from officers, he eventually told them that they could find one in the back of his car, and after searching his vehicle, they found more than they had bargained for. After opening the trunk, officers found a bulletproof vest, a semi-automatic rifle, and multiple boxes of ammunition. The discovery shocked Trey's mother, as she had no idea he had such items in his possession. Following this discovery, Trey and his mother were questioned by officers, and despite lying to officers that this was his only firearm, they would find a fully loaded handgun hidden in the vent by the side of his head. No surprise, but it was at this point that Trey stopped.
Hello.
Did you need help with something?
I got a quick question. Haven't been in the city for a very long time. I have owned cars. Where would I find them?
In the garage?
Yeah. Okay, so I've looked in the garage and yeah, there's nothing in there.
I don't know then.
Yeah, okay. No, that's all good. Yeah, I've got the rego and everything on my phone, but I can't find them.
Wait, so when you look at your register, you see your cars there,
Yeah, I've got like 10 cars.
but when you go to the garage, you don't see them?
It just says you have no stored vehicles.
Oh, you probably look at there's two different types of storing. There's the parking, and there's an actual
Yep.
garage. So you'd have to check it out.
Oh, okay, yep. No worries.
Yeah.
Okay. No, thanks a lot for that.
No worries.
Alright, you have a good one.
Tip. Someone's beating up someone somewhere. Ugh, these cars that always spawn in. I can get rid of these local. Yes.
Being coy with the police, and instead demanded that he had an attorney. It seemed that now he had realized that his grand plan had been stopped in its tracks. The violent man was only a few months away from potentially murdering dozens of people. However, thanks to the concerns of his own mother, this massacre had now been averted. Moving into the legal proceedings of this case, Trey's trials trailed at an excruciatingly slow pace, and they were very complicated to say the least. In the months leading up to his arrest, COVID-19 had become a thing in the world, and just one day after he was actually arrested, the state of Ohio was put into lockdown, with all courts grinding to a halt. Trey was held in Butler County Jail while his charges were being ironed out, and this was permitted due to his illegal possession of a machine gun or a semi-automatic firearm. And this is where the situation gets quite messy, because despite wanting to murder as many people as possible, Trey had not actually harmed a single other person. However, since Trey had planned a hate crime, it was theoretically possible he could be charged accordingly, and this holds a maximum sentence of life in prison. After multiple discussions in the courtroom, Trey Genko was officially charged with one count of attempting to commit a hate crime. Facing prosecution, Trey lawyered up and took the expected route of pleading insanity. However, after a psychological evaluation, he was found to be of sound mind and therefore fit to stand trial. His internet search history indicated that he was very well aware that his plans, and eventually his actions, were a very serious crime. And this was further expressed by him when he tried to hide his firearms away from officers. He also expressed premeditation and methodical planning when conducting surveillance at the university. With both of these things in mind, his plans were clearly made with sound intent, and there was no way that he could disprove that. And so, in June of 2020, the young incel stood trial, and if convicted of attempting to conduct a hate crime, he could receive a maximum of life in prison. However, in a dark twist of fate, the prosecution did not have the authority to charge Trey on a federal level. This is because matters with the FBI were
hello.
going at an extremely slow pace, which was possibly due to the ongoing
Hey,
COVID
what's up?
pandemic. And so,
The
his
match-
charges were dropped to a third-degree felony charge.
Getting
where
a
he
lot
could
of
now only be
employees.
charged for
Every time
threatening the
I
civilian population.
take a gander,
For this charge,
we're
he
growing.
faced a maximum penalty of 18 months behind bars.
Yeah. How are we?
What's that?
How are we?
All is well. How's everything with you?
It's all good. You know, standing here trying to get KPI and then, yeah, do what I need to do.
There you go. Looks like somebody came in and cleaned house for us.
Trey saw this as the best possible outcome for him and therefore pleaded guilty to the lesser charge. To make matters even more frustrating, he had already spent 7 months in jail, and so, alongside his allegedly good behavior, he was released on parole early in February 2021. Following his release, Trey spent the next few months posting as normal on his social media profiles, acting like any other man would in his 20s. This included posts of him going to the gym, learning to move on with his life, and even trying to meet women. And surprise, surprise, he even preferred to meet the ladies in real life. However, Trey's comfortable new lifestyle would not last for very long, because while he was out enjoying a free life again, the FBI were hot on his tail with their own investigation. After acquiring access to all of his social media, both historical and current, they were building a very convincing case to prove that, indeed, he was guilty of planning a hate crime. The US Code on Hate Crime Act states, whoever attempts to cause bodily injury to any person because of the actual or perceived religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability of any person shall be imprisoned for any term of years or for life, fined in accordance with this title, or both, if the offence includes kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill. And so, the search conducted by Trey before he was even on the authorities' radar really would come back to bite him in the ass. And so, to answer his question and his Google search if preparing for a crime is classed as an attempt, yes, Trey, it bloody well is. And in July of 2021, Trey Genko was formally arrested by federal agents before being held in prison where he waited his second trial.
Local man who is a self-described incel admits to plotting to carry out a mass shooting of women. Trey Genko pleaded guilty in federal court to attempting a hate crime. The Hillsborough man was charged in July of last year. Investigators say he wrote a manifesto saying he would slaughter women out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge, and search for sororities and a university in Ohio. Genko faces the possibility of life in prison.
More than 1 year later, in October 2022, Trey Genko finally went on trial for his now defined hate crime. And with a case so strong, there was nowhere for him to turn. He pled guilty, accepting his fate of facing up to life in prison. The legal proceedings around this case felt very disorganized, to say the least. The FBI took months to come to their own formal conclusion, and this was only realized months after Trey had been released back into the
I'll swing
open
back in a
world.
little bit. Good
Theoretically,
luck.
if Trey
I'll
had
see you
the
soon.
motive and intelligence to do so, he could have reenacted his plans in between his charges, which is very concerning to think about. This was a disaster with tangible potential, and although Trey never murdered or even hurt anybody else, his violent and vicious motives were as clear as day. During his trial, he insisted his writings were simply made out of boredom and depression, and that this was his way of coping with his unwanted virgin lifestyle.
About to
However,
die.
in court, that simply didn't hold water.
No.
In hindsight, it is extremely lucky that his mother phoned the authorities when she did.
Oh
and
my
if honest,
God.
it is quite admirable, actually. By calling out her own son, and therefore putting herself in the firing line, she potentially saved multiple lives.
died.
And that, in its own right, is selflessly heroic. Now, I've covered several cases related to incels already. There is no doubt that there are more out there, and I'm sure the authorities know this too. Obviously, being an incel does not make you a murderous monster. The vast majority are merely frustrated with their lives, and their needs remaining unfulfilled. They also perhaps feel like they will never deserve a partner, or will never have a chance at raising their own family. However, what many don't realize here is that the world is an unimaginably enormous place. And there are literally billions of people out there. Anxiety has a funny way of making us look inward, only aware of the present moment around us. But just because you haven't found someone yet, at this specific moment in time, doesn't mean that you never will. It just means that this part of your life is all about you, for now. Small changes to your lifestyle right now can make a huge impact to your life just 1 year down the line. All it takes is for you to pick up a new hobby, take that daily walk, or maybe just leave those toxic forums behind, in exchange for healthier and more fulfilling connections. At the time of this video being published, Trey is currently being held at Butler County Jail while he awaits his final sentencing. And as always, I'll let you know of any updates to this story. Anyway folks, I think that pretty much covers our story today. There's not much more to talk about here, but I hope you don't mind me covering a case that is a little different to the usual. As always though, I'd love to hear what you think about this case and what you think about Trey Genko. Do you think he should receive a life sentence, or do you think he should get a number more finite? And if that's the case, how long do you think he should be in prison for? As always, if you'd like to support me in the channel, get early access to my videos, or additional content, then please head on over to my Patreon. You can also follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Threads for more true crime content, or to follow me in my adventures. Anyway folks, as always, I'll be back again very soon for another video. However, until that moment arrives, remember to look after yourself.
911 emergency. Do you need police, fire, ambulance?
Just to let you know who I am. Tanya's right there. She's been really good.
You have two young, innocent girls, and then you have a psychopath that's tormenting the police.
You think I would be stupid enough to leave fingerprints behind when I make a phone call?
This guy, he's not just somebody who sort of killed somebody. He's really a sick mind, and he's still out there.
I'm the one giving you the chance to try and find me. I'll be cruising around looking for someone else.
I'm moving back to Alberta. I'm not going to wait around to be killed.
Something has to be done. They have to do something. Because we're losing our kids to these monsters, and he phones the police and he says he's going to do it again.
Ambushed, assaulted, and left for dead, 16-year-old Misty Cockerell was attacked by a deranged psychopath on the most unlikely night she could have ever thought of.
I was joking around. I was like, oh yeah, it's Friday the 13th. And this guy comes out of the hedges and told us to take our clothes off.
When the infamous Abbotsford killer attacked her best friend, Misty didn't hesitate and, with unimaginable courage, almost lost her own life trying to protect her.
That's when I'm realizing, I might not live tonight. I'm not going to go down without a fight.
The following day, the bedroom community of Abbotsford, British Columbia, was in shock. Police have been informed that a teenage girl with severe brain trauma has been admitted to the hospital.
She had what the doctors described to us as at least 3 home run type swings to the head.
Between life and death, Misty only had brief moments of clarity, and despite the detectives' efforts to extract information from her, she was mostly concerned by Tanya's safety, unaware that her body had been found a few hours earlier.
When she was fighting for her life, I wasn't able to tell her.
RCMP Inspector Kevin McLeod was on the scene when they identified Tanya. Her naked body was found floating in the middle of a river, and her chest was badly injured, almost like something bit her. By reaching one of the pathways by the bed of the river, he made another grim discovery.
At the entrance to that path, what turned out to be Tanya's clothes had been thrown up in the bushes.
Usually, when someone commits a crime, they'll try to distance themselves from it. Often, they'll hide the evidence, cover their tracks, or create an alibi for themselves. But at this crime scene, McLeod was met with the total opposite.
My initial thought was this guy wants to be known. He wants people to know what he's done.
So while he was waiting for Tanya's autopsy results, McLeod set up a tip line in case anyone from the public had any information. One of the first calls he received caught his attention.
And I answered this one call, and this gentleman said that he was the one that had driven Misty to the hospital. Up to that point, we were under the impression that Misty had made her own way to the hospital. I was trying to talk him into coming in, and then he hung up.
Sensing something unusual, he asked the telecommunications company operating the city phone booths to trace all incoming calls to the tip line and the local 911 dispatch, and he was right to do so, because later that day, they received another call.
911 emergency, Jimmy, please fire ambulance.
Just to let you know who I am. Tanya's right there. He's been really good.
With the autopsy results finally in, they were able to confirm that the man on the other end of the line was the killer.
The main piece of holdback information that we had was the location of the bite on Tanya's body. And the caller, when he called us, always referred to that area of the bite as his calling card, so to speak.
Tracing the call back to a phone booth located beside the city ice rink, the police arrived within minutes. Even if they had no idea what the suspect looked like, they had to at least try to catch him.
For the timing of the phone call being made and the time it took to drive to the exit, we feel that the first police responders must have met him as he was driving out. The response was that quick. Unfortunately, it didn't identify him.
The following day, Misty woke up. After 4 days on the brink of death, she was finally back to herself, but Tanya was the only person she had on her mind.
As soon as I woke up, I started talking about her. I was confused. And then I started talking to Tanya, but she wasn't there.
Her mother had to step in. If they wanted her to help with the investigation, she needed to know the whole truth, even if it hurts.
I remember my mom sitting down and saying, Tanya didn't make it.
And she just looked at me, she goes, what do you mean she didn't make it?
She was one of my best friends.
And she goes, I didn't save her? I don't know.
Together, they watched Tanya's funeral on TV. The ceremony was being held in a church close to the ice rink where the call happened the day prior.
We will never hold her in our arms again on this earth, but we'll always hold her close in our hearts until we meet again.
During the funeral, the police swarmed the area where the phone call had been made. They tried to check the booth for fingerprints, but their attempts were unsuccessful.
We did surveillance in the area, feeling that he may be watching. We had a lot of cars out checking people that were in the area, checking people that were watching, checking cars driving by.
Eventually, they received a third phone call. This time, the suspect chose to directly target them.
You think I would be stupid enough to leave fingerprints behind when I make a phone call?
And that led us to believe that he was watching us dust the payphone where the 911 call was made.
Again, the police showed up within minutes, but the booth was empty, with no prints and no trace of the suspect. In the end, his taunting successfully got on the nerves of lead investigator Rod Gell, as he had to admit the ineffectiveness of his strategy.
I'm the one. You're giving me the chance.
It's for the follow. Just
How can we not be catching this guy yet when he's making himself so available?
They needed a change of plan if they ever hoped to catch him before he attacked again, so Inspector McLeod chose to rely on Misty, even though her memories of the events were impaired by the injuries she suffered.
We had, of course, released a composite that Misty had assisted in preparing. We had debated about the value of that, given her injuries, but we decided to release that. That generated a lot of tips from the public.
At this point in the investigation, the police had 3 viable elements at hand: Misty's fleeting memories, Tanya's bite marks, from which they were able to recover dental prints and a partial DNA sample, and finally, the composite sketch they just released to the public. Following this announcement,
Wow,
multiple
that's a
calls
nice
came
drawing.
in, all pointing toward the same suspect.
3 separate people phoned in identifying this particular individual from this composite drawing. It looked very strong in that particular case that we had the suspect in custody.
The man they arrested looked almost exactly like the composite sketch and categorically refused to take part in a lie detector test, raising the investigators' suspicion.
And in fact, another sexual assault victim came forward and said, that looks like the guy that attacked me.
Eventually, he agreed to provide a DNA sample, but back in the 90s, DNA testing was a new technology, and they had to wait for 2 months before any results could be handed to them. To the dismay of Inspector McLeod, his superiors thought the case was solved, even before the results came in.
And there was a feeling among the managers that the case was over. The guy was in jail. And they would cut back on the resources for this investigation.
Unsatisfied, he asked to be left alone for 12 hours with the suspect to interrogate him thoroughly. His conclusion didn't look good.
After the 12-hour interview, I was satisfied that he was not responsible for the murder and the attack on Misty and Tanya, and that I knew the guy was still out there.
While McLeod continued to investigate, the 2 months eventually came to pass, and he was right. The DNA test came back negative.
See you guys later.
But Gell noticed something about the situation. The actual culprit never contacted them while they were keeping the wrong suspect in custody.
So it appeared like he was prepared to allow whoever this chap was we had in custody to take the rap if that's what was going to happen.
Up to that point, the city had prevented McLeod and Gell from releasing the tapes of the killer, fearing that social panic would take over the small community. But they were now totally out of options. Robert Linden, a journalist and radio personality, was present when they first aired the tapes and remembers the media circus that surrounded the release.
All of the media from the Lower Mainland and nationally descended on the Fraser Valley for that one defining moment when the tape was released. They have nothing else to go on. And that was really the point of this whole investigation, was that they had nothing else to go on but that voice.
I'll be cruising around looking for someone else.
City officials were right, though. The population's immediate reaction was one of fear and disgust. It was the first time they heard the killer directly threatening them and taunting the police.
People were being escorted by security guards to their cars. Everybody traveled in pairs. The community was in terror.
I'm not going to wait around to be killed.
Canadian media and news outlets soon stormed the city, interviewing Gell, McLeod, and panicked passersby.
Something has to be done. They have to do something. Because we're losing our kids to these monsters, and he phones the police and he says he's going to do it again.
The campaign proved to be almost too successful, with thousands of people calling in, overloading the Abbotsford Police and RCMP capacities to investigate each and every lead.
9,500 tips came in. So we're getting lookalikes to the composite drawings and sound-alikes to the voice.
Shortly after, the suspect started to communicate again. This time, he directly targeted Misty.
He called quite a few times. It's a terrible thing to do to someone who's been a victim, right? And my family and I were put into witness protection.
Gell thought that by securing Misty's family into the witness protection program, she would be spared from future contact with the killer. This seemed to have angered the suspect because, for his next move, he went all out.
He took Tanya's gravestone and he defaced it, wrote across her face, why would you do that? Haven't you done enough to her?
He called the local radio station and told the host to go look for his car in the parking lot. And there was the headstone, slammed against the hood of his car in broad daylight in the middle of the city.
And quite amazingly, nobody saw him lift this big 180-pound headstone out of there and put it on the hood of the car. So it was like we were chasing a ghost. This guy's invisible.
It seemed like the intense media coverage and the attention he got from the release of the tapes reignited his willingness to communicate with them.
Things weren't moving along fast enough for him, so what does he do? The wildest thing possible. But the story had moved up a notch. Now the media was part of the story. Got all the publicity he could possibly hope for as a result of it.
But apparently, it still wasn't enough, because after that, not only did he call them again, but he also sent them a letter.
911 emergency, TV, police, fire ambulance.
How would you like to present I told you guys?
What? They called backup. What the heck?
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you, sir.
How would you like my present I told you guys?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh my god, these things
He
are
had
so
walked up
strong.
to the front of this house and right through the front living room window, he heaved this wrench.
After carefully opening the letter strapped to the wrench, McLeod and Gill finally discovered the extent of his crimes. Turns out that the Abbotsford killer was not only a murderer, but also a serial rapist with a particular interest in teenage girls, who he refers to as his conquests.
Never forget the night we've read that note for the first time, and just chills going up my spine. It was absolutely terrifying.
He talked about other conquests, and in the end he said, "You won't catch me, and I will strike again. And goodbye for now, guys."
But finally, the suspect made a mistake. On the piece of tape, holding the wrench and the letter together, the police found a fingerprint. They immediately logged it into the national database.
Our whole perception of who we were after changed. We were thinking before it would be somebody that had a record for sexual assault or something like that, a known criminal or some kind of criminal record. And in fact, he did not have a criminal record at all.
Later that day, the police received a most unusual call. On the other end of the line is someone claiming to be the mother of the man behind the calls.
She phoned our tips line and told one of the tip takers, "Yeah, I think that's my son's voice, and he fishes at the Vedder River, and he went to Tanya Smith's funeral." She knew that.
Contrary to the behavior seen in the last major suspect, this man wasn't cooperative at all. He refused to follow them to the station and didn't provide any further information.
So I told him if he was innocent, get down there and cooperate. Get down to the police station. And if you're guilty, we'll get you.
Apparently, the suspect wasn't aware that he left a fingerprint on the letter because it was the only thing he agreed to provide to investigators.
He seemed to be confident that he was going to supply his fingerprints, and he was going to walk out after supplying his fingerprints.
His lawyer asked that his fingerprints be examined right there, at the station, under the condition that they should be destroyed if a match couldn't be established.
Innocent people will proclaim their innocence loud and long. Guilty guys will run to their lawyer. Generally, not always, but generally.
So they did the test in the cell block, right in front of him. Jerry Ennis, a forensic scientist, performed the check.
My heart was racing. It felt like I'd won the lottery when I compared that print and found that it was his. So I advised the investigators, I think it was Inspector Gale, and I advised him that that was his print.
From tears to high fives or sighs of relief, the Abbotsford police and the RCMP were overjoyed to finally have a credible suspect in custody. But Inspector McLeod knew that they weren't done with the Friday the 13th murder just yet. The most important part of their ordeal was yet to come.
When there's an arrest made, as far as the police are concerned, that's really when the work starts. Because now the clock is ticking to get ready for trial.
And the suspect was prepared, bringing in a strong defense. He claims that he was responsible for the rape of Tanya, but not the attack. This allowed him to plead not guilty to the murder charges imposed upon him.
I think what he said on the stand was that he had sex with Tanya. That's consistent with the evidence. But then there's no direct evidence that says that he was the person that threw her in the river and in fact killed her because she drowned.
Without any evidence to back the murder charges, the Crown wasn't in a good position. But the prosecutor had a backup. On the last day of the trial, Misty took the stand. After 7 months of rehabilitation, she regained most of her memory and went on to deliver a horrifying testimony starting from the beginning.
I was joking around. I was like, oh yeah, it's Friday the 13th. And this guy comes out of the hedges and told us to take our clothes off when he brought out the baseball bat.
Paralyzed by fear, Misty took a good look at the man, but couldn't move at all.
When I looked at his face, it looked like we weren't going to live through it.
As the man started to force himself upon her friend, Misty watched in horror.
The look on Tanya's face, she had such big, big eyes, and they just looked completely empty and lost and scared.
In the panic of the moment, Misty felt powerless. She could have run away, but couldn't even imagine leaving Tanya behind. The only thing she could do was stare in shock.
That's when he's like, stop looking at me, bitch. You're gonna find out what this is like later. Well, now I'm on my knees, on the ground, thinking, now what?
As their attacker was undoing his pants, he accidentally dropped his baseball bat. Misty didn't flinch and immediately tried to reverse the situation.
Hell yeah,
Grab the
take
bat,
that bat.
And I'm angry, and I'm thinking, I'm just gonna hit this guy in the head. I don't care if he dies.
But to her surprise, the man didn't move an inch. Instead, he turned around and grabbed the bat from her hands.
Oh, hello.
He immediately jumped at her and started beating her ceaselessly.
I turned
Hello,
around
sir.
myself.
Greetings. Your rumpo.
I was screaming for help.
Yes,
and I
sir.
was like, please, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I was thinking, this is it.
Give me 1 sec.
Okay,
moment of truth
pops
came
in,
when
gets
she was asked to
swoops
identify
the
the man who
customer.
attacked her and killed Tanya.
He was staring at her and smiling and giving that cocky grin.
And I thought, you think the judge can't see you?
And she just stared right back at him and said, point, and she pointed to him. It can't hurt you now. That was the problem.
This is on the house,
After
right?
Misty's testimony, the judge
Don't know whose
directly
house you're talking
convicted
about,
him. He
but
was
if you can
sentenced to
find
life.
someone's house to put it on, then absolutely. But on this house, no.
Overjoyed.
After
Oh,
months
man.
of terror, the residents of Abbotsford, Misty, and Tanya's family were finally liberated.
Members of the team put their lives on hold for 7 months. We all lived in the community. We all knew the threat.
He tried to break her, but she made sure that he would never do this to anyone ever again.
Oh.
Today, Misty doesn't want to be remembered only as the survivor of the Abbotsford killer. Instead, she became an...
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Come with me at the back, sir.
How much are the Mercedes out there going for at the moment?
The E63S?
Yep, that's it. I think
Goes
it's
for
fully done.
862,500.
Okay, sweet. Thanks for that.
Wait, what? Thanks for the follow, Osprey.
advocate for victims' rights, speaking up for other survivors, and making sure they have access to legal representation and support.
I am a mom. My fiance and I decided to name the child after someone who's made a big impact on your life, which would be Tanya. She made a huge impact in my life.
Yourself?
I didn't want Tanya's death to be a waste. It was like an ending and a beginning. The end of what happened to me, and then it was the beginning of, you know, what I can do about
Just
it.
chilling, doing my KPI.
I didn't give up, and now I have a purpose, and that's to help other victims.
Yeah, I'm playing my, like, an old school Japan game on my mobile. Car parts. Just finished the impound. Watching true crime on the side.
My life is over. He saw to that. I will be his victim for the rest of my life, or his.
Hello there, b****. Are you comfortable right now? Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. You're obviously here against your will. For a little while, at least, you need to get your shit together and listen to this tape.
This audio recording was made by David Parker Ray, also known as the Toy Box Killer.
Toy
What you're
Box
about to
Killer?
hear was played for Cynthia Vigil the day she was captured.
Now, I'm going to tell you, in detail, why you have been kidnapped, what's going to happen to you, how long you'll be here. Under the circumstances, I bet that is a scary thought. You're going to be kept in an environment that is even more secure than a prison cell. Here, your status is no more than that of one of the dogs or of one of the animals out in the barn. Because, basically, you've been snatched and brought here for us to train and use as a sex slave.
The recording lasts for 50 minutes. The content is extremely disturbing, but what will be shared in this video is the crucial piece of evidence that will lead to David Parker Ray's conviction. Cynthia Vigil, taken captive by the notorious Toy Box Killer, chained, enslaved, violated for 3 days. But she fought back and escaped, and David Parker Ray was arrested that same day. When the FBI raided his house, nothing could prepare them for what they would find in the white trailer parked outside. Cases such as Kelly Van Cleve and Mary Parker, which have left police baffled for years, were finally resolved. And David Parker Ray was sentenced to 224 years in prison, all because of one survivor. But the most shocking part is every piece of the puzzle was hidden in plain sight.
I
I don't understand how nobody seen me. That it made no sense to me.
In the small town of Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, 19-year-old
Is
Kelly
that
Van
what the
Cleve
town
lives
is
with her
called?
husband. It's July 25th, 1996. Kelly goes missing after a fight with her husband. He starts searching around town for his wife, informs the police. They soon find out she was last seen at a local bar, the Blue Water Saloon, with a few friends. One of them, a woman named Jessie Ray. 3 days later, July 28th, Kelly is brought back home by a park ranger. She appears to be drunk, with bruises and blood everywhere.
I was so dazed and incoherent. My hair was a mess. I had sand everywhere. I was still in the same clothes I was in the day I left.
The ranger says he found her wandering around the beach, delirious. But Kelly has no recollection of the past 3 days. She's in pain, terrified.
I did not know what had happened, and I didn't know what to do.
July 5th, 1997, 1 year after Kelly's disappearance, a close friend of hers goes missing, 22-year-old Mary Parker. 2 days later, Mary's mother walks up to the sheriff's office, stating that she hasn't heard from her daughter in days. Police investigate. The tracks lead back to the Blue Water Saloon. Kelly was there. She saw Marie leave with her ex-boyfriend, Roy Yancey, and a common friend of theirs, Jessie Ray. Police interrogate Jessie, who says she dropped Mary home that night. After nearly 2 weeks with no news on Mary, because she is known for substance abuse, the case is dropped, and Mary is treated as a runaway.
She had 2 little girls. There was no way she was going to leave her kids. So I knew something had happened.
It's March 20th, 1999, 150 miles away from where Mary was last seen. 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil is living out of a hotel room.
I was running from a boyfriend at the time. I didn't want to be around him, so I was at a friend's motel.
After staying there for days, she feels safer than at home, but she doesn't know a man has been stalking her. As she leaves the hotel in the morning, she encounters a friend named DJ. He tells her someone has been asking for her and that the man is waiting in an RV across the street. Cynthia knows she shouldn't go inside, but dismisses her instinct. She walks in, closes the door. A few minutes later, the RV drives off, and Cynthia goes missing as well. Days pass. Cynthia is nowhere to be found, her hotel room empty. No one tells the police about the sudden and unusual disappearance of Cynthia, not even her friend DJ, who saw her leave. It's March 22nd, 1999. The 911 operator for the Sierra County Sheriff's Department receives an unusual call. But no one is there. Minutes later, a second person calls 911 with shocking information that will be the first clue to what happened to all 3 women: Kelly, Mary, and Cynthia.
Yes, I'm calling for a young lady that ran into the house and says she's just been raped. She's got a chain on her and everything. Send someone right away. This lady's naked and everything else. She said they've been holding her for 3 days.
The woman she is referring to is 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil, and unlike Kelly, Cynthia remembers everything. The morning of her abduction, Cynthia is sitting inside the RV, next to the man who has been asking for her. The man doesn't look very threatening, but something unusual happens that should raise a red flag.
I noticed that he'd given DJ some money out the window, and DJ took off running and left me there.
Cynthia and the man talk for a few minutes. He seems interested in her line of work. Then, he takes out a handcuff and snaps it at her wrist. Cynthia panics. She tries to make a run for it and pull herself away, but the man is too strong, and he's holding on tight.
I was like, literally my fingertips are touching the door.
At that moment, a woman comes out from behind the shower curtain and shocks her with a cattle prod.
That knocked me to my knees, and they handcuffed me to the cabinet.
The 2 captors drive off, their prey chained tightly in the back of the RV. While the car is in motion, Cynthia unscrews the cabinet handle she's attached to.
I remember getting up on my feet, crouching down, and I was like, as soon as the RV stops slow enough, I'm gonna hit the door.
But the RV stops abruptly, sending Cynthia rolling to the floor, exposing that she's untied herself.
I was loose, my hands were right behind my back, but I was loose. Well, she came to the back with the gun. That's when they took all my clothes off me. They shackled my feet, duct taped my face from my chin around the top of my head.
Then, after driving for hours, The vehicle slows down to a stop. Cynthia is taken out of the RV at gunpoint. Once outside, she can see other trailer houses all around, in clear sight. She hopes someone will notice her, as she's in handcuffs, naked, with a gun at her side. But that hope quickly fades.
It was broad daylight. I don't understand how nobody seen me. I didn't understand that. That made no sense to me.
Once inside, they sit her on the bed, put a metal slave collar around her neck, padlocked and chained to the wall.
I couldn't wrap my mind around what was going on. I was so in shock.
That's tough.
I was totally freaking out because I didn't know what the future held for me at that point. And then he played
But she
a
escaped.
tape of him talking.
Hello there, bitch. Are you comfortable right now? I doubt it. Wrists and ankles chained, gagged, probably blindfolded. I don't know the details of your capture because this tape is being created July 23rd, 1993 as a general advisory tape for future female captives.
All of a sudden, I knew that I wasn't the only person that he had done this to.
Now, you're obviously here against your will. Totally helpless. You're very scared. You probably think you're going to be whipped, and you're right about that. You've been snatched and brought here for us to train and use as a sex slave. You may be married, have a kid or two, boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't give a rat's ass about any of that. I don't want to hear about it. Here, your status is no more than that of one of the dogs or one of the animals out in the barn. I won't have any qualms at all about your throat.
As she is lying in bed, terrified, what she hears next explains why none of the neighbors saw her, and why she shouldn't wait for their help.
The only close house belongs to our friends, and they don't hear or see anything. They know about our hang-ups. You may be required to service them occasionally.
The rest of it.
What the heck?
basically
We're gonna
said
eat
what
the
was gonna happen
children.
to you. Like how he was gonna torture you.
During the next 3 days, Cynthia suffers unimaginably at the hands of her captors, the details of which we will not be sharing.
They were both just like that was something they did every day. At this point, I was numb.
Every night, the two captors make their bed on the floor next to her, and every night, she hears them talk about their twisted plans.
I knew I was gonna die. I knew that they were gonna kill me. I just didn't know when. I wanted to die. I wanted to take my own life.
On the last night, she overhears them talk about a little girl, a girl they plan to kidnap at a young age, and turn into their slave. And Cynthia understands they already know which girl it will be.
And I just stayed laying there, thinking that a little girl going through what I just went through. That little girl stayed in my head.
March 22nd, something clicks inside Cynthia's mind. She knows she needs to escape, to stop them from ever hurting anyone else.
I was figuring, how do I get
God,
out
I
of this?
almost got killed.
My head was telling me to stay calm and do what they say.
The man is getting ready to leave for work. He's dressed in a uniform, almost like a cop. That's when he tells her, when he gets back, he's taking her into the toy box.
I didn't know what that meant. I knew it was gonna be more torture.
She recalls the recording and how the man described his toy box. It dawns on her. There is something worse waiting for her.
You're going to be kept in the hidden slave room. It is relatively soundproof, escape-proof, and it is completely stocked with devices and equipment that
God, I
satisfy
almost got
our
killed.
sexual fetishes and deviations. You haven't seen anything yet.
I knew I had to find a way to escape.
The man unties her wrists and ankles, leaving only the collar chained around her neck. He puts a bucket next to the bed as her toilet for the day. After the man leaves, Cynthia is alone with the woman. Cynthia's mind is racing and racing, wondering how she's ever going to escape. But she can't try anything because the woman is sitting right next to her, watching TV. Then, the phone rings. The woman takes the call and walks into the other room, making one crucial mistake.
I seen that she left the keys on the coffee table, and I said, here's my chance to get the keys. I have to choke myself to get my body that far to reach the table with my foot.
With her captor still just a few feet away, Cynthia can't make any loud noise. She pulls the table closer using just her feet, grabs the keys between her toes. Then, when she finally holds the keys in her hands, her captor returns. But Cynthia doesn't care. She tries key after key to unlock the collar from the wall. The woman grabs a green lamp from the table and starts hitting her with it. With every hit, Cynthia sees black. But she has to stay awake. She has to unlock herself.
I knew if I didn't get away, I would die. I'm telling myself, you cannot give up.
Finally, one of the key turns, releasing the padlock from the wall.
Oh.
Cynthia jumps off the bed, grabs the phone the woman just dropped,
Hello.
and dials 911. But before she can say anything, the woman stabs her with a knife. Cynthia drops the phone and takes the ice pick she finds on the table close by. In one final rush of adrenaline, she stabs the woman, just enough to stunt her, and runs off through the front door. As she's running in the dirt road, naked, covered in blood, with a chain still attached to her neck, she signals to a passing car, asking for help.
Yeah.
But the stranger in the car locks her door and storms off, so Cynthia continues to run and run. She searches for a house.
These guys.
I'll please get a Glendale.
What are you wearing?
Oh, it's just my work fit.
Oh,
Hey, mate, how's it
security.
going? Yeah, I work security for the police.
Hello.
Security for the
Hello.
police.
Yeah, like the station, make sure no
I'd
delinquents
like a
get in there.
bike.
Yeah, what sort of bike are you after, man?
Alright.
How much? What can I even get with 70k?
Yeah.
Are you after like a motorbike?
Yeah.
There's a few that we could, if you wanna, I'll list some names and then you
I
can
didn't get
go
a
have a
song.
look in the catalogue if you like. If you
It's
wanna
only
come over here.
like 2-seaters.
Let me just have a look for you. 70k.
What happened to these people?
Yeah, 70k.
Easy, let me have a look for you.
We just grab that, oh.
Yeah.
Security for There we go.
Oops.
Thank you.
So you can get a zombie. That's
That too.
2-seaters. Yeah.
How much is that?
That one there is 34,500.
Is it a bike?
Yeah, I'll get that.
Hello, Chandler.
Do you want to have a look at it in our catalogue?
No, I'll get it.
Easy, not a problem. Let me just come over here. It takes a little bit to come through as well, man.
Yeah. Where is it?
So just on your phone in your service FDG app and then fines and invoices. Perfect. Let's quickly grab it out for you.
Why are you still shaking? What? The fuck? Oh,
Am I not doing that in the showroom? They got holsters, that's
Oh, my
fine.
head's under the car.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Say sorry.
But I never fold, bro. Fuck. I never fold, cuz. What? Am I still walking weird, bro? Hello?
Crouch up and down. Oh! I'm gonna go buy a knife. Oh, that's a
Do you
sick
just want
bike.
to come over here for a sec, man? There you go, mate.
Thanks.
Oh, let's.
No way. Cool bike. There you go.
Get on.
Oh, I am not feeling good today. Holy.
Rest then.
Look, I've been sleeping too much and I feel like, you know, get my mind occupied. I have tonsillitis, not fun.
Oh, that hurt. Please die, boss, die! Oh no! I don't know if I'll survive. Oh, I don't know if I'll survive. No! I'm too weak. I need to buy better gear.
House with signs that someone is home. When she sees one with an open door, she runs inside without knocking. The elderly woman inside hasn't noticed her yet. Cynthia grabs her by the shoulders and turns her around, screaming for help.
911. Yes, I'm calling for a young lady that ran into the house. She says she's just been raped. She's got a chain on her and everything. Send someone right away. This lady's naked and everything else. She said they've been holding her for 3 days.
When police arrive, Cynthia locks herself inside the house. She doesn't trust them, as she remembers seeing her abductor wearing a similar uniform.
And it wasn't until a state cop showed up. Opened the door, I ran past all them cops and jumped on him, and he put me in the cop car. He's like, I promise you, you'll be okay. When we got to the hospital, that cop did not leave my side. Even when he was off duty, he stayed there right by my side.
New tonight, the woman who escaped the torture chamber of a sadistic sexual predator.
She survived 3 days of torture in Ray's house of horror.
Cynthia Vigil Jaramillo says what she heard in David Parker Ray's torture chamber makes her believe there are other victims out there.
March 22, 1999. Minutes after Cynthia is taken to the hospital, her two captors are intercepted a block from where she was found, trying to skip town in their RV. The FBI execute a search warrant on their residence, but nothing can prepare them for what they will find.
You go to the room where Cynthia was kept. It was just frightening. Off of the main trailer, there was a converted Ryder truck.
Then Pandora's box was opened.
Never seen anything like it in my life.
You could tell it was just a place of evil.
Go and state your name for the record. David Parker, right? Was she a willing participant, or did she not want to do it? She was willing.
The FBI believed David was responsible for somewhere between 45 and 60 murders.
But what happened to Kelly Van Cleve and to Mary Parker has yet to be uncovered.
These guards are
As the
unreliable.
FBI is
They'll
investigating the
just look on
scene,
job.
they come across a videotape. It is a recording of a woman held captive inside the toy box. On her leg, they identify a very particular tattoo. They share the tattoo on national news, hoping someone will recognize it.
Very shortly afterwards, a woman came forward and said, "That's my tattoo. That's me."
They showed me pictures of my tattoos that they had taken off of a video, and I had to identify myself from those pictures. After I seen the pictures that they showed me, everything started to click.
Since her disappearance 3 years prior, Kelly has been having nightmares, but she still can't remember what happened until they share with her a portion of the transcript of the recording of David Parker Ray's voice, which explains what he did to her.
If I killed every that we kidnapped, there'd be bodies strung all over the country. So, I've devised a safe, alternate method of disposal. After we get completely through with you, you're going to be drugged up real heavy. You're going to be kept a couple days while I play with your mind. You're not going to remember a thing about this little adventure.
So I knew all of my nightmares that I had been having, they weren't just nightmares, they were true. And then I started remembering other things.
The woman named Jessie Ray, who was last seen with Kelly on the night of her disappearance, was working with David Parker Ray. She drugged Kelly and drove her to David's house. Jessie Ray was actually David's daughter.
What?
And the park ranger who brought Kelly back to her house when she disappeared was none other than David himself.
Jesus.
As Kelly's disappearance was identical to that of Mary Parker, the FBI reopens her case, which leads them to Roy Yancey. When Roy is interrogated, he confesses everything.
From what I understand is that he's had many years of kidnapping, torturing, and killing women.
He was instructed to kill Marie Parker.
How did you come up with the idea to kill Marie?
That was David Ray Parker's idea. I was told not to tell anybody anything, or I was going to be killed and thrown in the ditch.
And who told you that, David?
Mary Parker's body remains missing, but the family can finally have closure. When the case goes to trial, both Cynthia and Kelly are forced to face David and his girlfriend, Cindy.
He acted like he was totally innocent and he had done nothing wrong, and it pissed me off. I didn't want to cry and let him know how much he hurt me. I didn't want to be his victim. I didn't want to go to court. I didn't want to have to go face him. But I did it because I had to do what I could to save other women.
All of David Parker Ray's accomplices pled guilty to their crimes, and eventually, so did Ray. The jury gave him the maximum sentence of 224 years in prison. Nothing can repair the damage done
I
by
didn't mean
such
to
evil,
buy that. What?
but because of Cynthia's incredible courage and strength, there will never be another victim. And the young girl she was worried about during her captivity is finally safe and sound. David Parker Ray died in prison that same year of a heart attack.
When I found out that he had passed away, I was happy, but at the same time, I was really sad because the people
that are missing their loved ones, their bodies. Who knows where they're at?
Now, more than 30 years after her escape, she's still sharing her story to help other women in need reach out for help. Cynthia has become a force in her community.
I have a nonprofit called Street Safe New Mexico, and it's been serving the women that have been raped, trafficked, or attacked. I love helping others. Helping others helps me not be a victim of David Parker Ray.
You need police, fire, or ambulance. I'm the police. New England 911. You need police, fire, or ambulance.
I'm the police. I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years.
Okay, and what's your address?
2207 Seymour Avenue.
Okay, talk to the police when they get there.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, talk to the police when they get there.
Okay, I'm right now.
We're gonna stop them as soon as we get a car open.
No, I need them now before we get back.
I told you they're on the way. Talk to them when they get there, okay?
What the heck?
Thank
This
you.
dispatcher just hangs up.
completely disregarded protocol. He was not supposed to hang up on her, and it only got worse when the neighbor called.
Cleveland 911 police, ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. This broad is trying to break out the house next door to me. She like, this been kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this, she say her name is Linda Berry or some
Sir,
You know what I mean?
sir, is she still in the street or where did she go?
Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance?
She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I guess she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes.
We'll send the police out.
Abducted, assaulted, and brutally abused for over a decade, Amanda Berry was chained to a wall in her neighbor's basement.
Not only would I never see my mother again, but I wouldn't see my sister, my family, or my friends for a decade.
She was forced to raise her daughter in captivity until the day she took it upon herself to save her friends and her family, finally putting an end to Ariel Castro's House of Horrors.
The source of hope for escape would come from the most unexpected place, 6-year-old Jocelyn.
In the city of Cleveland, Ohio, lively teenager Amanda Berry is wondering if she'll show up for work at her local Burger King.
I almost called off of work that day because the next day was my birthday. My mom had came to the door and she came to give me a kiss and just tell me have a good day. I got ready for work.
But unfortunately, her life ended up taking a completely different turn after she finished her shift.
You know, what if I would have caught off that day?
On her way home, Amanda crossed paths with a friendly face, Ariel Castro, the neighborhood school bus driver and father of one of her good friends.
And he asked, do you need a ride home? I said yes. You know, it's a friend's dad. And he's like, well, she's at my house. Would you like to go see her? I said, yeah, sure. I haven't seen her in a while.
Without any suspicion, Amanda agreed, as it's been a while since she had seen Ariel's daughter. She got into his car and followed him into his home once they arrived.
That's scary. A
So he
friend
tried
of
to show me around the house.
your parents?
And
Dude.
I never got back out.
Inside, they headed towards the basement, and she noticed that an unknown woman was watching TV in one of the rooms, but didn't think much of it. Ariel went on to say that she was only renting the room and living there as a roommate. Further down the basement, Ariel claimed that his daughter was taking a bath. At this point, Amanda was probably starting to
Yeah, I told her to fix that. Yeah.
Hello.
How you going?
Can we help you?
Alright, so I'm gonna buy this little car.
Mhm.
We need someone with decent storage though. Not preferably not van.
Have you recommended the Rumpo truck?
No, Titan. Let's go with Titan.
Oh, the Titan. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, we'll go with the Titan. That's got 500 kilos.
Shit, dude.
It'll be 230,000.
Yeah, that's easy.
No worries.
He's gone.
I'll deck it out for you, lad, too. I'll take it to fucking...
You're a fucking sick cunt, bro. It's too much bad.
Let me go grab the keys, alright?
Yeah, too easy.
Right, Louis, come here. I gotta give you a blowy, bro.
Hello there.
Hello, she's good. What is up? Unfortunately, I did not get any boosty from the cases. Here we go. And am I giving him the keys?
Holy shit, bro. What a car.
Well, I'm gonna have to keep these right here. Stand next to me, yeah. There you go. All yours.
Thanks, love. Hey, get in the driver's seat, brother.
Righto. Run outside there. Fuck, unlock. We run outside and store your car in the car park out front.
Done.
Notice how weird the situation was, as all the windows were nailed shut and painted black.
When he took me to the next bedroom, it was just really dark in there, and he told me to.
So I got a shit ton of blankets, drugs, suspense comics, some knives, couple guns. Yeah.
Afterward, he chained her up to the wall by the stomach, tied her limbs together with duct tape, strapped a motorcycle helmet on her head, and turned up the radio at max volume to cover up her screams. And at the same moment, she noticed that Michelle Knight, the girl she saw in the other room, was also chained to the wall.
He just left me there. He shut the lights off, and I just started screaming and crying, and somebody please help me.
The police were dumbfounded. To them, she truly disappeared without a trace.
Amanda Berry, when she first went missing, her mother, LaWanda Miller, was on the TV pleading for her return.
My daughter should not be kept off the news like that, but it's just so frustrating.
Soon after that, Castro called her mother with her phone.
What did you say to him?
I said, please let me talk to her. Let me hear her voice. Just let me know she's there. Let me know she's okay. Silence. And then he hung up on me.
Police started trying to track that phone, and that was one of the first cases of trying to track a phone.
I did.
The intelligence and the information we have indicated
but not
that
from the
Amanda's phone
case.
was used in about a 34
Just to
block area.
clarify
We spent about a
that.
week around the clock hoping that this phone would be used again.
But Castro knew better. To avoid any suspicion, he took part in the civilian search party.
I
and
almost
even
thought
attended
it
the
was
public
from the
visuals that were
case,
organized
too.
by Amanda's family.
How much of a monster are you? That you could go to that girl's parents and say, you know, I've been looking day and night. I can't find her.
One weird detail at the time was the disregard from the police towards Castro's divorced wife, Grimilda. 2 years into the case, she attempted to get him arrested on various charges.
Yeah,
She
I
wasn't aware
thought
of the
so,
kidnapping,
but-
but went through a similar situation herself in the past.
He beat my sister. He stomped on her head. He kicked her in the stomach.
So before the girl, she was the one being chained up in the basement. And once they got divorced, he started to frequently abduct his own daughter from Grimilda's house. Every time one of these crimes were committed, she contacted the police, but Castro never got arrested.
My understanding from the records is that she suffered a broken nose twice. She had broken teeth, and she otherwise was abused, but they were never followed through as a conviction.
The violence of his outburst towards her ultimately ended up killing her. She developed an inoperable brain tumor following all the head injuries she suffered from him. None of these claims were followed. Castro never had to pay for his crimes towards Grimilda. But Amanda, determined to record Castro's abuse, kept a secret diary filled with hidden codes. For example, X meant that she had been raped, sometimes up to 5 times a day.
I would always write these numbers at the top of the pages because I felt like, you know, one day maybe authorities will get to read it and he'll be punished for what he did.
3 years into the case, the whole house was turned into a dungeon.
It was a veritable house of horror. From the basement all the way up to the 2nd floor. Amanda, Michelle, chained up.
I was so scared that I was gonna die. I didn't think that I was gonna ever make it home.
At this point, Castro kidnapped a 3rd girl, 14-year-old Gina De Jesus. He kept them starving and prevented them access to basic care.
It was all boarded up. The doors
Wow,
were
that's
nailed
scary.
to the front windows.
The bolts holding the doors against the windows were sheared off, and this may look like a normal window from the outside, but every glass panel was actually replaced with high-grade plexiglass. And since Castro extended the dungeon to the whole house, each of the girls now had their own room with a TV.
The news comes out like 5:30 now, so day after day, I watched a lot of TV.
And after the kidnapping of Gina, the police finally made the connection between the cases. And there was even an episode of America Most Wanted dedicated to them.
Amanda Berry vanished on April 21st, 2003. 14-year-old Gina De Jesus left school. She never made it home.
In this episode, Luana was heavily featured, and this gave Amanda's hope.
And I said, you know what, I'm gonna make it home to you. As long as you fight, I'm gonna fight.
For 3 years, Luana Miller fought hard to find Amanda.
The holidays are coming and going, and my baby ain't home. Is she out there? Is she laid somewhere?
At that point, Amanda's favorite show was the Montel Show, especially the segment with the psychic Sylvia Brown.
I would watch her every time she was on Montel, and I'd say, I wish my mom would go on there. And then she could tell my mom that I was alive and that I'm okay.
The case started to catch a lot of attention from the media, and eventually, Luana was invited to meet Sylvia Brown and ask her about her daughter.
Don't think I'll ever see her again.
Yeah, in heaven, on the other side. I just hate that she's not alive, honey.
Luana was devastated, as was Amanda.
I just broke down crying because I couldn't believe she said that.
They both went into a long, depressive episode. She even took down the picture of Amanda she had hung around the city.
And she just gave up hope. And the huge tragedy is that she would die before Amanda.
One of the last things she did before she died was to try one last time to get the search for her daughter moving. Apparently, she just couldn't believe she was gone.
I think that was the hardest part. She was always fighting, and she was never going to give up on me. And for her to get sick, and I couldn't be there with her. I couldn't help her when she was sick.
And I think everyone knew that really she died of heartbreak.
In what could only be described as a twist of fate, Amanda became pregnant around the same time her mother passed away. Similarly to the Gisli Dugard case we already covered, Amanda saw her coming child as a gift from her mother, and for the first time in years, she felt hopeful.
Yo.
Hey mate, how's it going?
Good. Can I buy I forgot what it's called about. Holds 750 kilograms. It's like the van.
Van?
Yeah.
The
Yeah, that.
The what? Sorry.
Amanda
The
named her
Speedo
Jocelyn,
custom
and
build?
Castro sent her down the basement
Yep.
with the
Let
girls.
me
This is
get a
so
price for you.
You know, how do I feel about that? And she resembled him a lot. And I would look at her, and I just felt like, she's mine. She's mine.
The Vapid
Even if the
Speedo
circumstances were dire,
Yep.
Amanda did the best she could to properly raise
is
her.
126,500, man.
I
Can I get it,
wanted
please?
her to teach her
Yeah,
what
no
I
worries.
wanted, and I kind of had to go through everything with him.
As her daughter grew up, Amanda eventually started to rearrange the room for it to look more like a classroom. She would ask her to use her imagination
It's just gonna take a little bit to
visualize
come
the
through.
street, the car, and the stop signs.
We would pretend walk to school. I try to make it as real as possible for her, you know. So we
I don't
would
have
walk
it in front of
the
me.
door and we would
Can I borrow
walk to
yours?
School, cross streets, and
Yeah,
I would tell
sure,
her,
absolutely.
You know, stop
There
at
you
green
go.
lights and look both
Thank
ways
you.
when it's a red light. And we would finally get to school, and I would
Okay.
sit her down and tell her,
There
okay,
you
I
go.
love you, have a good
Easy,
day.
thank you.
And then I would become her teacher.
This is Ariel's adult daughter reaction after she saw a picture of Jocelyn.
And he showed me a picture that was in his cell phone, and I said, she's cute, who is that? And he said, this is my girlfriend's child. And I said, Dad, that girl looks like Emily. Emily's my younger sister.
Maybe she thought it was suspicious, but couldn't have known to which extent her father went to get his hand on this child. And this is where Castro's own sensibilities came into play, because as much of a monster as he was, he loved his daughter, and didn't want her to live her whole life in captivity.
Ultimately, he never did anything, he never laid a hand on Jocelyn.
So he started to take her outside, first in the courtyard, then in parks. One day she even got to see the sunlight on her face through a crack in the window.
It was the most beautiful thing. I just felt like that's where she should always be.
Around the same time, Jocelyn started to be more and more dubious about the chains and shackles her mother was forced to wear.
There you go, man.
Thank you.
No problem. Do you
So
want me
he
to store it?
started
You
to
driving
call
away?
them bracelets.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she was about 2, almost 3 years old. And he finally took the chain off. And that was because of Jocelyn.
As Amanda and Jocelyn were living a life of their own inside the house, the clock kept ticking in the outside world. So after 10 years and the loss of Luana, the only person still looking for Amanda seems to be her sister Beth.
I'm hoping she's out there somewhere. I mean, I don't care. Just come home.
They are still waiting and still hoping. FBI agents and police are searching for the remains of a missing teen, Amanda Berry. 7 years ago tonight. It was 8 years ago tonight.
It's been 9 years.
That Amanda Berry, Gina DeJesus, disappeared.
Today marks 10 years since Cleveland teenager Amanda Berry disappeared. She was 16 years old.
Those who knew Amanda Berry gathered to remember.
Gina's family has been gathering right here at this corner.
After a while, we thought these girls would never be found. They're dead. They're gone.
After 11 years in captivity, everything changed on the morning of May 6, 2013.
It's a warm spring day, and the source of hope for escape would come from the most unexpected place. 6-year-old Jocelyn.
Her daughter said something to her that changed both of their lives.
And she's like, Mom, Daddy's car is gone. My heart immediately started pounding. Should I chance it? If I'm gonna do it, I need to do it now.
This was her only chance, probably the only chance she would ever get, since it was the first time they forgot to lock her door.
Never before in 10 years has that happened. I'm like, okay, now I just gotta fly out this front screen door and I'm free. And that didn't happen.
As with everything else in the house, the screen door was locked from the outside. But by pushing as hard as she can, Amanda was able to create a small opening.
So I'm just like waving my arm and I'm like, somebody please, please help me. I'm Amanda Berry.
She started banging and pushing against it like her life depended on it. And Charles Ramsey, Castro's neighbor, happened to be outside on his porch. He ran to the door to see if he could help.
She said, get me out of this house.
He kind of like started like trying to pull on the door, but he couldn't get it open either. And so he like kind of kicks it.
Out comes Amanda. What do we do? Right, call the police.
You leave a 911. Call me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped. I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now.
The police are on the way. Talk to when they get there. Okay?
I need...
She like, this been kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this... She said her name was Linda Berry or some...
Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance?
She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I said she's been kidnapped.
I'm Amanda Berry. I've been on the news for the last 10 years.
Okay, I got that. And you said, what was his name again?
Ariel Castro.
And what's he wearing?
I don't know, because he's not here right now. That's why I got away.
Ariel Castro, female, that's her name is Amanda Berry.
This might be for real.
I was terrified. And just because there's people on the street doesn't mean that he wouldn't hurt me.
Now, we both calling 911. She deal with a moron. Me too.
The woman was like, oh, hang up and wait for the police.
Hey, Amanda Berry is right in front of me right now. Wait a minute, I thought this girl was dead. Amanda Berry, that don't ring no damn bells, you being a cop and all?
She was thin, pale. And I told her we've been looking for you for a long time.
The police on site couldn't believe they were still alive after all these years.
It was just like getting smacked in the face, like, holy cow, she's still alive.
Then she gives us, well, there's 2 more girls in the house.
We found them. We found them.
Once I saw that, I'm like, you know, this is it. I think we're free now.
After the rescue, Amanda pulled out a flyer and explained to the police that she held to it for years.
And then she said, I smell it sometimes because my mother was holding this flyer.
breaks your heart. Sorry. After all this time.
Once her sister Beth arrived on site, Amanda was overwhelmed, and she jumped in her arms.
She was just really skinny and short hair, but she was still beautiful.
After they were rescued, the police searched the whole house and found a confession penned by Castro himself. But to be sure that he would stay in jail, they needed more than that. And this is where Amanda's diaries came into play. She took note of every time he moved one of the girls around the house, as each of these movements counted as another kidnapping. Each and every time he raped her has also been marked down in the corner of the page. Because of the diaries, the police were able to charge him on 977 counts, including 446 counts of rape and 512 counts of kidnapping.
I don't have to have one person. I am just sick. I have an addiction. I simply kept them there without them being able to leave.
You know, I couldn't believe that he would say that. I mean, do you think I would be there for 10 years if I had a chance to go home? No, that's why you had chains on me.
For 10 miserable years, they survived. But Ariel Castro lasted just 1 month and 1 day in prison before apparently taking his own life.
In his journal, he cited the consistent harassment and abuse he was suffering by other inmates as the main reason behind his decision. Even if 11 years of her life were stolen from her, Amanda found joy in the only good thing that came out of it, her daughter Jocelyn.
I just never want her to feel that she's not here for a special reason. She's here because she's special, and I just wanted to know that.
Today, Amanda is saving lives by carrying on Luana's legacy.
I push every day more and more and continue my mom's work. She fought so hard for me while I was gone. I'm working with a local news station for missing children, adults in our area. I'm Amanda Berry, and I've made it my personal mission to help police find missing people. I want to do something that means something to me. I'm just a regular person, and I want to make the world a better place.
Yeah.
Hello, Irv speaking.
Hello, Dad?
Yes, Bethy. Are you okay?
The phone call you're about to hear is 8-year-old Beth Stauffer, who was...
Hello, Irv speaking.
Hello, Dad?
Yes, Bethy. Are you okay?
The phone call you're about to hear is 8-year-old Beth Stauffer, who was kidnapped with her mother Mary. On June 15, 1980, at 10:14 p.m., the kidnapper allowed Beth to call her dad on Father's Day. The FBI recorded it.
Yeah.
Is Mommy okay?
Yes.
That's good. Oh,
Daddy?
Yes?
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetie.
We can't talk anymore.
When can you come home?
I don't know.
Can I talk?
Can
I talk to him?
No.
What the hell?
Mary Stauffer, 36. Beth Stauffer, her 8-year-old daughter. Kidnapped, chained, abused for 53 days. But they escaped, and Ming Sin Chu was arrested the same day. During the trial, he attacked Mary, leaving a scar on her face. He even hired a hitman to kill her, but she survived and made sure Ming would never terrorize anyone again.
He had 53 days of our lives. He doesn't get another day.
In the small town of Roseville, Minnesota, Mary lives with her husband, Irv, and their 2 children, Steve and sweet little Beth. The house is packed because the family is moving to the Philippines. It's May 16, 1980. Mary takes Beth for one last errand before the big day.
When Beth got home from school, I said, come on, let's go and get your hair cut so we look nice.
As the hours go by with no news from them, Mary's husband Irv and their 6-year-old son, Steve, are getting more and more worried at home.
What's happening? Where are Mary and Beth? Why haven't they come home yet?
Mom's not the kind to run away. Mom loves me. Mom loves Dad. Mom loves my sister. There hasn't been any arguments.
Around town, the police are searching for a child named Jason, who was kidnapped that very same day.
Little boy kidnapped.
Jason, playing in a park, never came back.
Terrifying story.
But they have no idea that Mary and Beth are missing. It's nighttime. Irv finally decides to call the police. That's when he learns about the missing boy, who was abducted by a dark-haired man.
The man on FBI's most wanted list. This remains an extremely active scene.
Temporary license.
I'm sorry? Huh?
Okay. Oh my.
Oh no. Oh man. Oh shit. I don't know. Oh no. Okay.
It's after the free ones.
Why is there just random dead bodies in your garage there?
They're all taking a nap.
Oh yeah, taking a nap. So how do I acquire a car?
So you go to the catalog, which is in front of that counter, look what you like, and if you have any pricing questions, you could ask us.
Alright, sweet ass, thank you.
Interrupted. Oh no, I can't. All the treasures. Whoa. Okay.
What was that?
Oh, someone shot something. Oh, the arch chest. Silver. Some 30 gold.
I'm so confused on what's going on right now.
That happens a lot in PDM, honestly.
Oh my god.
The cart's unlocked.
Oh well.
It's not our problem.
No, not my car. Oh, the cops are chasing him.
Wait.
Yep, the cops he turned around and then the cops started following.
Oh my god. Thanks for the raid, Zachlor. I'm like jumpy with my alerts. I think they're a little loud, but that's fine. give you that shout out. Where'd the shout out go? Hey, what? Is it not here? Oh, you don't have a clip. That's why I think. That's why I didn't show up. Wait, let me test. So. Yeah. Oh! What the fuck? Okay, at least I know it's in front of that game screen. Good. Oh, wait a minute. Cape, I forgot one thing. The Capemon something. Sorry. Although...
Oh.
That's one thing I did. Happen. I have to check the other one. dinner. Is Mira not here? Peppermint. Did I put? More random thing.
Irv fears the worst for his wife and daughter. The search goes national, roadblocks, ground team, air support. They find Mary's car left in a ditch, but no trace of the missing kids or Mary. Irv is frantic, and as the days pass, his hopes of seeing his family alive are growing thin. It's June 15, 1980. It's Father's Day, and Irv is at home with his son Steve, but still no news of Mary or Beth. It's been 30 days since their abduction. That's when the phone rings.
Hello, Irv speaking.
Thank you.
Is Mommy okay? That's good. Oh, thank you so much, sweetie.
We're fine, Dad.
Oh, I'm so glad.
We can't talk anymore.
When can you come home?
I don't know.
Can I talk?
Can you okay, Dad?
Can I talk to him?
No.
Okay, you call again.
See you soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye, sweetie.
This cryptic phone call hides a much more sinister truth of what happened to his daughter and his wife. The day of the abduction, Mary and Beth are leaving the beauty salon. The two are walking through the parking lot.
We saw a man walking toward us. And I looked up. I thought perhaps he wanted to ask directions. And he had a gun. He pulled out the gun and put it at Beth's side and said, "I need a ride."
He forces them into their own car and sits beside them, his gun pointed at little Beth. Mary does everything the man says and drives off. She doesn't recognize the man yet. She doesn't know she's supposed to.
I said, I don't know where you're going, but we need to get there quickly because I have to get home. I have company coming for supper.
They stop at a red light. Directly behind them is a police car.
We came to an intersection. And I remember him saying, if that police car turns the same way we turn, you're dead.
But the police car doesn't turn. After an hour of driving, the man tells Mary to stop the car.
He opened the trunk, and I realized he was going to put us in the trunk. That was very, very scary for me. I said, please don't put us in the trunk. We won't be able to breathe.
We were lying face down, and then the trunk was closed.
Gagged, tied, trapped in the trunk of a moving car, the two of them try their best to untie each other, but the noise catches the attention of their captor.
And he raised the trunk lid and saw that her ropes were untied.
With the trunk wide open, two boys on bikes come near the car.
One stays at the front of the car, one walks to the back trunk where he has it open, and he looks in and he sees this woman and child duct taped together, and is alarmed and says, whoa.
All of a sudden, something was placed on my feet. And then I could hear whimpering, and I thought, this is a child.
6-year-old Jason Wilkman was just being curious. He saw something he shouldn't have, and for that, he was taken away.
And so I started to talk. I said, my name is Mary, and I'm 36 years old, and our daughter Beth is here, and she's 8 years old. And we don't know who this man is, and we don't know what he wants, and we don't know what he's going to do to us.
I think he said, I'm supposed to visit my grandpa and grandma tomorrow. And we just talked about being scared.
And then the car came to a stop, and the trunk lid was open, and Jason was removed from the trunk, and then the trunk lid was closed. And then...
Hello.
Hello, I'm help you.
He's new to the city and he would like to get his Glendale if possible.
Does he have his vehicle license?
Yeah, could you go ahead and flash your license? How I showed you? There we go.
There you go.
And your phone number.
So when you pull out your phone, just go to the phone and then it'll tell you your contact information.
Yeah, it's a 957-4375.
Alright.
We're gonna get you hooked up with a
Here we go.
all right, go stand next to her.
That's all yours.
Thank you. So go ahead and hop in and meet me at the parking lot. You're gonna have to drive through there. Thank you again.
Have a good one. It's not hot. How to set up Capture. That sound like?
Sorry?
What that sounded like? Firing. Or sound like a flare.
Oh, maybe. Holy.
Okay, now I know. Start with the start. I might test. Why is it just going from the bottom? Okay, yeah, there we go. Alright, need to do the same for everything. Break and Let's test. Test. I know where it's going. Okay, that's where the issue lies. I need to make it separate. The others are fine because it's like my with I her and I could let's see alert. Alert. I should have put it on the alert. Ah, eat bitch. Yeah. I'm gonna delete everything. Or I could just put it in the alert. This one. Oh, there. Oh my. Okay, let's test. Test. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. I need that to be behind. Okay, that's an issue. Find that alert now. I have to do a separate one. That would be the same. Smaller. Small. better. The 50. Yeah, it's actually this one goes behind. So this is good. Yeah, that one goes behind, so I don't have an issue with that one. So 50. This is good. Yeah, like. Yeah. So I need to make a separate one that'll go between the game and the alerts. Okay, let me just see that. Break. Oh my. Nice. It's covering. Alright. For the end game, I need to delete. Actually, I already did. Why is it still showing? Oh, it's with the alerts. That's why. I just need a separate pathogen game. So new overlay. And
all was quiet. And I remember thinking, he's left us here to die a slow death in the trunk.
But after what seems like an eternity, the man comes back. He takes them out of the car, into a van, but there's no sign of Jason. Mary asks what he did with the boy. He says he left him somewhere where he could be found. He lied. It will take months for the police to find out Jason had been murdered.
Oh.
But Mary is not stupid. She knows not to trust anything the man says, and she's terrified of what he might do to her, or her daughter.
We didn't know from minute to minute whether we would be alive the next minute.
Then, Mary and Beth are being led into a small house and forced into a tiny bedroom closet. A closet that's been converted into a prison.
There was a light bulb with a pull chain. There was a scatter rug on the floor and 2 small throw pillows.
They took a screwdriver and removed the doorknob from the inside of the door, and we were locked into that closet. Our hands were still tied. We could not reach up and turn on the light. And so the only thing we could do is lie down on that floor. We just had to try to get some rest because we didn't know what the next day would bring.
She knows right away this was not a random occurrence, that this was planned. And their terror, of course, escalated at that point.
In the first week of their captivity, Mary is taken into the living room where the man ties her to a couch. He removes her blindfold. She sees that a camcorder is set up and she's being filmed. Then, she finally discovers what this is all about.
He had actually been up in the woods behind our house, probably using binoculars. He knew that Beth had a little makeup Barbie that was on the dresser top of her room. He knew our son Steve. He knew that my parents had been to visit. He had followed me down the highway one time. In fact, he even knew where the spare key to our apartment was.
The man was obsessed with Mary. He had been stalking her for 10 years. And since she was living in the Philippines, he wanted to catch her before she got away.
This was his moment of triumph. He had found the person he wanted all these years, and he had her in his control. And he believed that it was simply a matter of time, that if she were with him long enough, she would come to love him.
15 years earlier, Mary is a high school teacher. In her classroom, a young boy named Ming Sen Shu becomes infatuated with her. 15-year-old Ming is reportedly violent toward his younger siblings, and his mother is terrified of him. This can only mean bad news for the teacher he locked eyes on. At the end of the year, he gets furious over a grade he claims broke his perfect score.
He said, "Do you remember what grade you gave me?" And I said, "Well, no, I don't, but it must have been an F for you to do this to me."
The grade?
Must have been an F.
B-. Ever since, his obsession has only grown stronger. He resents Mary and wants her to love him at any cost. The video discussion lasts for hours, some weird tactic he is using to persuade Mary to fall in love with him. But even if it doesn't work, what he can't have, he just takes.
I'm not saying it's right. I know it's not right. But that's the way I've chosen it. And no one knows. It's an evil thing.
I could tell she was upset when she would come back and see me in the closet, but I didn't know why.
He warns them multiple times that if they try anything, he would kill them.
He hammered it into us. If I ran away, he'd kill her. If you did anything, he'd kill me.
June 7th. Ming takes his fantasy of having a family life with Mary further and rents an RV for a trip to Chicago. He leaves Beth inside the RV, chained, while Mary and him go out in public, his gun keeping her in check. During that trip, both Mary and Beth make attempts to get rescued. Mary uses her traveler's check to pay, knowing it should alert the FBI of her transaction and whereabouts. The FBI never received the information. Beth, on the other hand, takes the risk of ripping the blinds off a window and peers outside just as teens are passing. For the first time, she has the courage to act, even though Ming has threatened to kill her mom if she tried anything. She yells out to the teens, saying she was abducted and asks for their help, but the teens laugh at her and tell her to stop making stories. They leave. July 4th, Ming takes them to see the fireworks. Before exiting
Imagine
the van,
being those
he warns
teens
them,
and
like he's
thinking
done
it's a
many times
joke and then
before,
watching it on the
that
news.
if they try anything, he would kill them and anyone else who's nearby.
Imagine.
That moment, a police car drives by and stops at the red light. Mary doesn't dare do anything. She says, quote,
"I couldn't do a thing about it because he always had his gun and he always had Beth."
But she memorizes the phone number written on the back of the police car in large numbers. When they get home later that night, she makes Beth memorize it too. July 6th. As they sit around the table, Ming has them playing out another fantasy, family game night. That's when he announces the worst news Mary ever heard. He's taking them far away to another home. Mary can feel the excitement in Ming's voice, but she's filled with despair. Quote,
"It wasn't until that day that I despaired to the point that I said to Beth, he's never gonna let us go."
There were times when I questioned my faith.
Sometimes I'd be so discouraged day after day. No rescue, no nothing. But Beth was sensitive to that. One day she said, Mom, do you think that God is going to send his angel to open the door for us like he did for Peter and the other guy? And in my deep heart of hearts, I didn't think it was going to happen that way at all. But I don't want to destroy the faith of a child. And so I said, well, he certainly could do that, but he might choose a different way.
Time is running out. Mary knows she has to risk it all. July 7th. While Ming is out, Mary and Beth are chained tightly to the door inside the closet. Mary's staring at the door hinges, thinking. She knows Ming can be back any second. She has no tools, just her fingernails to remove the hinge pin. She knows it's unlikely the pin will come off that easily, but she has to try.
So I went over to the door, I held the door with one hand, and I pulled the hinge pin with the other. It came out just like it was greased. The door separated. It was clear that our cable was going to come through. Beth, she panicked right away. She started pulling on my clothes. She said, Mama, don't do it. Mama, you know what he said? If he finds us escaping, he's going to kill us. You know, I mean, she was really panicked. I slapped her cheek. I sat her down in the chair and I said, listen, Beth, if God has given us this way of escape, we have to take it. Sure, it's dangerous. If Ming comes home and finds us escaping, he's going to kill us. We know that. But if this is God's way, he's going to take care of us. But I can't fight against you. We have to work together in this. We're chained together and we have to work together.
Oh, she almost died.
Beth understands, and they make their way to the kitchen. Mary grabs the phone, dials a number she memorized on the back of the police card 3 days prior. A moment later, a dispatcher from the sheriff's office answers. Mary says,
This is Mary Stauffer. I think you're looking for me and my daughter Beth. Please hurry. We're being held in a house. He has loaded guns here. He'll kill us and anyone who tries to come in here. Don't try to come in if he's here.
The dispatcher gives Mary strict instructions
Hello.
to stay
G'day,
inside
guys.
the house and away from the
Hello.
windows. Mary ends the call. Beth then tells her mother that they should wait outside for the police, that they can hide behind the bushes. Mary listens to her daughter, going against the dispatcher's instructions. They leave through the back door of the house, while still chained together. They crouch behind a car, out of sight, but they have no idea that at that moment, the cops are already there, securing the area, getting ready to move in on the house. Expecting to see the two of them still inside, the officers break in. At that moment, one of them notices a vehicle parked outside. There's a chance Ming Sin Shu made it home before the police arrived. The officer moves in on the vehicle. He sees a figure from underneath, crouching, hidden behind the car. Mary and Beth.
Approximately 3:30 this afternoon, our Ramsey County Sheriff's dispatcher received a phone call from a woman who identified herself as Mary Stauffer. She stated she had freed herself from a shackled position.
The day we escaped, the air smelled sweet, like I remember the feeling of the sun. There's nothing like just feeling the freedom.
When we were taken to the sheriff's office and I first saw my husband Irv and our son Steve, it was just so marvelous to hug each other.
The police arrest Ming that very same day, but the relief is met with tragic news. When the officers escort Mary and her daughter to the station, they ask if the boy Jason is still inside the house.
Hey,
This is
mate.
the Land Cruiser.
All along,
Land Cruiser?
Jason is dead, and they still haven't found his body. Before long,
It's
Mary
tournament
and Beth
series.
are called to testify against Ming in court. It's not uncommon for
It's
kidnappers and criminals to make people
517,500 men.
regret their actions once they're caught.
Yeah, right, I'll
Dennis
buy
Earl
that. That's
Bradford,
good.
the
You
man
wanna
who
grab
took
that one?
little Jennifer
Yes,
Smith
please.
to her bedroom at night, broke down during his interrogation. Bobby Joe Long confessed he didn't feel good about what he'd done to Lisa McVeigh or his
Just
other
get you
victims.
to pay that one once it comes through. It takes a little bit.
No worries.
But Ming Sin
How much
Shu
does he have,
doesn't
Jesco
look
as
like
well?
most kidnappers.
He said even if I get
The
put in
Jesco?
prison for a very
Yeah.
long time, when I get out, I'll go after you, and if you're dead, I'll go after your kids.
That one is
While in prison, Ming
4,025,000.
hires one of the inmates and
Well, that
promises
comes
a
back a
sum
bit
of
later.
$50,000
Not a
if he
problem,
kills
man.
Mary and Beth before the trial.
Perfect.
But the
Just
inmate
pull
goes
it out,
directly
won't
to
be a
the
second.
FBI and
Alright,
tells them
thank you.
everything. Ming is furious, but he knows he'll see Mary one last time during the trial.
In 1980 and 1981, there were two trials. One was for the kidnapping of Beth and me, and the other was for the murder of Jason Wolfman. Our abductor jumped up from his place at the defense table. He grabbed me by the neck and held
my
a
God.
knife in front of me and said, "Get back or I'll kill her." I was cut on my face.
He made a choice. He had 53 days of our lives. He doesn't get another day.
On May 16, 1980, Ming kidnapped the wrong women. Now, they're making sure Ming Sin Chu will never harm anyone ever again.
Our abductor was found guilty. The judge gave him a life sentence. Parole was denied. We were very satisfied that he would remain incarcerated.
Even after everything Ming has done to her and Beth, Mary survived and helped her daughter get back to the life she deserved. Beth is now married, has children of her own. As for Mary, she did go to the Philippines with her family. With time, the scars of her kidnapping made her strong
I'll just be back in a
and
sec.
resilient. She just recently became a great-grandmother.
No matter what has happened, no matter what anybody has done to you, that isn't the thing that defines you. There is healing, there is love, and you can even leave the resentment behind and just go on with your
Do you want me to store this one for you as well?
Yeah, if that's all right,
40
that'd be
years
great.
since their
Thank you.
escape.
I'll just
And
get you
even
to come
after all
close to
this
the
time,
car.
they
Yeah,
still
alright.
share their story, in the hopes that it will help others overcome their own trauma.
There you
Mary
go,
and
man.
Beth are
Awesome,
living
thank
proof
you.
that after
Appreciate it.
tragedy, no matter how dark things seem to
Have a
get,
good day.
there is a life worth living.
You ever heard the name Jennifer Schuett? Yes. Did you ever have occasion to come in contact with her?
At first, I wasn't wanting to. We attacked her. I didn't really want to do it as much. I didn't want to do it. Her whole top head was like gone.
Her whole what was gone?
Up here, so
The
gone.
whole top of her head?
I said,
Where did you hit her?
it was
With that first swing?
I think the head. But I didn't feel good. We were freaking out.
This is 13-year-old Antonio Barbeau and his friend, 13-year-old Nathan Pop. The pair are enjoying a good meal and some conversation at a local pizzeria. This footage seems innocent enough. However, once it's revealed exactly how they ended up there, your entire perception of this video will change. On Tuesday, September 18th, 2012, 78-year-old Barbara Olson didn't show up at her daughter Judy Offit's house as she normally did mostly every morning. When Barbara failed to appear again on Wednesday morning, Judy became concerned for her elderly mother. Judy placed several phone calls to Barbara in the following hours, but they all went unanswered. By the afternoon, she'd still received no word from her mom. Barbara lived just a few miles away from her daughter in the town of Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. So Judy made her way to her mom's house later that very same afternoon. She lifted the garage door so that she could attempt to go into the home through the garage entrance. Her mother's car was missing from inside, but what she did find made her run to a neighbor to call the police.
Please send an ambulance and the police. My mother is laying in the garage and there's...
Doing what?
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, mate.
How are we?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'll just have a wee little look.
Oh. Maybe I can defeat the boss now. No, let's see. Oh.
So, what the fuck happened there?
Oh, they're just resting.
Oh.
How can I
Sketch.
help you?
Looking at buying a car. Just want to suss out prices first, though.
Yeah, no worries. If you have any songs.
Last time I was here, I got told the Mark IV Supra, they're like 470k, 570k,
575k.
and I was just wondering about the Evo 9s.
It'll be 297,850.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Decisions what to buy. I will go with the Supra there, please.
Yeah,
If I could purchase one of those.
There you go. I'll go grab the keys once the invoice is paid.
Easy, cheers.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going?
So there's this van that's like a newer version of a burrito that has 500 kilo storage, but I can't seem to find it in the stock.
You just grab it.
There's
Oh, good.
a
Cheers.
newer one that's come out with 750. Is that the one you're talking about?
Oh, can you just pull one in and see what?
New burrito? What? Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, boys, what are you up to?
Would you like to drive this out today?
Do you
or-
know?
No thanks.
Do you know what the car is? The new burrito. It's like a newer
Like a,
version of the burrito.
yeah, it looks like a
500 kilos.
fancy van with a 500 kilo storage.
Well, there is another one that's called a burrito, but I'm not sure of the storage of it. I thought it would be the same as the other, like.
Yeah, I think that one's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fancy burrito. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's called like a gang stripe burrito.
Not really sure. I'll go through the sheets again. And look.
You want me to store this, right?
Hey, how can I help you?
Yes, please.
Grab 2 burritos.
No worries.
2 burritos.
Cheers. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you work at any businesses or anything? LSC? Alright, it's gonna be 25,920.
That's so good.
does take a little bit to come through.
Let's see if we can beat the boss now. Beat the boss.
Can I also ask how much the Ford Focuses are?
Yep, I'll just get a price for you. So for you, it would be 734,400.
Sweet. Can I grab one of those as well?
Yeah, not a problem.
Oh, that's so
I'll just
low.
charge you for that one as well.
There you go.
Perfect. I'll just grab the keys. I won't be long.
Thank you.
Oh no! Oh shit.
I found it.
Yeah.
It is
which one was
the Vapid Speedo Custom. How much is that?
It is 126,500. And it's 750 kgs stored.
Yeah, I'll buy 2 of those.
No worries. Let me just go ahead and combine the invoice.
Sweet.
So 250.
Yeah, I'll pay that.
Alrighty.
There you go.
You want these stored too, don't you?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no worries.
Alright. My mum and I grab both keys.
Could you send them both to... Any chance you can send them both to storage?
I'll meet you in the back. Nothing much, just selling vehicles, playing my little JRPG, and watching crime.
Oh, yes, please.
If you'll just follow me to the back, and I'll store both of them.
Where is he?
It's just easier in the back because the store is on top of the spawn.
Yeah, it's also a bit big.
One. Let's do that for you. And one. Alrighty.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
Two.
Open it is lovely.
What's up, Breakin'? How are you? And what are you up to, eh? Are you still at work? Alright, I'm gonna go take a break.
Not a problem.
Good one. Alright, what's next, dude? I should do CMG. 10 die. Oh. Or I could do Valhalla. I guess I should change my hair. What if they have these? Oh yeah. No, I'm outside. This is an interesting hair. I think I'll try this one. Stick with here.
A lot of blood, and there's a blanket over her head. There's a lot of blood.
How did the blanket get over her?
I have no idea.
And how old is your mother?
She is 78.
And is she breathing?
I don't know. I can't look. The blanket is over her head, and I can't look.
Okay, who's there with you?
Oh God, the neighbor.
Okay, can the neighbor check if she's breathing?
Oh,
you don't have to go and look. You don't have to go. If your neighbor can just go and check if she's breathing.
Okay, they would like you to.
Are you sending somebody?
I'm working on it. I need to know if she's breathing.
Barbara was lying motionless inside her garage, a blanket covering her face with no shoes on her feet. Her arms and hands appeared badly beaten. A trail of blood stretched from her body back into the house through the doorway that connected the garage to the interior of the home. Had the blanket been removed from Barbara's head, the sight would have been enough to scar Judy for the rest of her life. Underneath the cloth was a black plastic bag that had been placed over Barbara's head and secured around her neck with a black belt. Had the bag been removed, Judy would have seen that her mother's head was so severely crushed that parts of her face were either missing or indistinguishable. The top portion of her head was all but gone. The hunt for Barbara's killer began. Barbara Olson was a volunteer driver for elderly citizens in Sheboygan Falls, an avid gardener and described by her family as generally peaceful and positive. She simply wasn't the kind of person who would have had any enemies, which left detectives without any real leads. However, conversations with Barbara's family, as well as a few odd pieces of surveillance footage secured from multiple establishments around the area, landed detectives in front of two 13-year-olds. Barbara's great-grandson, Antonio Barbeau, nicknamed Tino, and his friend, Nathan, or Nate Pop. Investigators were hoping that these two middle schoolers could help them get to the bottom of who mercilessly executed Barbara Olson, and why. The following interrogation footage has never been seen before.
Stand up.
The first thing detectives do is remove Antonio's handcuffs, likely in order to make him more comfortable and build rapport with him before the interrogation begins. Prior to him entering the room, detectives have intentionally pulled Antonio's chair away from the table. This way, they have a clear view of his whole body, which will allow them to more effectively read his body language.
Yeah, sure. Okay. You can read fine, correct? Yeah. Alright. All right, first of all, can I get your name? It's Antonio Barbo, is that how you pronounce it?
Antonio Borbo.
Okay. How old are you?
13.
All right.
Dang, so young and already a killer.
And you can understand everything that I'm saying so far, correct? All right, do you know what day it is? Of the week?
I think Thursday.
Okay.
Detectives are asking some basic questions to get him talking and establish a behavioral baseline.
We've been involved in a serious investigation, okay? There's a lot of different people that have been talked to already about this serious investigation, and you're one of them who I want to talk to, hoping that you can clarify some things, okay?
All right.
Because you're sitting in here, I do have to read you your rights, okay?
All right.
Antonio appears relatively calm and unemotional for someone his age finding themselves in this position. This is likely not his first run-in with law enforcement.
Do you understand each of these rights? Okay. Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement? Basically listen to me and answer the questions so that we can hopefully clarify some things. Okay.
Antonio might understand the literal meaning of his Miranda rights, but he's likely too young to understand the repercussions of speaking without an attorney being present. If a minor understands their Miranda rights, they have the ability to waive them. However, a court will review the situation more carefully than a waiver by an adult before admitting an incriminating response into evidence. The prosecution must know that the minor understood the situation and their rights, and the waiver was voluntary, knowing, and intelligent. The court will take into account the age and intelligence of the minor and any coercive or deceptive tactics by law enforcement, as well as the emotional state of the minor at the time. If a parent or guardian
do you have an R1 by chance?
their rights, or may have felt more pressure to cooperate with law enforcement.
There was a serious incident involving your great-grandmother, I believe. Do you know who that would be?
Oh darn. Okay. I'll just keep an eye out.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I sold mine, so I had enough to buy my houses.
What's her?
No, I really want it back. It's so fun.
But is she your grandma or is she a great-grandma?
My great-grandma.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know anything at all about what may have happened to her? Have you heard anything? Do you know anything at all?
No.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's a serious incident. She's not doing as well, and I'll get more to it later as far as the other people that we've talked to, what came up. So, okay.
This is a strategically placed statement by the detectives. It lets Antonio in on the fact that detectives have spoken with other people before speaking to him. This leaves him to wonder what they already know. The detectives will likely reveal what information they've gathered piece by piece as the interrogation progresses, in order to see if Antonio's story changes.
Right.
So you don't know anything about when's the last time you saw your great-grandma?
It usually indicates that someone is experiencing a negative emotion when their lips seem to disappear, such as Antonio's are here. Disappearing lips doesn't mean someone is being deceptive. It just suggests that they're likely feeling anxious or upset. Telling a lie can be anxiety-provoking for many people, as they don't know whether they will be believed or not. Since we already know that Antonio is lying about when he last saw his great-grandmother, we can presume that his disappearing lips are due to stress from being deceptive.
I don't know, I've been in trouble the past, month or two. I'm thinking at least a month ago.
So last time you saw her was at least a month ago?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was that you saw her?
No.
In response to this question, Antonio's hand flies up to his face. Pulling or pushing on one's face is known as facial distortion. It's an adapter behavior to release nervous energy and self-soothe. Given that Antonio is covering one of his eyes, it could also be a form of eye blocking, which is a behavior that people may do when they are presented with something they perceive as negative. It's a way to put distance between themselves and whatever they're hearing or seeing. When an interrogation first begins, detectives will start with basic
I like how
questions so they can
this
get a
crime
feel for how
show
the suspect responds to
explains
low-pressure
body
questions.
behavior.
They will then compare
It's
that
really
behavior to
nice.
how the suspect acts with higher pressure questions, like about the crime that has occurred. Antonio's baseline behavior involved very little movements, and he appeared relatively relaxed. However, as soon as questions about his great-grandma started, he began showing signs of stress. The detectives will likely interpret this as a deviation from his baseline behavior, and therefore an indication of possible deception.
When's the last time you were at her house, Grandma or Great-Grandma Barbel's?
Probably last time I went over there to work.
Hagen, this is not how it looks.
2 months ago.
It's just fascinating how they capture these criminals, you know?
I put some
Reagan,
leaves.
I swear. You have some type of fancy, thinking I'm going to be some future, you know? Dude, imagine I jinx it in the future and people will be like, I know that person! I've watched their stream! They're a murderer!
Like shit, all these leaves in the garage, like a lot.
Rather than the short answers he's given so far, Antonio delves into a detailed explanation about the yard work he'd previously done for his great-grandma. Likely because it's a true story. These kinds of behavioral deviations are exactly what detectives are looking for.
Damn, that's an accusation and a half.
I'm gonna guess about 2 months.
And that was at your great-grandma's house?
Yeah.
So do you know where that is? Do you know the address by any chance? Or
No, I don't know the address.
Do you know what street it's on or anything?
Well, the only thing I know is it's in Sheboygan Falls, and then like I know the area that it's in, but I don't know the address to it.
Okay, and you were talking about getting in trouble and stuff. What are you here for?
I'm here for...
Antonio seems to give this particular question quite a bit of consideration before answering. He even repeats the question first, which is a common tactic used to stall for time.
Well, I'm here because I ran from social care when I had to go to social care. Because I remember I was like, my mom was telling me like if I was like really good and all that, I'd get out sooner, all that type of stuff. And then I was there for like a week and a half, and like half a week before that, I was talking to my social worker. She said only a few days. So then after that other half a week, I asked my mom, do you know when I'm getting out, like in a few days or something? And she's like, your social worker said that it's gonna be at least another 2 weeks. So I didn't like that, so I left.
The fact that Antonio ran from social care in the first place, essentially because he didn't like being there, gives detectives a good idea of the kind of kid he really is. Defiant and insubordinate, with a complete disregard for authority.
Oof.
Do you know what you were doing Monday? Where you were at, where you were staying? Were you at home, or where were you at on Monday during the day?
I'm not sure I was sleeping till like at least 2, and then I started walking around.
Where did you, so Sunday night you slept?
Antonio begins furiously scratching his leg, a new stress adapter. Skin scratching is closely associated with stress. When a person is feeling pressured, the body sends signals to immune cells to release chemicals like histamine, which can trigger inflammation and cause itching. Most adults are aware that a lot of fidgeting can make themselves appear anxious and, as such, might try to stifle those behaviors in order to appear more innocent. A young teen, on the other hand, may lack insight into their own behavior and may not realize that detectives are analyzing their every move. Aware of his discomfort, detectives press forward with questioning about what exactly he did over the weekend.
Where were you sleeping at Sunday night?
I was, let's see, I remember I wasn't home.
It's peculiar that Antonio's having a hard time recalling this information, considering that Sunday would have only been 4 days prior. Rather than trying to remember, it's more likely that he's trying to think of a suitable answer to give detectives.
Not sure I stayed at a friend's house that night.
Red flags go up as Antonio resorts back to giving undescriptive and vague answers, an indicator that he might be nervous about this particular line of questioning or withholding information. Note also the pitch of his voice as he answers.
Quite sure I stayed at a friend's house that night.
This is called upward or rising inflection when someone's statement ends on a higher pitch than it started. This often happens when someone is asking a question, or if they aren't sure about what they're saying. It's a red flag that Antonio's inflection rises when he's making this statement, because most people would be able to confidently answer whether or not they stayed at a friend's house a few nights ago. As he finishes this statement, he looks directly at the detective, possibly to see if the detective seems to believe what he said.
I'm gonna grab my
Today's Thursday wasn't that long ago, right? So do you know which friend it was that you stayed at Sunday night?
I'm gonna say probably Nathan.
And what's his last name?
We have to pause here. What Antonio doesn't know is that detectives have already spoken to his friend Nathan at length about what happened on Monday afternoon. In fact, detectives had paid Nathan a visit at his home only the day before to discuss the ongoing investigation. It turns out that Nathan told a completely different version of what happened on the night of Monday, September 17th. Now, detectives are left to determine which of the two is lying. The following interrogation takes place on Wednesday, September 19th, just hours after Barbara was found.
All right, Nate. We're here to talk with you, and we want to talk to you because we understand that you are friends or somehow associated with a person by the name of Antonio Barbo.
Yeah.
Tino? I understand he goes by the name Tino?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're friends with Tino?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, when's the last time you think you saw Tino?
Yesterday.
Yesterday? And where was that at?
Just down on the corner of this block.
Did you expect to see him when you were leaving your house?
No.
Did you know that Tino was a runaway?
Yeah.
Do you know how long he had been a runaway for?
Yeah. Since last week, Friday.
And did he run away from home, or does he live at his house?
He was in shelter care.
In shelter care?
Yeah. He had to stay for another 2 weeks, so he decided just to leave. And that was like right after school. He started to run. His mom picks him up. So he decided to go up to the other side of the building.
Okay, Nate. So in that time frame between Friday, when he ran away after school, until yesterday, did you see him in that time frame between that Friday?
Yeah.
When did you see him?
Sunday and Saturday and yesterday.
So you saw him every day since he ran away?
Yeah, pretty much.
There's a second of hesitation before Nathan reveals that he'd been with Antonio on Monday, the day of the murder. He was likely debating whether to lie or be honest about seeing Antonio that day. Not only is he being stared down by police, but he likely knows that Antonio is in custody already. What he doesn't know is whether he's spoken to the police already, or what all he might have told them.
Until one of my neighbors, who's actually related to me, noticed it. And then like,
Noticed what?
They noticed that I was staying at his house when there was a warrant out for my arrest and all that.
And when was that again?
The day that I got picked back up would be 2 days ago.
Both boys tell the same story, that Antonio stayed at Nathan's at night on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and that they spent their days just walking around.
Oh no, Monday, I remember Nathan had to go to school, so I was sitting in the house all day.
At his house?
Yeah, I was watching TV most of the day. He might check the records, he was at school and all that. I remember I was sitting there watching TV most of the day until he got home.
Rubbing the front of the neck is a common soothing technique, as it stimulates the vagus nerves and sends signals to your brain to slow down your heart
Dude,
rate.
he's like
People do this
nervous, like
subconsciously when they're feeling
hella
insecure or
nervous.
threatened. In addition to the excessive neck rubbing, Antonio tells detectives they can check the school's records to prove that Nathan was at school on the day of the murder. This is an example of a qualifying statement, or an add-on that is meant to increase the credibility of a claim. However, qualifying statements are, ironically, a common indicator of dishonesty.
And I'm quite sure we just walked around a little bit, came back, watched TV because it was already late by then.
And this was Monday, what, afternoon or evening, or?
Yeah, like around after school.
Did you stay overnight again Monday night then?
Yeah, Monday night I stayed, and then Tuesday, I think he decided not to go to school, but I didn't know that till I woke up. And then we got up, started walking around.
Antonio is recalling a lot of detail about his time at Nathan's house, when just a few minutes ago, he appeared to be struggling to remember where he was on Sunday night. This type of omission can be considered an example of memory of extremes, which describes when a suspect remembers details of less pertinent events, but will then claim to be unable to recall details of an event that occurred, say, only 4 days ago.
And then that's when Ethan came over. Like, he was like, hey, Tino, like, I haven't seen you for a while, that type of stuff. And then he was kind of like next to me, but a little behind me, so I didn't see it. And then he just like grabbed me, and then he just yells, I got him. I remember then they called my mom. She came to pick me up. She talked with my, I think it's attorney. And then she talked with him, and he said just to stay at my house for the night. And then in the morning, just to come up in there, and we have our like session or whatever it was, like where we were talking about the case. Okay. So we went to my house, stayed there for the night.
That was Tuesday?
Yeah, and then yesterday morning at I think like 9:30, we went there and then we talked with him about my case, and then he was checking to see if there was warrants for my arrest, which there was. So then he was talking with my social worker, and then I came here, and they said today at 11:15 I have my hearing deciding where I go.
I want to buy some weapons.
Who else does Tino hang out with? He used to hang out with Nick, but they're not friends
so I
anymore.
can buy weapons.
Do you know why they don't hang out anymore? He broke into his house before.
380.
Who broke into whose house before? Tino broke into Nick.
Antonio's pattern of shamelessly violating the rights of others is another sign of possible conduct disorder. It's usually diagnosed during childhood and can be a precursor for antisocial personality disorder as an adult. Kids with conduct disorder consistently display behaviors such as aggression towards people and animals.
I need to go grab that much money.
And the frequent violation of rules. Though he checks off multiple boxes, to our knowledge, Antonio has not been diagnosed with conduct disorder.
What do you know about that, Nate?
I know he took the money, and I don't remember the time.
How long haven't they been friends?
A couple weeks now.
Did this happen right after he broke into the house?
It happened a while ago, but they just found out 2 weeks ago.
Do you know how Nick found out?
They set up cameras.
So he broke into their house more than once?
Yeah.
Do you know how many times that, four times that Tino broke into Nick's house?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I trust him.
Nathan is very evasive about his involvement in breaking into Nick's house. Up until this point, he talked about the break-ins as if Antonio was acting alone. He only confessed to being there when he was directly questioned about the information he knew. He seems to be trying to deflect all the responsibility onto Antonio when he was also present and very likely complicit in the crime.
Were you caught on camera too then, Nate?
Yeah.
Being entangled in this many legal issues at such a young age is an indication that these behaviors likely would have continued and developed into a criminal career without the proper intervention. The greatest thing of note here is that Nathan has engaged in criminal behavior with Antonio multiple times before. They've begun to establish a pattern of behavior that the two of them have when they're together. The combination of their personalities might have made them capable of doing things together that they might not have done alone. After almost an hour of being interviewed, it's suspicious that Nathan hasn't inquired as to why the detectives are there. Even more odd is the fact that Nathan's mother is present, yet hasn't spoken up in any way to protect her son, request an attorney, or ask any questions. This is a possible indicator that Nathan and his mom are used to dealing with law enforcement in relation to his past conduct.
So you guys got caught on camera a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Did Nick or Nick's family call the police?
Yeah. That's the only reason Bocce was in show today.
Since he ran away on Friday, you talked about when you saw him and that.
Yeah.
And, I mean, aside from the time that he stayed overnight at your house on Saturday and left on Sunday, it seems like it's pretty limited. So you guys didn't have an opportunity to go out and get into any trouble, did you?
No.
Okay. You guys didn't do anything against the law?
No.
Together since Friday?
No.
Did he tell you that he did anything against the law?
No.
The detective is hoping that
20.
Nathan will take the bait and at least admit to Antonio having done something illegal, but he continues to deny. At this point, detectives have dedicated about an hour to asking ancillary questions. Once she begins digging deeper into the crime in question, there's a good possibility that either Nathan won't be as generous with information, or that he or his mother might request a lawyer. With those possibilities in mind, the detective is likely making sure that she extracts all the information she can get out of them before the real questioning begins.
And Nathan's mom, when was she around? Does she work? Or?
She does work, but it sometimes varies. She does a lot of overtime. Otherwise, I think she works Monday to Friday till like 3, I think.
Antonio seems to know a considerable amount about Nathan's mom's work schedule. He even notes her occasional overtime. This knowledge has probably helped him and his friend Nathan sneak around in the past.
Would there be any reason at all that some of these people that we've talked to would have said that you would have not necessarily been at Nathan's on Monday afternoon?
No.
Now I don't got money.
No one knew where I was.
Out of
That's why I
money.
was missing.
Okay. Were you in any vehicles?
Alright, let's see if we can do this boss.
Do you have
We'll
any other
save.
friends that have cars or vehicles of any kind that you were with?
Nate. See, I remember Nate's mom has a car, and he took the black out of the car, and I was in it once, and we went one time around the black.
Antonio may be trying to appear open and honest by confessing to the relatively insignificant crime of underage driving. In reality, he's only emphasizing his disregard for rules and the safety of others. His ability to get away with reckless activities of this caliber is evidence of an apparent lack of parental supervision. Antonio is being raised by a single mother, which makes it nearly impossible to have eyes on him every hour of the day. If a single parent doesn't have a strong support system with which to raise a child, there is a significantly higher risk of that child developing behavioral issues of some sort. The time his mom spends at work or taking care of other matters explains these wide windows of opportunity that Antonio has to engage in these illegal and dangerous activities.
You with Nathan?
Yeah.
What kind of a car is that?
It's pretty crappy red car. I don't know what it's called.
I assume it's not a new car, it's an older one?
Yeah, it's an older car. And then...
When was that Nathan drove around and you were at?
I think Sunday.
And Nathan was driving it? You were in it? Where did you go then?
Just around the block once.
Would there be any reason at all that when we've talked with people, and like I said, we've talked to a bunch of people and we're still talking to people, that anyone would say that you would have been at your grandma's? Great-grandma's, I'm sorry?
No, I had no reason to.
The detective asks Antonio what's known as a bait question to see how he'll respond or if he'll at least admit to being close to the crime scene. It's interesting that his answer emphasizes the idea that he had no business in that area rather than a simple no.
I mean, people would have known I was there. I wouldn't have just randomly been there.
So you're straight out saying, and you had said before that the last time you saw her at all was at least a month ago?
Yeah.
So you would straight out be saying that if anybody said that they specifically saw you at your great-grandma Barb Olson's house anytime within the past 2-3 weeks or something, that they're lying?
Yeah.
The suspect clearly seems unconfident in his answer here. Innocent individuals are usually definite and forceful in their answers, especially if they're being accused of something. On the other hand, individuals who aren't completely guilt-free will give characteristically vague and weak answers that display their uncertainty.
You know if any of the people that live by your great-grandma know you from seeing you there or anything?
No, I don't think so. I don't know any of them.
Would there be any reason that somebody would say that they saw someone about your size, height, with that type of a haircut at your great-grandma's house within the past week?
In the past, no.
It's unclear whether anyone truly told police that they saw someone who looked like Antonio around Barbara Olson's house. Police will often reference evidence that they don't actually possess in order to get a suspect to confess. This maneuver is both legal and commonly used in the interrogation of suspected criminals.
Okay, so you're straight out saying that you weren't there and they must be mistaken or lying or something?
Well, yeah.
Do you have any enemies that for any reason at all would lie about something like that? Especially if there was a serious incident involving your great grandma that they would want to point the police to you, basically?
Not really. For sure not in Falls, because I barely go there. And then Bishop Boygan, I really don't have that many enemies. I tend to get along with most people pretty easily.
Do you have a job or anything that you can make money, or do you get paid an allowance or anything like that?
We were talking about allowance, but then I started getting in trouble, and then we never finished it. Finished talking about it.
The detective suspects that there might be a financial motivation behind what happened to Antonio's great-grandmother.
So, if you need something, if you need new clothes, if you want some soda, if you want something like that, does your mom give you the money, or how does that work, or you just don't get it, or what?
If it's not that much, my mom will usually get it, but otherwise, I really don't get stuff.
Antonio's answer indicates that he comes from a low-income household. Oftentimes, young people who commit theft and similar crimes do so largely because of deprivation.
Well,
this
I
is
might win.
concerning when combined with the fact that Antonio has demonstrated that he has no problem breaking the law in order to get his way.
If I were to tell you that your great-grandma Barb Olson was killed, would that surprise you?
This could be the freeze response. When someone encounters a threat, they may stop all movement so they don't draw unnecessary attention to themselves. Most innocent individuals would express shock, surprise, or sadness at hearing that a family member was killed. But Antonio appears to be frozen and shows no visible reaction. Someone who's guilty may feel panicked when they find out the victim has been found because they're worried about getting caught. Momentarily freezing is one way the body handles stress until the brain can kick in and decide what the best course of action is.
Would you have any idea at all how that could have happened?
No.
No idea at all?
No.
I take it you're not real close to her as far as hearing that news and just...
I mean, as I said, I never talked to her that often.
As I said,
Hello?
it's an overall statement and may be used by
Do you guys have any Nissan Titans in stock?
on the idea of repetition. The more you hear
Unfortunately, we
the
do
more
not.
believable it may seem. Antonio needs
Let me suss out your
to
stock, hold up.
explain why he doesn't appear upset about his grandma. He may think that if he can convince the detective that he wasn't close to her, this will explain his lack of emotion. It's important in this moment to remember that Antonio isn't the conventional suspect. He's only a teenager. Thus, the state of development that his brain is in plays a big part in his actions and reactions.
Yay!
Teenagers can be very
Eat a bit.
self-centered, and this can be due in part to the fact that the prefrontal cortex, the rational part of the brain, doesn't fully develop until one is in their mid-20s. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for logical thinking and the comprehension of how one's decisions affect other people. Therefore, it's entirely possible that, though it's a tragic event, Antonio doesn't feel that his great-grandmother's death affects his everyday life, and doesn't yet have the cognitive ability to clearly see how it will affect other people, which explains his emotional detachment from the situation. Though this can't possibly explain his reaction, or lack thereof, in its entirety, it's worth noting.
I did a little bit, but not that much.
Do you use drugs at all?
Excuse me, madam.
Any kind of drugs?
How much is that Honda Civic Type R 2018? How much is that?
That one's max 283,000.
Ooh, kind of steep. I'll go have a chat with my mate. Suss it out because I'm looking at a car for my mate. Thank you.
When's the last time you used any kind of a drug?
At least a week ago.
The detective is clearing the possibility that Antonio might have been on drugs at the time of the murder. If he were to have committed this crime in an intoxicated state, that could open the possibility for Antonio to use the diminished capacity defense in court.
And what would that have been?
Just weed.
You haven't used any weed at all since about a week ago? Something like that?
Yeah.
So, again, if I came and said that we've talked with people that have mentioned that you were smoking marijuana within a week, like within a day or two, what would be
I
that?
don't know how I would know, because when I do it, it's usually just by myself and like somewhere where no one is around.
So if somebody was talking to you that said that they sold you weed within that week, that would be a lie?
G'day. Do you buy cars?
I do. You wanna test out this one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I just have to take something out of the boot.
Oh, engine trans. So it's 20. You're looking at getting 280.
280?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right, sweet.
Got in a page up. So vehicle Estella and your bank number on the note.
Bank number?
Yeah, just page up. So vehicle Estella and then bank number on the note.
Too easy. There you go.
Okay, grab your funds, alright?
You want that note?
Yeah, I was gonna go back to it.
There you go. Just gonna bring it to you.
Did you get that?
Sweet. Yep.
No worries.
Thanks for that. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you would take a blood test or something that's going to come back and show that it's been at least a week?
Yeah.
This is a misleading statement from the detective. No drug test, including a blood test, can reveal exactly how long it's been since the suspect last did drugs. Rather, a drug test tells conclusively whether a person has done drugs within a certain time frame, based on whether traces of the drug are still present in their system. A blood test specifically can tell whether or not a person has smoked marijuana within the last 3 days, or up to a week for heavy users.
Have you ever been in that car, though? In your aunt's car?
I think I've been in the back before. She's like bringing me to my grandma's house that's in Shimoyne Falls. But that would have been a really long time ago.
Like, what are we talking, a year or?
Like 4 or 5 months ago.
But it was at least 4 or 5 months since you were in that vehicle.
Yeah, it's been a really long time.
So if we get evidence, and I'll tell you right now, we have that vehicle, and it's going to be able to show as far as fingerprints or whatever probably, that you've been in there within 4 to 5 months.
If this claim sounds outlandish, that's because it is. It is not possible to date fingerprints. This is likely another lie to intimidate Antonio into confessing. In recent years, states across the country have begun to acknowledge that lying to minors in an interrogation is coercive and poses a much higher likelihood of yielding a false confession than if the suspect were an adult. Some states insist that suspects under 15 years of age have a parent, guardian, or other interested party present with them during questioning. This is because typically young offenders don't fully understand the gravity of the situation or their right to remain silent, which automatically gives the detective the upper hand in a situation just like this.
I just want to make sure, you're pretty sure that's the last time you were in there, right?
Yeah.
So it shouldn't show that, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't show it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any of your friends ever been in that car that you're aware of?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
Actually, the only friend you've even talked about is Nathan, I think, right?
Yeah.
Rubbing or covering the eyes is another indicator of possible deception, as it can be a subconscious attempt to hide from the detective or the situation as a whole.
Where you stayed, has he ever been in that car that you're aware of? And I'm assuming you would have been with him, right? Or does he know your great-grandma?
I think he's been there once.
That's your great-grandma's?
Yeah, I think one of the times when I was working, he went with.
And do you remember ever being in your grandma's car, great-grandma's car, I'm sorry, Barb Olson's car with your friend Nathan in the car too?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, he's never been in that car, correct? Unless he would have been there alone, which, is that doubtful or probable?
I don't see how he would have been.
This is another example of a qualifying statement. Innocent people typically provide a more direct response, such as a simple yes or no. Instead, Antonio is being careful and giving ambiguous answers that he can later turn around and change if necessary.
So you'd be extremely surprised if he's been in the car, right?
Yeah.
The detective creates a long silence by pausing to take notes. This is also an interrogation strategy, as a suspect will often find the quietness uncomfortable and continue talking in order to break the awkward silence. However, it seems that Antonio has nothing else to say. It's worth noting that the interrogation has been going on for over half an hour, and Antonio hasn't pressed the issue of what exactly happened to his great-grandmother, how she was killed, or who could have hurt her. This line of questioning is often lacking when a person is guilty. They simply don't think to ask because they already know what happened.
So what's the most recent time you would have been in your grandma's bedroom, do you think?
Probably to go to the bathroom, which would have been last time I was working.
And that was a month or so ago?
Yeah. So that would have been when I went in there to go to the bathroom.
Correct. And as far as being in your grandma's room, would you have just gone in there to get to the bathroom?
Yeah. And that would be it. I would have used it to go to the bathroom. Like going from there, went to the bathroom, came back out, went around.
And you've never seen, like if she kept her jewelry on a counter, what she would keep it in, anything like that? Do you have any idea at all?
If I had to take a guess, I'd say they're bedroom like everyone else.
Antonio is yawning frequently. He could be experiencing excessive tiredness in relation to his marijuana usage, or he could genuinely be sleeping poorly in such uncomfortable conditions. An alternative explanation for the yawning could be a heightened level of anxiety, which can be relieved by delivering more air into the lungs. In fact, in just the last 30 seconds, Antonio has pursed his lips, yawned, sniffled, touched his face, and scratched both his neck and the back of his head. This is the exact kind of behavior the FBI looks for when interrogating a suspect. 3 or more stress-adapting behaviors in quick succession is considered a heavy indicator of deception. Antonio has exhibited basically every body language behavior possible for heightened levels of anxiety and stress.
I know I think I've seen a few things on top of her dresser when I've walked by. That's all I really remember about it.
Would there be any reason that you would have bragged to somebody or anything about stealing a car within the past couple weeks?
No.
And again, is there any reason that somebody would say that?
I don't really know.
Instead of outright denying this time, Antonio claims he doesn't know. His answer to each Bay question seems to be getting more and more uncertain as the interrogation drags on.
I haven't said that, but I don't know why someone would have said it.
Okay. Would there be any reason that there would be a text or anything that would say something like that?
What the heck? Who is this person?
I haven't had my phone for like a month now. Yeah, I know Nate's phone doesn't work. And I know his mom's phone only goes on the internet a little bit.
Did you have a cell phone before?
I did before I was getting in trouble. I had a cell phone.
When you went to school on Monday, what were you wearing?
Black shirt, jeans, and my shoes.
Another thing I'm thinking, if this is okay with you, Nate, and with your mom, is that I'd just like to take some pictures of your shoes
Guy
and
is
the
so
bottom of your
judgmental.
shoes. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Though Nathan responds in the affirmative, he certainly doesn't seem very enthused about the idea. It's likely that while ransacking the home, Antonio and Nathan left shoe prints, possibly bloody ones at the crime scene. The photographs they'll take of Nathan's shoes will be compared to the prints found at the crime scene and used as corroborating evidence that he was indeed present at Barbara's house around the time the murder was committed.
When you got put in here, what kind of clothes were you wearing?
I wear clothes with a lot of designs, like a really designed t-shirt with like blue like coloring that was like shiny, and then a black like overcoat thing.
Okay, well
that I
anyways,
buttoned down two
since
bottoms, and then I'm quite sure light jeans.
still
Yeah.
go ahead
light
and
blue
let
jeans,
him have
and
it.
then my shoes.
Did you have socks or not?
I'm wearing socks.
Do
Same one
EMS maybe tomorrow? Might do EMS tomorrow.
If we would look at those shoes, would there be any reason at all that we would find any blood on them?
No.
And if we would find blood on them, what would that be from? Can you think of anything? Were you ever near anything in the past couple weeks that there was any blood there?
Not really. Not that I can think of.
This is referred to as a selective memory statement. Statements like these are hard to refute and easy for suspects to go back and change without it being obvious
I need
that
to
they're
check my
outright
rent.
lying. Though
See how
vague,
much I have
this is
left.
still a strange
I haven't checked
statement
this house
since
in a
anyone,
while.
especially someone with only one pair of shoes, would surely remember stepping in blood.
Are you the only person that wears those shoes?
Yeah.
So you never borrow them to Nathan, you never borrow them to your other friends?
I'm almost out.
Borrow shoes because then I don't have shoes to wear. So I only have one pair.
Would it be okay with you if we took those shoes and checked them for blood?
Sure, but I do have my hearing today.
How much money do I have
so
left?
I need enough for that. Otherwise, I can't walk.
Have you cleaned them lately at all?
Not really.
You didn't throw them in a dishwasher, you didn't put a bunch of bleach on them, something like that?
No. I don't know. My shoes.
We'll get back to it, I'm sure. I appreciate you letting us do it that way. It helps to clear some stuff up. When's the last time you went out to eat anywhere? Actually, out someplace, not just at Nathan's or at home or something. Or at school, I mean, like out to a restaurant or restaurants like that.
I don't remember the last
Like
time I
anyone's
went
here,
to
there's so
a
much
restaurant.
price though.
Yeah, I've been most of them.
When's the last time you were at Theo's Pizza?
Theo's Pizza.
Suspects may repeat the question in order to give themselves an extra moment or two to think about how they want to respond to a particular question. If they didn't have an answer ready and they didn't repeat the question, they would be left with an awkward silence. This uncomfortable lag in conversation could increase the suspect's anxiety, and they may worry that the detective will see their pause as suspicious.
Oh. I've been there just like 2 days ago? Maybe 3.
Confronted with the exact name of the restaurant, Antonio changes his answer as if it had slipped his mind. It's hard to believe that someone would have completely forgotten something that only happened 2 or 3 days ago.
So within that 2 to 3 months then?
Well, no, I mean like 2 or 3 days.
Right, so that's within 2 or 3 months that you just said, right? So it's
Oh, I guess.
2 or 3 days ago, which if today's Thursday, you're saying either Tuesday or Monday?
I guess Tuesday.
Tuesday?
I think Tuesday.
When someone is feeling very stressed, their mouth and throat may become dry. This can lead to behaviors such as drinking more water, increased clearing of the throat, or increased licking of the lips.
Do you know about what time?
Oh,
I forget shit that
I'm gonna
happened this
say,
morning.
like,
Really?
about
Jesus.
1? It's
1 in the
just,
afternoon?
yeah, it's just a guess, though.
Were you there alone, or?
It was me and Nate. We went to get pizza.
So, how did you guys get to Theo's Pizza?
It's not that far of a walk.
So you just walked?
Yeah, it's not that far.
About how far?
Probably about a 30-minute walk.
And who paid for that?
Butcher Nate, we had $20.
And where did you get that, do you know?
I remember we found that on the floor at his house.
That day or when?
I think so.
Well, it doesn't sound like you have a whole lot of money, so if you found a $20 bill, it should stick out, right?
Yeah.
So you're pretty sure that it was Tuesday that you found it on the floor at Nate?
It was either Tuesday morning when I woke up, or it'd be Monday, like, late at night. Because I remember then we were hungry, so we decided to go get some pizza because it's not that much money. It's only for like $5.25 for a pizza.
Okay, I think basically, I'm gonna give you one more chance to tell the truth, okay? I've already told you that we've talked with a lot of people, okay?
Alright.
And we've had the state crime lab in, we have a lot of evidence. You know, it's a video world nowadays. We have video evidence. We have a lot of stuff, okay? And I'll tell you right now, you're not telling me the truth.
This is another facet of the Reed interrogation technique called a positive confrontation. Without being too aggressive, the detective is letting Antonio know definitively that they have evidence that proves that his story is untrue. The detective puts a little extra pressure on him by advising him that this is his very last chance to tell the truth.
Is there anything at all that you've talked to me about that you want to change your story and tell me the truth? Or do you want to stay with what I consider a lot of lies? And you need to really think about this, okay? And you need to think about your future, and you need to think about the potential of being in front of a judge and saying, he straight out lied about absolutely everything. He never took any credit for anything, and said that he had nothing to do with anything at all as far as great-grandma Olson. So think about it for a second. Let me just make sure.
Here, the detective is giving Antonio an incentive to come clean, without specifically promising him any leniency by the prosecutor or judge in exchange for his honesty. Antonio sits in silence for several seconds, presumably thinking of things that an innocent person wouldn't have to think about.
I'll say this to you, Nate, and I'll say it for your mom to hear it too. You've obviously gotten in trouble with Tino before, and I don't know if Tino's done anything or not here, but it's really important that you take care of you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And not get sucked into any trouble with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get out
You understand the seriousness of this, right?
Hard.
And you understand
discovered
that
the cave.
you're taking a big roll of the dice here, right?
This girl.
And apparently you want to try that.
Wait. With what?
With telling the truth or lying. You're telling me that you are straight up telling me the 100% truth about everything that you've told me, correct?
No.
Okay, I want you to clarify then what you haven't been totally truthful about. I will sit here and listen to the truth, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to a bunch of more lies, okay?
And it sounds like you've had a pretty tight time of being home here over the last few days.
Yeah.
But it's really important that if you know, even if you know, like you weren't there, because it sounds like you've been here at home or here at school, except for on yesterday, that if he told you about something that he did, and it doesn't get you into trouble by telling us if he told you things that he did, but I don't want it to be any trouble for you if he did tell you that he did something against the law, since he's been a runaway since last Friday. And I know you don't want to
How
get
do
your
I
friend
get
into trouble,
there?
but it's pretty important that you
Oh
try to
my
cover for him.
gosh.
You know what I mean?
Hey, me,
You
Gary.
understand what I'm saying? Okay.
So I want you to tell me the truth of what happened. That's all we're looking
Oh,
for
yeah.
is the truth. We don't
Looks
want to pin
cool.
something on somebody that doesn't deserve to have anything pinned on him or her.
I'll
or
borrow your phone
whatever.
for a second, please.
I want the truth.
You don't have a
and that's,
phone?
That's what we're going for here.
No, I've been
So what do you
kidnapped
wanna
like 20
clarify?
times this
Tell
week.
me the truth about.
Why?
What else?
You know, syndicated beef, arm beef, CIB beef.
Mm. It's on the
Thank you. Eviction warning. Oh no. House.
being
Nope.
evicted?
Nah. Just because it goes under 10 days, it just craps itself. I guess I'll put it. I want to add funds to it.
Hmm. Oh no. Huh?
Hello? Anyone in city? Gonna take that as a no, there is no one in city.
Someone's work.
Yeah, Mr. Grumpy Butt yesterday.
Grumpy butt, what do you do?
Because he had a big day. Still got my hard case. What am I gonna do?
Hmm.
Probably gonna fly into the other city for a bit.
Okay.
I will talk to you later. Bye.
It's almost blackout.
Do you want to share with us?
Can I write it down?
Can you write it down?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can write it down.
Nathan is basically speaking in a whisper at this point. He's likely experiencing symptoms of extreme stress, one of them being the drying of his mucous membranes. This dryness in the vocal cords can cause someone's pitch to sound different. His raspy voice, combined with the fact that he doesn't even want to make the statement out loud, indicates that whatever he has to say isn't any good.
Okay, Ken, here, I'll give you a piece of paper.
The room is dead silent but for the sound of Nathan's sobs and the pen scratching against the paper. Nathan proceeds to scribble 9 words, then hands the note to the detective.
I can understand with what you wrote down. You're very scared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nathan seems to be having an extreme emotional response to whatever is on that note, as it sounds like he's still crying. He's surely showing more emotion in this moment than Antonio showed throughout the duration of his interview so far.
And because you wrote that down, Nate, I want to be able to read Miranda rights to you. You understand what I'm saying?
The need to read Nathan his Miranda rights at this point indicates that whatever he confessed officially places him in police custody.
Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement? I know you wrote that down, and maybe you wrote it down because you didn't want her
Of course.
to hear
Wherever
that.
Josie
Is that why you
is,
wrote
there's
that down?
Brian. Wherever Brian is, there's Josie.
It's common for juveniles to withhold information when being questioned in front of a parent for fear of disappointing them. A parent's presence is more likely to stir up feelings of shame and remorse that can cause the minor to be dishonest. This seems to be especially true for Nathan, as he seems to start sobbing uncontrollably when the detective goes to tell his mother what he wrote down.
So, Bobby, you heard us read the Miranda rights to your son, right? Okay. And you heard us talking with him, sitting where you at about.
I knew it. The zero gave it away.
His association with Tino and what he's been up to since last Friday when Tino ran away from school, right? Okay, and you could hear us talking about that and everything that he's done. I know, Nate, you just wrote that down on the piece of paper because you didn't want your mom to hear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know you're really scared right now. You said you were with Tino?
Yeah.
And when was that?
Monday.
Okay. So, Nate, explained to you that we work with other police agencies on investigations, and so we're working on an investigation involving Tino's, it's his great-grandma, okay? Yeah. And you said you were with Tino on Monday. Yeah?
Yeah.
Tino did not go to school on Monday?
No.
Okay. And
he was here.
He was at your house?
Yeah.
When you left for school on Monday?
Yeah.
Nathan is now answering questions clearly and without delay, indicating that this is likely the true version of events.
On Monday, when you got home from school, what happened, Nate?
We were talking, and then he said, I know how to get money. Me and Nate did go to my grandma's.
When?
Monday. And he said to kill his grandma. But I thought he was just joking around with me.
Okay.
And then I asked my mom to take us to Sheboygan Falls. And I told her that we were going to meet up with our
Oh wait,
friends.
there's a ref on the other
And then we
side.
attacked her.
Why can't I
Very
get
interesting choice
there?
of words. When describing their crime, suspects will often use
Yo,
language
old
that
man,
makes
get
the
out of my
offense
way.
sound less egregious, such as Antonio's use of the word attacked rather than killed.
You and
How
Nate
do I
attacked
go
her?
the other way?
It was both of us.
Sorry, I don't want to be on that ride.
With what?
Like hammer thing. And then like a hammer thing with an axe at the other end.
And what time was it on Monday?
I don't know, like
You jump off here?
probably like
Nope.
4 or 5.
Oh my.
And why? Why was this done?
At first, I wasn't wanting to. Like, we were in our garage through one of the doors, just
I know
like
what I'm
waiting.
doing.
And the garage
It's
door was
one of
open.
those old
Okay, the garage door
RPG
was
games
open at
where
his
you just
grandma's
have to
house?
look and look and look.
And then we went in there, and then he had a plastic bag he put over his head, but he couldn't see out of it, so he just took it off, and then right as I was to open the door, his grandma like walked down and said, "Who is that?" And then she's like, "Is that Tino?" And she was like, "No." And I'm standing behind the door, and then she like because I like stepped on something, and then she said, "Come out." And I came out, and then and she's like, "What do you?" And then she asked us if we were cold, and that's why we were in the garage. And Tino said, "Yeah."
It's heartbreaking to think that Barbara's very last act was one of care and concern for the two boys who, not even 10 minutes later, would mercilessly end her life.
And then she brought us in because she said she was gonna call my mom, and I was already missing and wanted with a warrant, and I didn't want that done. So then, yeah.
Antonio's answer evades the detective's question of exactly why he attacked Barbara. His answer explains why he would have chosen that very moment to attack, but it doesn't explain what he and his friend are doing at his great-grandmother's house unannounced and armed with weapons. His true motive will later prove to be one of the most chilling aspects of Barbara's murder.
So that's your thought process? Is that you don't want grandma to call and, or great-grandma to call and you get the warrant and the police are gonna come or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you have that you attacked your great-grandma with?
It was like an axe-looking thing.
How big was it about?
That.
So what are we saying, 12, 15 inches, something like that?
Probably.
You know what a hatchet is or not?
I don't know what a hatchet is, but it was like an axe, but then it had like a flat side on it, like a flat metal side. And I think Nate just had a normal hammer.
Okay, did you see him with that hammer?
Yeah, I saw him with the hammer.
All right, where did you get this small axe or whatever that you were talking about?
From my garage.
From your garage? And where did Nathan get that hammer?
I think that was just in his house.
Since the boys brought weapons from other locations to Barbara's house
Did
and
that
didn't
house
tell
the
Nathan's
room in
mom
the
the truth
cellar?
about where they were going, it's safe to
Same.
say that their deadly assault was premeditated. What's even more disturbing is how monotone and impassive his description of events is. He's still maintaining his same cool demeanor and lack of emotion. However, Antonio isn't fidgeting nearly as much as he was before. This lets detectives know that it's more likely that he's telling the truth now.
Did you guys talk about this as far as what you were gonna do? Obviously, if you got a hatchet and he got a hammer and you got a ride from his mom, there was some thought about it, right? What was the discussion?
We were deciding if and how we were going to do it, and then like how we would get a ride there, how we get a ride back, all that.
So after your mom dropped you and Tino off by the roundabout at 42 and 28, what happened then, Nate?
We walked to her house, his grandma.
His grandma?
In order to get from where they were dropped off to Great-Grandma Barb's house, the boys would have to have walked about 2 miles. It takes the average person approximately 15 to 20 minutes to walk a single mile. This means that the boys had at least a half hour to rethink their decisions before they got to Barbara's door.
And then when we got a ride there, and we were in the garage, I didn't really want to do it as much. Like, I didn't want to do it. But then when we were in the house, like Nate was like nodding at me and all that. So then I took the first swing.
Antonio's claim that he initially wanted to bail on their plan to attack and rob his great-grandmother means nothing. The two will still be charged with acting in concert to carry out their crime. The fact that he took the first swing makes this supposed change of heart seem even less believable.
Where did you hit her? With that first swing?
I think the head.
And you talked about a flat back and then like the sharp part?
Yeah.
Which way did you hit her the first time? Do you know?
The flat part.
Was there a reason at all, or that's just the way it ended
Oh,
up in the hand,
this
or what?
room has a cellar.
I'm
Okay.
not sure just because it was a flat part. And I thought more blunt would work.
Work as far as what?
For hitting, just like in general.
Oh, fairy.
Well, hitting in general as far as to put her down quicker, or what do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay. And why did you go there and come up with the plan to do this?
I think it was mainly just for money.
A statement filled with such coldness and detachment, as if he were talking about a stranger. To be willing to end his great-grandmother's life in pursuit of money shows a callousness and lack of consciousness that one wouldn't even expect from a young teenager. Even worse is the fact that he's able to confess to something
What
so
the
horrid
fuck?
without a hint of emotion or remorse.
Fairyland,
After
here we
shrugging,
go.
Antonio then qualifies his answer with
What
"I
the
think,"
hell?
which is a red flag for possible deception, as the reason he killed his grandma is likely something he does know for sure. Notice how he says it was mainly just for money, which indicates that there was something else he was motivated by as well. It's not surprising that he gave this answer, though. as blaming it on the money is an easier and more socially acceptable answer than saying he just wanted to kill someone.
Alright, so you go there to try to get some money, and you bring the hatchet, he brings the hammer. You hit her the first time, and where was this? Were you in the garage or in the house, or?
We were in the house.
And you said she had let you in, did you say?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Did she know it was you?
Yeah.
So she saw you and opened the door, or what?
Yeah, she opened the door, like the garage door, there's no window, and then she saw me. But she didn't see that I had it, like, hidden behind my back, so then she told me to go inside. And then, like, I was just, like, putting it under my sweatshirt. And then she said she was gonna call my mom, and then, like, Nate looked at me, and he nodded.
Here he's insinuating that his friend Nathan was the ringleader and driving force behind this attack. This could be entirely true, or he could be attempting to pass some of the blame off to his friend, so that he doesn't look like such a bad guy for having attacked Barbara first.
So you hit her once with the flat end, right?
Yeah.
Did she go right down, or did she fight, or what happened?
She, I think, yelled, like, once, and then I hit her one more time. And I think then I ran to the bathroom because I didn't feel good. And then I'm quite sure Nate hit her once or twice with his, like, hammer thing. And that's about all.
This part of Antonio's story might be believable were it not for the fact that an autopsy of Barbara Olson's body concluded that she was hit approximately 27 times in total. Her wounds indicated both blunt and sharp force trauma, a truly brutal and merciless attack.
So how long were you back in the bathroom here?
Probably about 30 seconds.
And then what happened?
And I'm quite sure I went to the front, like, over here. And then she wasn't, like, alive, and we didn't know what to do, and we were freaking out, and we were probably there for, like, 2 hours not knowing what to do.
Did you ever hit her with the sharp end of the blade?
I think I gave it. I think Nate took it from me and he did once. Like, only one time, though, with the sharp end. And then Tino started hitting her over and over again. And then he stopped. And he looked at me, and then he said, "Nate, help." And I was standing there.
This part of the story presents an interesting contradiction to Antonio's story. Antonio alleged that Nathan initiated the attack by signaling to him to attack Barbara. Then, according to Antonio, after hitting her twice, he ran to the bathroom because he felt sick, and Nathan continued to hit her. Here, Nathan claims that Antonio hit Barbara spontaneously and did most of the attacking. He even has the same sudden change of heart that Antonio had in his story, but claims to have hit her anyway because he feared for his safety. Both of them are telling versions of the story that make the other appear as the ringleader and themselves as the helpless follower. However, this ultimately won't matter since they're both confessing to have taken part in Barbara's murder.
And he told me to help. I walked over there, and then he started to hit her again. I was watching, and he told me to hit her. I didn't want to, but I didn't want to, but I didn't want him hitting me, so I hit her twice, and then I walked away. And then he kept hitting her, and then she was dead. Timo covered her head with something, and then he went around grabbing stuff, putting it in a bag, and then I had to go in the pockets to grab the keys for the car, and then he wanted to dump the body in a lake or something, but we were strong enough to pick her up and put her in the trunk.
And then you sit there for like 2 hours trying to figure out what to do, right?
Yeah.
And what are you throwing back and forth, like, what you're gonna do here?
I think we're gonna try to see if there's any way we could, like, get her into the trunk, but that didn't work. So then we started, like, pulling back towards the main door, but then we couldn't get her up, like, one of the steps to get in the house.
Okay, so you took her from the living room and got her where then? You took her out?
Into the garage by the car.
And then was that both you and Nathan?
Yeah, and then we couldn't get her in the trunk, so we just, like, started pulling. We were gonna go to the basement, but then we couldn't get up the first stair. So then, of course, we didn't know what to do. So we decided just to like leave it there and then go.
So is like one of you on the hands and one on the legs, or what?
We were trying to we sat out right there and we tried lifting up, but like we couldn't even move it a few inches off the ground. So we just like stopped trying.
And then did you go back inside, or where are we in this 2-hour span?
I'm quite sure we didn't go back inside. I'm quite sure we ran to the back room, grabbed like a few of the boxes, all that crap in there, and just threw it in the bag. Then I think we grabbed like 3 sodas that were in part of the basement right here, and then I think we just left. And then Nate was driving. It was
I'm driving which car then?
That car.
So that's your great-grandma's car, right?
Yeah.
It's haunting to know that 2 13-year-old boys are capable of such a cold-blooded crime. Not only did they murder a relative, but they immediately proceeded to heartlessly rummage through her belongings for things they could take, as if they hadn't already taken enough.
I don't know a car like what it is though.
Okay. You know that it's your great-grandma's car though?
Yeah.
Okay. Which back room did you say you went into to grab some boxes?
What was that?
So her bedroom?
Yeah.
And what do you mean, what kind of boxes?
I'm quite sure it had like jewelry, but it all looked like, as you said, fake and all that. And I remember she had like clip-on earrings and all that.
Antonio's explanation of the crime throws up several red flags. It's heavily littered with selective statements such as "I think" and "I'm quite sure." If he'd only used these phrases once or twice, it might not have been suspicious. However, he uses these a half-dozen times. Throughout his recount, he also alternates between referring to the body as it and her. Perhaps this is his attempt to distance himself emotionally from the victim.
And he wanted me to drive, and then I got in the driver's seat, he got in the passenger's, and we opened the garage door, drove out, and closed it, and came back here.
And where did you drive her car to, Nate?
By a church.
By a church?
Yeah. And then we walked to my house.
Then you came back here?
Yeah. And then he went to the purse and grabbed the money, and he threw it in the store. And then we just went to bed that night. And then yesterday,
yeah.
Then we took the car and parked it at some bowling place, and then we went, because he was hungry, so he wanted to buy Theo's pizza, and we ate there, and he said just leave the car there. So we bought gloves and wipes to wipe the car down, to get our fingerprints off, and we just left the car, and we walked to my house.
Nathan is leaving out a particularly interesting purchase that the boys made with the stolen money. He's likely omitting this information out of fear that divulging it will make him look even worse in the eyes of the law and detectives. Soon, we'll find out exactly where the majority of the proceeds from their heist went.
So then you go out, you said he drove?
Yeah, he drove.
And where did you go from there then?
So we took the car, I'm quite sure parked by like some bank that was like 2 blocks away from his house, and we just walked there.
So 2 blocks away from Nate's house?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we walked back to his house. And I think we were just there for the rest of the night. And then the next day is the day he didn't want to go to school.
So what happens on Tuesday with you guys?
We went and we got pizza, but we took the car to a place across from McDonald's. You didn't park there. And then we bought, walked, bought some pizza, ate. Then when we were walking back, we went and got gloves and cleaning stuff. And we went to the car, just kind of wiped it down a little bit, then left the car keys in the car and then left it, like unlocked and everything.
And where was that?
I think across from McDonald's.
Oddly enough, Antonio omitted the same detail that Nate did concerning how they used the money. Neither of them want to admit where most of the money went.
Remind me again, if you already said it, what happened to her purse?
We took that, and then the actual purse thing, I think we threw it in a sewer.
And who threw that down?
Nate did. He ran outside and threw it.
Okay. Was there anything in the purse that you guys took?
There was money, like cash. Nothing else that we kept.
You just told us a lot of things, okay? So, and I know you don't want to keep talking about it. I know it's really hard for you to talk about it, but I just have to ask some questions, okay?
At this point in the interrogation, the detective is going to go back over Nathan's story and ask clarifying questions in order to make sure she has his story correct, and also to note any changes he might make to his version of events.
When did he tell you or show you that he had the hatchet? Right when you got home from school?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said she was somewhat rich, and that he was going to get the credit card pin to take all her money out, but he wasn't going to kill her right away. She was going to, like, scare her, and then right as she go grab for that, he was going to hit her in the back of the head.
He said that was what his plan was?
Yes.
Nathan is placing all the planning on Antonio and making himself seem more like a bystander who's just going along with what Antonio says. Co-defendants often do this in the hopes that they'll get less time, since they weren't the mastermind behind the crime.
Did he have anything else with him?
Hammer.
A hammer?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he also get that from his house?
No. Here.
So he had the hammer too?
No, he made me hold that.
Nathan claims that Antonio made him hold the hammer, but doesn't say exactly how he made him do this. It doesn't seem very plausible or possible that Antonio physically forced Nathan to hold the hammer. He's clearly attempting to downplay his involvement in the crime.
So you held the hammer, and then did you guys take anything else with you?
No.
So then your mom, you told your mom that you're going to see a friend. You guys are going to see a friend out there?
Yeah.
Had you been to his grandma's house before?
Yeah.
You met her before?
I really beat her. He just went there to earn money, but he was going to steal the money because he was going to do like yard work to get paid.
Uh-huh.
But when he went inside, I guess he took 100.
That was another time?
Yeah, it was months ago.
Months ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to Nathan, Antonio has stolen from his great-grandma Barbara before. This might explain why he was under the impression that she had lots of money, or why she was the first target that came to his mind when he was concocting his plans to get some cash.
You said you got to her house and the garage door was open?
Yeah.
Do you guys walk in the garage?
We walked in the garage, tried the bags, didn't like really work out.
What were you doing with the bags?
Putting over our heads.
Why is that?
Just so she couldn't tell who we were.
In Nathan's initial telling of the story, he claims that only Antonio tried to put a bag over his head to conceal his identity. It's not uncommon for suspects to leave things out or lie about minor details to save as much face as possible, even after they've already confessed to the major details.
And then that didn't work out, so I gave him my sweatshirt to wear to cover his face.
Did you then hide in the garage or kind of stand off to the side?
I said he wanted me to open the door.
To go inside to her house?
Yes, but right as I went to open it, it opened and she was standing right there. And he's like, do you want to come inside? And then he said, yeah, so we went inside. And she's like, don't steal none of my money.
This offhand comment from Barbara to Antonio indicates that she's aware that he's stolen money from her before.
And then Tina looked at me, and then looked at her. And then she said she's going to call his mom. And then right after she said that, he hit her on the head. He like stumbled to the floor, hit her once to the floor, and then hit her 3 more times. She said stop it. Her hands were in the way, so he probably hit her hands and arms.
This account coincides with that battered state of Barbara's arms when her body was found. She'd spend her final moments pleading with her great-grandson not to kill her, while attempting to shield her head and face from the vicious attack.
And he said, Nate, help.
Okay.
And then he took off the sweatshirt. And then then he walked over and started to hit her again. And then I slowly walked over. And I was panicking. I didn't know if I should do it or not. And I didn't want him to start hitting me, so I hit her.
This is a rather large deviation from Antonio's story. According to Antonio, both he and Nathan only struck Barbara a few times with their weapons. Nathan is describing a scene where Antonio is savagely beating his great-grandmother. even taking a second to remove
Hello.
a sweatshirt before continuing to
Do you reckon you could price out my little
ship
shipbox over here?
Chipbox? Not how you try to sell your car?
Yeah, no, it's a cheap bike, but I've put it's about like 200k in. Just wondering how much it goes for, eh?
So we actually don't take this bike in here. We don't have a listing for it.
Cause I think I spoke to Olaf, and he quoted me a couple days ago, so I'm not too sure.
It's a Kuma, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have a pricing for it.
Oh, that's strange, cause I don't know how Olaf
Not really. It probably was there before, but because our executives have been revamping what we accept and what we don't, because some things really don't sell good, and they want to take that away. So you're better off going to Valhalla and seeing if they'll take it in.
Yep, no worries. Cheers for that.
No worries.
I knocked unconscious, and then she started to snore, and then that's when Tina just used the sharp side and shut like hair really hard, and it got stuck in there, and her whole top head was like gone.
Her whole what was gone?
Off ears, all gone.
The whole top of her head?
I think.
If nothing else, the sheer extent of the overkill seen here is enough to provide evidence of the intent to kill Barbara. The attack was simply too brutal to be the result of a robbery gone wrong.
I started to panic again, and then I was pacing back and forth because I didn't really want to do it. And then he was doing the same, and he grabbed lights and told me to go wipe down the door handles that we touched.
Their choice to clean up after themselves before leaving the scene of the crime is further proof that the two were indeed aware and thinking competently throughout the ordeal. Especially Antonio, who, according to Nathan's story, is instructing him on how to cover up the crime scene. Nathan's version of the story does a convincing job of painting Antonio as the evil genius.
And when you realized you couldn't lift her back up into the trunk, you dragged her back towards the door that goes into the house? The two of you?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you put the blanket over her body?
When we realized we couldn't put her in the trunk, so we were like gonna wrap her body up and then see if we could like have the two ends of the sheet like twist it up so we could like lift it, but that didn't work, so we just left it right there next to the doorstep.
What about her head and that? Did you guys...
He put plastic bags over it, and then he told me to give him my belt, and then he tied that around her neck.
Why did he do that?
Like, so if we could have picked her up, so like blood didn't spill everywhere.
Where did he get the bags from?
Since she gardens a lot, she had garbage bags in there to like throw weeds in.
I was actually there and saw your great grandma, okay? And there was something on her head. Do you remember what that would have been?
A bag.
Okay, what color?
Black.
And how did that get there?
From in the garage. There's bags in the garage.
And why was it put on there?
Because I didn't like seeing it.
Didn't like seeing her face or what?
Yeah.
Or I don't want to put words in your mouth, so what didn't you like seeing?
Everything that happened.
It's not uncommon for killers to cover their victim's face if it's a family member, friend, or partner. Seeing the face of their deceased loved one might trigger certain emotions that the killer would likely rather avoid. The fact that Antonio felt the need to do this indicates that he felt some type of negative emotion when he saw what he did to her, possibly due to lingering traces of an emotional attachment or even hints of remorse.
So that's why did you put the bag on her head?
I think so.
And what kept that bag on her head?
Nate's belt.
So did he put that on, or did you?
For sure he did.
What happened with the hammer?
I think we put it in the trunk.
And what about the hatchet?
The trunk.
Okay. And the jewelry?
In the back seat.
And the purple bag?
Back seat.
And
there's a bloody coat in the trunk.
I'm not
coat
sure.
in the trunk?
Yeah, because that's what we first put over her head.
You first put the coat over her head?
Yeah.
Okay. Where were the keys for her car at?
Pocket.
Okay. And you said that you got the keys out of her pants pocket?
Yeah.
What was in the purple bag?
She had like shoes and a camera case with a camera in it, and then a wallet, and then her purse. And then we put like cleaning the wipes in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's all we put in that bag. When he wanted to steal the jewelry so he could have money, because he was just gonna run away.
And how much money was there in there, cash?
About, I think, 150.
And where is that?
Some of it went towards food, and then we got pizza, and then some of it went towards weed, which I think is actually still at his house upstairs, if he didn't get it. And then I think that's it.
So all that money's gone?
Yeah.
So you just took the cash out of there?
Yeah.
What did you keep from the purse?
The money.
Just the cash?
Yeah. And we took the money, bought weed.
How much weed did you buy?
145 worth.
Who did you buy that from?
I don't know who he bought it from.
Tino bought the weed?
Yeah.
Were you with him when he bought it?
No.
Where did you guys buy it at? Or where did he buy it at?
He bought it from some kids that he knew who were in high school.
Who actually bought the weed?
They were, like, both of us were both there.
Oh, did you both actually have the money and give it to whoever you bought the weed from?
Like, I had, like, the money with me. Like, I kept it in my pocket.
Have you bought it from whoever that person is before or no?
Yeah, I have.
Antonio and Nathan managed to steal a mere $155 from Grandma Barbara's house. They proceeded to spend all but $10 of that money on weed and the rest of it on pizza. Both momentary and fleeting desires. They enjoyed getting high and having a meal at the cost of a human life. Their young age is certainly a reason for their poor decision-making, but their actions go far beyond the self-centeredness of typical teenagers. Their actions and mindset are very much reflective of children with severe conduct disorder.
And we woke up the next morning.
Tuesday morning?
Yeah.
Yesterday morning?
Yeah, and then that's when I decided not to go to school.
What about the stuff in the trunk?
I just left it there. And the keys are sitting on the seat. Because Tino thought that if some dude walks by and sees the keys just sitting there, that he would take the car. And if they find the car, they would have thought he did it.
This half-baked plan is full of sizable holes. It goes to show their immaturity and unsophisticated thinking, which is to be expected from offenders of their age.
And you woke up today and went to school?
Yeah, and Tino wasn't at school.
Okay.
It's interesting that Nathan resolved to go to school the next day. After the events of Monday afternoon, he was probably eager to resume his normal life. Realistically, Nathan said goodbye to his childhood as soon as he participated in the murder, and he likely felt this.
Do you have any questions for us right now or not?
Mainly just how much time I'm looking at.
After ending his own great-grandmother's life, scarring his whole family, including his mother, and implicating his closest friend, Antonio is still only concerned about the consequences that will affect him. His fidgeting hands indicate that the amount of time he'll spend in prison is a source of great anxiety for him.
I don't make that decision. Obviously, there's a district attorney that is going to file charges, and it's up to the judge or jury as far as that. But,
And then am I still have my hearing today or no?
I'm not sure. I can tell you that you're not going to get out if you do have the hearing.
Yeah.
Because you are going to end up getting charged. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
And do you realize what you're getting charged with?
Murder.
Right. So first-degree intentional homicide of your great-grandma, Barbara Olson. You do understand the severity of that, right?
Yeah.
Bobby, do you have any questions for us right now? No? Okay.
It's surprising that the mother wouldn't have any questions after learning that her son just helped kill his friend's great-grandmother in such a vicious manner, and that he used her to carry out their heinous plans.
Nate, do you have any questions for us right now?
No.
Okay. We're gonna be collecting the clothing that Nate pointed out that he was wearing on Monday, and his shoes, and Tino's clothing that he pointed out in his bedroom, okay? Okay. We'll have to take Nate into custody right now and from the house. Do you understand that, Nate? Do you understand that, Bobby? Yeah.
Okay, you realize what you're going to be charged with. I've told you, right? One other thing, I actually heard that you were really a good kid and into sports and all kinds of stuff, and then something happened.
I was hit by a car.
Right? So then, is that what happened? That you go from being into sports and a good kid to what we just talked about? Or what else is in the middle of there?
Not being able to do anything.
What do you mean?
Like, everything I wanted to ever do had to do with some sort of combat or, like, stuff I wasn't allowed to do because of my head. Like, I wanted to be in boxing and MMA and football.
And because of what happened to your head, you couldn't do any of that?
No.
What happened?
I was hit by a car in 5th grade.
And what happened as far as why you would not be able to do any of that stuff then?
I got a concussion, which they say I still have, but I say I don't.
An interview with his grandma Judy, the victim's daughter, confirmed that Antonio had indeed been hit by a car while riding a bike when he was 10 years old. It's true that this accident might have caused traumatic brain damage that resulted in a drastic change of personality. Studies have shown that brain injuries that occur during developmental years can cause long-lasting neurocognitive changes, such as memory loss, personality changes, intense aggression, and lack of inhibition. On the other hand, as a teenage boy who was never able to do any of the things he wanted to do, he might have felt as though his life was already over, and that his actions didn't matter.
But they say it'll just get worse if I join anything.
All right. So is there anything else? I'll give you one last chance. Anything else you want to make sure that I include in this report?
Not really.
Antonio is escorted out of the interrogation room. Immediately following his interview, Nathan is arrested and also taken into police custody. The note that Nathan had written, the note that would send chills down the spines of seasoned detectives, read, "He killed his grandma, and I was with him." Antonio initially pleaded not guilty to the murder on the grounds that he was mentally ill. A psychiatrist who'd assessed Antonio testified at his trial that Antonio does indeed suffer from cognitive issues caused by him being hit by a car just a few years prior. However, it seemed that this crime was simply too heinous to be overlooked. Even the judge would say that this was the worst case he'd seen in his 24 years as a judicial officer. On June 24, 2013, he changed his plea to no contest as part of a plea deal. On August 12th, Antonio Barbeau was found guilty of the first-degree intentional homicide of his great-grandmother, Barbara Olson, and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 36 years. In the meantime, Nathan's trial was still ongoing. In fact, Antonio would testify at his dear friend's trial. He would take the stand and tell the court that Nathan was not the clueless follower the defense tried to paint him to be. He claimed that Nathan was just as involved in the planning of the murder and just as invested in carrying out the murder as he was. On the opposing side, Nathan's relatives argued that Nathan had the social development of a child and could easily be influenced into doing something that horrific by someone like Antonio. At the end of the day, the gruesome and severe nature of Barbara's injuries, demonstrated by crime scene photos presented in the courtroom, attested to the fact that there was very likely more than one active killer. That was all the convincing the jury needed. On August 13th, 2013, the day after Antonio was sentenced, Nathan Pop was also found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 31 years. In 2016, Antonio attempted to appeal his sentence. Nathan attempted the same the following year. Both appeals were swiftly denied and the original sentences were upheld. Antonio was sent to the Waupun Correctional Institution and will be eligible for parole in 2048 when he is 50 years old. Nathan was taken to the Columbia Correctional Facility and will be eligible for parole in 2043 when he is 45 years old.
Hi, I have an emergency.
I am going to go ahead and end this here. Until next. Of course, we're gonna raid someone. Let's see. Destroy. Here we go.